Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do thank you for watching. Game day, you could be anywhere, but you're here right with me, and I do really appreciate that as we've got ourselves the final preseason game. Training camp over. No more games after this. We finally get to the regular action. And a lot of times you get to the final preseason game and you look at it and say, well, there's not a lot at stake here today. There's not going to be a lot to watch for. Oh, I'll check out the first quarter. I'll watch the first drive of the first starters, and then I'll be out. But today might be one where you got a little bit more intrigue, or at least for a football nerd like me, I really do enjoy these kind of games because we have got, to me, kind of three different separate things that make this sort of a little bit more interesting than maybe your other typical games that I was trying to watch earlier today. You know what I'm saying? Like some of these games, some of these teams, whoa. But the first part for me on this one comes down to the positional battles that you have, starters that are still trying to kind of figure their way out, like you get with the center position a little bit, your final opportunity to put that last bit of tape up there for the coaching staff to get a good idea whether or not you should be the guy, especially if it's a battle that's coming down right to the end. And you're trying to just edge them out there at the finish line. And then you've got the guys that are holding on to their football livelihood, not just in the way of trying to make this roster, but even those guys that are trying to hold on to the even, last vestige being the practice squad, and whether or not you can just remain there, do enough to earn your spot over there. Of course, it's been nice that the NFL has expanded the roster on practice squads to allow more guys, but still there are those guys who will be playing their last football of their life today. They've gone through peewees and junior high and high school and college and now into the pros, and they love the sport. They want to be a professional. And this is going to be their final day on it. And so you're going to see a lot of players on this field giving you everything they've got because they know what's at stake. And to me, this just all in itself makes these kind of games very interesting to me. But then you add on that final little frosted layer of Jalen Milroe. And Jalen Milroe is going to come out and play all four quarters for you. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to get him starting with a little bit better guys at the front side, a little bit more of a functional offense. And we've seen at times with him in there where penalties have particularly been a problem. But get a good idea of where Jalen's at and also giving him hopefully what will be the longest action he will get this season in what I hope can be a year where we kind of not put him on ice. He'll be out there and utilized a little bit, but that you put him basically up on that bench to learn, to refine those mechanics, to get that muscle memory corrected in the way that takes a little bit of time to do so. And then he can kind of look on to the year after, or even hopefully 2 years down the line to give him really that chance to kind of develop. But we're going to get a good view of him. I hope everybody's having a great day today. I thank you for watching. If you can, as you walk in the door today, please do hit that like button. Shadowbot, good to see you. Jeffrey Thistle, what's up? Motive in the house as well. Nolan, always good to see you. We get to find out who the real crazies are watching the third preseason game on one of the nicest weekends of the year in Washington. Go Hawks. It's true. I can't, those out there in the sunshine going, look, I got 5 days of sunshine left here in Washington. What do you want me to do, kid? I'm not pushing back against that one, not in the least. So I get it completely. But we'll be riding here. Jeffrey, thank you for the $2 donation to start us off really right here. You guys have been amazing as ever here this year as we go through with this support. I really thank you for it. You as well, Jeffrey, as well as being a member of the channel. Sam ain't seeing no ghosts. He ain't afraid of no ghosts. He ain't afraid of no ghosts. I gotta, Jeffrey, I might have to get that soundbite from my board. Ain't no afraid of no ghosts. Every time Sam does something cool, maybe that'll be the way that we undo this narrative on Sam. I'll just have it go that way. 1 second here. All right, all right, all right. Got the game up. No problems there. Always good, always good, always good. Mick Frewer, hello, hello. Herbicide, what's up? Gluten Taco. It's going to be a fun season. It will indeed. Let's go. Free Truth. Kevin Dilly says, I'm rooting for Jared Ivey. He's a guy that's going to be a very interesting player. One of those guys I was talking about I think he's more definitely going to get on the practice squad if some team doesn't try to scoop him up, but also for that reason, a guy who could be really fighting here to be out there and grabbing that roster spot. I'm putting together for a show tomorrow here, post this game, a projection of the 53-man roster and where I see it going myself, and he's right there on the edge of the line. I don't know if him and Morris are duking it out, or if you're going to have room for both of those two guys on the roster and try to roll it that way to make sure you got the power edge reinforced, essentially. Remember, we had two guys last year that we weren't able to really get into that role as it was an issue coming out of camp. Draymond Jones trying to work a lot of it over there. Didn't quite really work with that. Then you got Trevis Gibson and Roy Robertson Harris. And so they may hold on to two of them, but he's had a hell of a camp and he has looked good in both two preseason games. He's going to be a fun one to watch. And he's just fun to watch in general, Kevin, because he just goes out there and he's physical and he's kind of mean with it and he knows how to use his hands and he's a little bit bigger than tackles are used to dealing with. So there's a lot with Jared that gives him a little bit of extra enjoyment in watching him go out there and play. He's not your typical explosive, just everything's off that first step. Kind of like Tariq Smith a little bit. Is Drew still dressing down? Yeah, you're going to keep your other quarterback probably dressed because I don't think they have another quarterback on the roster, if I'm not mistaken. Gaming Taco, how you doing? Go Talks. Joshua Carlisle, thank you for the $5 donation. Josh, appreciate you. Says, what up, Brando? Can't wait to rock with you for another season of live streams. I'm looking forward to it as well, Joshua. I'm so stoked for this team. Obviously, the NFL season gets us all hyped. But I think that we've all had a little bit of a feeling over the last couple of years that we're kind of, there's going to be a grinding of it through. Not that we're going to necessarily get just pure bad football, but that we're still kind of knocking through. We're still kind of, you're going to get some good, you're going to get some bad, you're going to get some really good, you're going to get some really bad, and it's kind of back and forth a little bit in that swing. And I think we're just getting a little bit more into a consistent state, in that way. But I am really looking forward to with where we're at community-wise, Joshua, yourself, of course, included in that I really love where we're at. And the chat and the discussions and the energy has just been in such a really great place. It's really cool to see, and I think that we're going to have just a hell of a year. But I look forward to it with you. Doing these live streams during the play-by-play of the games, being able to do the play-by-play with you guys, and the fact that you kind of dig it has become my favorite thing on the channel to be able to do. And so I'm really, really looking forward to it, and hopefully have a hell of a year, Joshua. But thank you. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Space's Black Magic Cat. She makes a rare appearance, does the Xena, Mighty Princess Warrior. That is the name. That is the claim to fame. Herbicide says, hot in Seattle. I bet it's nice today. This is the time of year where it's the better. Sean says, I hope the video quality is better for this game. Last week it was not very good. Yeah, what's going on with that, right? I've got a little bit of it just seems like they're taking frames out almost, like it should be going 60 frames and you're getting 30 frames is how it feels. Kind of weird. Mungles, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, biggest hopes for Jalen. I've got the biggest hopes for Jalen in that he can become a top 5 quarterback in the league. I've really struggled, Muggles. I was just in had a comment from a guy 2 days ago talking on Brendan Mine's video, and he said, you guys should be ashamed for how you talked about Milroe when he came out, and now you're all hoping he plays the whole game. Aren't you that hypocritical? And I'm going, I think people sometimes don't understand with it where you evaluate these guys, you give your honest assessment on them. You're just being honest in it, good, bad, wherever you stand with them, but that's what you're doing. And that it's not a personal thing. And then also the other side of that is that no matter where my evaluation is on a player that the Seattle Seahawks draft, if I might not have an outlook of him that is through the roof, or that with Milroe, it's that he's got a ton of upside, Mungles. It's just about whether or not he's going to be able to get to the upside. It's a big mountain he's got to kind of climb to get there, but the upside is undeniable in the talent he possesses. And that's where I came back around trying to explain this to the person in the comment, where I go, look, that's my evaluation, but my hope is to be wrong. My hope is that this kid lights the world on fire and becomes tremendous. And I'm not I'm certainly not packing anybody to say that even in my evaluation of him and not being high on his ability to get to that real high cliff, that I could not deny the ceiling was there. That he has as big a ceiling as any quarterback in this past draft. So that is my biggest hopes for him, is that he can reach that top 5. I want to be wrong in this situation. I want to come back and go, that's one of my worst takes ever in doing my prospect evaluations. The game starting out here at the 35-yard line for the Packers. Sorry if I missed the opening kickoff. Let me get my play-by-play on here. Seahawks coming out with a 4-man front. Ivy is starting for you on the power side. They go at Ivy's side. He's able to fight his man off, but not before the Packers are able to get about 4 yards there. Josh Jacobs starting here for the Packers. They go right over at Ivy, and at first he got a little bit of pushback there off his side on that outside zone run there, and then he was able to kind of, get back the rep a little bit on that one. Packers seem like they're kind of bringing out a lot of the starters here across the board by the looks of things, outside, of course, the quarterback position, whereas the Seahawks have backups across the board here to start things out. Handoff. There was Ivy again in the backfield. I don't think he might have knocked that ball down. They were trying to throw it out into the flat to Musgrave, the tight end. Looked like Ivy might have jumped in the air and knocked that thing down. Somebody did, or threw the path of the ball off. Malik Willis, at quarterback for the Green Bay Packers. That was kind of a weird play there. They're not going to show a replay. I think that was Ivy. I'm not sure, though. They don't show a replay on that one. All right, 3rd and 5. Seahawks showing a blitz. 5-man up around the line of scrimmage. Too high look. They drop out of it, bring just 4. Malik dropping back. He's going to let this rip deep. Seahawks got some players down there. Did he pick that off? He picked that off! Tayakata with a one-handed stab interception down the field, and he brings it back up to the 40-yard line. Woo! What a play by Tayakata. Looked like Malik Willis put that thing on Christopher Cross sailing, and out comes with an interception. Oh, he didn't. Did he? Yeah, I don't think he pulled it in. It looked a little too incredible. I was like, he didn't pull that thing. Oh my gosh. Ooh, he might have got his hands under it. There's not a good angle. An incredible interception. He goes full Superman extension, arm reaching back, pulls it in, and now when it's going down, the ball does have a bounce, but the hands are underneath the ball. So there is a potential here, and it could be one of those situations where you say there's really not definitive evidence of the ball does move, yes, but the hands are underneath it. But I could see them doing either way on this one, where they go, there's not enough there to see it, but what a play by Akata. What a play by Akata. Just puts that one arm out there, full Superman, reels it in, and then manages to even just the wherewithal, as he's done all that already up until that point, to then get your hands underneath the football so that when you're hitting that ground, you've got hand, ball, and that might be the thing that allows this thing to stand if it does. Very, very cool play by Ty, and Malik just let that thing sail away. Sailing, Malik, take me away. So Bungles, thank you again for the $2 dono. Big hopes for Jalen. Absolutely, the potential is there with him as a player to get to that stage. It's just going to, in my opinion, as well as having a little bit of the reticence with him on reaching there, part of the reticence comes from the fact that it's going to take the time to get there. And you got to give him the 2 years, and you got to let him go through this development cycle to get to that sort of end stage where he can really maximize this potential. But it's absolutely there. Even more Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. What's your opinion on Jerry Jones? Back at it. Jerry Jones to me is just becoming a caricature almost of himself. And I think things really start to click in with the Netflix special that comes out as to what's going on with the Micah situation, and hearing him talk more and more, and you're starting to have things kind of really crystallize. I think in a way the Cowboy fans already knew, but just that, the circus is fine for him, and that just getting people talking about the Cowboys, even if it's bad, even if it's incessantly bad, is to him a win in some weird universe. And he can point to the valuation of the Dallas Cowboys and being the most valued franchise in sports, this is how I've gotten here by doing it. And so, yes, money, and yes, your team's theoretically when you eventually sell it, though you're never going to sell it. So what's really that valuation worth? It just kind of comes down to, I think, okay, she's already up there, so you're not going to be able to get her knocked off. She called shotgun. She called shotgun. You can do the lap though. You can have the lap though. I think that Jerry is really showing some colors here that are really not great at all and are really going to only hinder that franchise into the future, maybe even long after Jerry is gone. The fact that he's trying to negotiate with players without their agent, and he's been doing so for a very long time, and the NFL's letting him get away with that, and the NFL Players Association's letting him get away with that, looks like this thing's going to stand. Let's go. Let's go, Ty Akata.
Dog.
With one of what's already going to be one of the early, the fact that this stands, this is going to be one of your early entries into the catch of the year in the NFL. Like, you're going to see this highlight everywhere. Handoff inside to Damian Martinez to start this off. Some early penetration into the backfield on that play, so it's going to go a lot of nowhere. Looked like the edge just completely rolled down on the play. I don't even know if he was blocked. But what a play by Ty Akata, huh? Let's go, Ty. One of the catches of the year. That thing was that was amazing. Getting your hands underneath on that. Goodness. All right, Milroe goes shotgun, 2nd and 10. 2 wide receiver look, little slow snap, gets it underneath nicely here to the tight end. Wow, fighting hard, moving his feet, grinding, getting his way to the first down. There is Callerup. Is that who that is? Then, yeah, that's our 5th tight end. Seahawks going full backup city here today. Packers are, conversely, oddly enough, going with some of their starters. You're seeing some names on the backs of the jerseys you're going to recognize. Rashawn Gary, Van Ness. Starting inside linebacker, 1st and 10. Ball over onto the 48-yard line of the Packers here quickly. Back in shotgun is Milroe. Packers bring him in up around the line of scrimmage. Milroe scrambling outside. He's going to throw on the run, and that will be incomplete. Kind of as much as anything, just a throwaway there. He was rolling out and thinking a little bit about having an angle on trying to use his legs there, but the defender played it very nice with the leverage there that was pursuing him. And he just kind of let that thing, he dirted that up. There was not a real hole there to be thrown into there or a man that was open to throw to there. But that's part of what you do with those kind of plays, simplifying things down a little bit. 2nd down and 10. Little I formation offset here. Handoff inside here. Bouncing it outside is Jarcadia Wright. He'll take it for 2 yards, picking his way through traffic before he's knocked out of bounds. This will bring up a 3rd and long. $12:38 to go here in the first quarter. Seahawks their first drive. Yeah, you're not even with Sundel or Oluwatimi out there. That's Minaj is already out there. Minaj. All right, tough one here, 3rd and 8. Packers showing some heat. They dial it up here on Milroe. Tough. Yeah, Milroe's going to get sacked on the play. It's tough for the kid. He's got the starting unit out there, and they're running games and late blitzes just before the snap. And he will get brought down for a sack. Just didn't have quite the plan. He wanted to go, I think, over to the hot to his far side of the field. Didn't like what he saw over there and just didn't have another option to go back down to. I think Kubiak probably wasn't anticipating a blitz there on that play from the Packers. Dixon with the punt. This ball will bounce well. Let it bounce, and nice job there. Great job on the coverage unit by Nehemiah Pritchett down there. Played it really well. Got behind the ball, waited for the ball to bounce, didn't try to press and let it bounce to him. And defenders never seem to ever play that with any kind of that acuity where you sort of, hey, get around in front of the ball. It's going to bounce right to me. They get a little bit jumpy on that and try to go meet the ball. So a very deep kick there at about the 3 or 4 yard line. Well done by Dixon. A great job by Pritchett there to get in front of that ball. Zach Mays, thank you for the $5 donation, Zach. Says, always appreciate your color commentary. As an out-of-market fan, I rely on these almost every game. Well, I really do appreciate that, Zach. You're very kind on the donations and the support, and I love doing it. I didn't know I was going to be doing this when I started the channel up and didn't know that there would be the people, but then people like yourself had told me and do the live streams because there are those people that just can't be able to watch the game, and it gives them that access, and you can't always get to the radio even aspect of the play-by-play to it. So I love doing it, man, and I'm hoping that every year I do it, I just get a little bit better in doing it. That's the goal, too. Just keep trying to improve at this and hopefully make it really fun for you guys on that side of it, as well as hopefully a little informative. But thank you, Zach. I appreciate the donation. We're having a great day. Swedish, thank you for becoming a member of the Hawks Nest Pro Bowl. We'll be doing a call-in show next week, folks, on the Pro Bowl side of it, or on the all members and patrons side of it. So if you want to be a member or patron today, there's going to be a lot of expanded benefits this season for those that are on that train of things, and it's really appreciated, Swedish. So we get that call-in show, not this weekend, of course, but next weekend on that side of it. Thank you, Swedish. Appreciate you. And Jeffrey Thistle, thanks for a $2 donation. Says, getting a lot of pressure through our low line. Yeah, I saw that as well. I mean, they're bringing the blitz on the last one. And look, this is the starters out there against our basically third strings from the jump here. I mean, Menages is not even your backup center. That's a guy that's, maybe going to make the practice squad. So you're definitely going out there with a unit that this is a little bit a la like the Raiders game a bit, where it seems like the Packers are trying to come out here and get some real honest work done with their ones. And Seattle's coming at it from a different perspective of, we're going to bring out our B team unit just from the jump, and the Hayes in the barn as far as the training camp work is concerned, and especially as far as our number ones are concerned. So it's just two different philosophies that kind of at play here, I think. But it's going to make the football look a little bit weirder for as long as this is going to go. How much you're going to put these starters out there, number one offensive line. You do have a nice test here, theoretically, Malik Willis. That was a great interception by Okada. He's going to come back out here now. Ball on the 4-yard line, technically. Seahawks in a 3-4 here to start things out. Anticipating a run. That's what they're going to get. Handoff goes just off of the B gap there for a nice little gain of about 7-8 yards. A Cantor. Thank you for subscribing to the channel, A Cantor. I really appreciate you doing that. Folks, please do get subbed up if you're not already, and hit that like button if you get a chance. Ivy in on the tackle there, by the way. Willis going back deep here. Wow. What a catch. Nehemiah Pritchett in coverage. Going to the 9 route. I think that's Matthew Golden, the rookie. Just running a real... really not bad played by Pritchett. It's almost kind of a lazy route there by Golden, and the ball just kind of comes through, and Golden just plays it a little bit better. Doesn't even jump. It's just Pritchett doesn't quite get his hands. He gets his hands almost right there to make the play. He's tight there in coverage. I think he just got lulled to death on a lazy 9 is what I'd call that. Handoff back inside here, 1st and 10 to the Seahawks side of the field. A nice little run darting inside there for about a gain of 7 or 8. But Nehemiah was running with them step for step. Just one of those tough plays where the receiver just plays it a little bit better in locating the ball. 10 minutes to go here in the first quarter. 2nd and 3 for the Packers. Bohanna, Shelton down on the line. Ivy to one side. Tyreek Smith with a nice play in the backfield. First set up well by Hall. Get some penetration back there, and then Tyreek Smith matched it. 1-2. Able to knife back in there and cut down the running back. We do have a man down on the field for the Seahawks. Looks like, is that Singleton? He's head down right now. They'll take off the yard, and then they'll call it 3rd and 3. We got a guy on the ground there. I'd rather be flying an X-Wing. Thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate that. Seahawks Syndicate, play-by-play someday. Maybe potentially. I'm open to it potentially. It's the tough part on that is that when you do this on a watch along with somebody you're trying to do the play-by-play with, we both have different connections in different spots. And so it's hard to sometimes get that synced to where you're both seeing things at the same time. You get one person who's over there like, and the other guy's like, what happened? And then, oh, that happened, so it kind of throws it off a little bit. But thank you for bringing that up. I think we do have our first episode this Wednesday of the Seahawks Syndicate. It's going to be a 4-stack show of me, Mookie Alexander, Bryce Coots, and Dan Viennes are all going to be chopping it up on Wednesdays of the final month. We're going to do kind of once a month here to start things off. Of course, in the future, we'll get it going a little bit more, I'm sure, on a even more normal basis. Just kind of want to get you guys used to it. But really looking forward to doing that show with those guys. Just kind of looking at the Seattle Seahawks every month, kind of the big, wide view on what's been going on, what's been happening with the team and where they're at. But yeah, I'm definitely open to potentially doing that someday. I'd love to too. I'd rather be flying X-Wing. I thought about it if I can eventually, get a former player on here too, can help out a little bit with the, more of the, we call it color commentary, I guess, on that side of it, on, breaking down a little bit of that stuff to the side. I've thought about that as well if I could. But again, it's kind of just hard on that sync up thing in the past and doing it. Me and Brendan have tried before, and it's like one person's always like a little bit ahead or a little bit behind, it seems like. Jeffrey, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, so much for setting Jalen up for success. Yeah, I'd like to see on the next drive, and he's not anticipating the blitz there, but, and you're trying with the rollout, I think, to give him something easy there in space. The guy just had some penetration. There's just, I think, some breakdowns there. I think the play calls were okay for setting him up with some reasonable success there. It's just, you didn't anticipate the blitz, and then you had a little bit of the breakdowns going on. Jared Ivey was the guy, I guess, that went down there. Looks like he might have gotten concussed, so it looks like Ivey's day is probably going to be done. He's at least walking around, which is a good sign. And a handoff inside here on 3rd and 3. The Seattle Seahawks snuff that thing out. I think that's Patrick O'Connell. Does a great job there of getting the stop. Okay, you're not going to knock her off. Okay? I know. You don't get to knock her off, sorry. She gets to have her spot. It's not your spot. Not yours. No, it's not. I told you no. 9 minutes to go here in the first quarter. 4th and 2. Okay, preseason game. We're going for it. All right. I bet Malik keeps this. Dropping back to pass here. He's looking. He's going to break the pocket and try to keep it. Called it. Yeah, you could see Malik trying to do that there, definitely. He looked around a little bit, but didn't find or see something he liked, and he might have got his bell rung a little bit on that play. He's kind of got that boxer walk going. Jelly-like boxer walks. Did O'Connell get him? Oh, yeah, he got his head kind of dropped into the dirt. He comes up grabbing his head because he got kind of like buried. Yeah, ow. Jamie Sharif buried his head into the dirt. Try to see if he could stick his head in there. Force your head in the dirt. 1st and 10. Handoff. Inside. Running hard. Seahawks swarm around him. Bring him down to the ground for a gain of 2 or 3 yards. Nice play by the defense here. Second and 7. Long drive here for the Packers. 7 minutes and 32 seconds to go here in the first quarter. Handoff inside. Again, Seattle swarms up around it, and again, it's O'Connell at the center of it. Nice job by Patrick. Read the ball carrier well, and met him right in the hole. Seahawks trying to run a little gap there. Or Packers trying to run a little bit of gap there. And O'Connell took the opportunity to kind of shoot the gap in the time it takes when you got to pull those guys in space in that play. 3rd down and 6. Seahawks showing blitz on the front side of this. 2-man high in the back. Shotgun here for Willis. And LaFleur doesn't like what he sees. LaFleur's got a real energy here on the first couple of drives here and the way he's calling this game. And I don't know if he's trying to see a little bit more of what he's got in Malik and they want to put some tests on him, but There's definitely a kind of a want it factor here. I'm sensing off the Packers here today a bit. HHG, thank you for the 24 months, 2 years. Thank you for that long time dedication and support to the channel. Says Sundell won the center role. Hard to see him not being your number one guy at this point. I think that Olatimi maybe just had that injury at the worst of times when you when you're in a heated competition and it's right down the line and it's, you need every rep you can. You need every good rep on tape you can. And that might have been just enough to kind of have him lose it on that. 3rd down and 6. Back in shotgun, trips to the far side of the formation for the Packers. Seahawks drop out of the blitz, change their play call here. Packers were anticipating the blitz. Malik's going to try to throw it on the run, throws on the run nicely and completes it for a first down. Hawks just couldn't create any pressure on the play here. They're giving Malik a lot of time in the pocket. Yeah. Just ran a really long crossing route, and that kind of play's got so much time across the field to develop. If you don't get the pressure, it's almost a guarantee to be open eventually there. Oh, what a beautiful shot. Handoff here. Same kind of run they've been running here, which is just an off kind of tackle run. The inside tackle on both sides. They're kind of going to one side of the line of scrimmage to the other on this. But the Hawks are doing a good job defensively of keeping that under lock and key, which is cool. 2-yard gain. Second and 8. Back under center. Here's Malik. Play action pass, roll out here. He's looking for his tight end. Goes back to the second level. Nice throw out there in space. Matthew Golden just can't hold on to it. Well, maybe it's just the 2 plays I've seen of Golden so far. It's kind of like a lackadaisicalness there to him in there. Just a little bit. Could you have gotten your second arm out there on this? No, I guess it was a little bit past you. Looked like you just kind of laissez-faire it with one hand. Dropping back to pass here. Rolling out. He's going to scramble around, and Malik Willis showing the legs that he's got. Able to go get another first down with his legs. It's hard with these mobile guys like that when they break the pocket, and it's really been, I think, the big centerpiece of this drive. Jared Ivey back on the field, by the way. Ivey did kind of clear out, though. He tried to run an inside move there, and it was his rushing lane that he exited there that allowed Malik to step up in the pocket and go find that rushing lane. Good to see the Jared's okay. First down and goal. 4:47 to go here in the first quarter. Ball at the 6-yard line. Packers coming out with a heavier look, 2 wide. Handoff inside, bounces it outside. Nice job there with the running back with a good cut. He'll go get himself 3 yards, and they're knocking on the door of the end zone. Warbenner Yeager, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate you, War, for doing that. It's very kind of you. Very, very kind of you. Packers with a very long drive here. One big play, but otherwise have just kind of slowly worked their way up the football field. Again, they'll be in a 2 tight end look here. Golden comes down condensed. They're going to run a little fade ball here to the back of the end zone. And it is, oh, come on. Looked like it was well played by Williams, but the officials are going to throw a very late flag on the play. I think the thing was like 3 seconds after the play had ended when they decided to toss that out. Looked like he made a nice play to me where he just got up and threw the man, but let's take another look at it. I mean, you know what I mean? They'll come back off that for a touchdown, a little slant route to the inside on Griffin. That's Romeo Doubs with a touchdown there. Tough call there. Tough call there on. I mean, I get it. You know, he does get his head turned back a little bit on that side of things, but you know, okay, Kitty, you can't be like this all day. We can't do this all day. Come on, chill out. I know she's got it. Yep, it's hers. Belongs to her today. You're just gonna have to wait your turn. Okay, so 6-0, long drive, scored touchdown by the Packers, running a lot of their frontline guys out there against your Seattle Seahawks today, trying to get their good look and good run. You don't have anybody out there on the field, so not a lot to really take away from when they're going to be running at our defense like that. That's, you know, so deep into already the depth into the first quarter. I think McDonald's showing you here that, look, the day of work was that practice day with the Packers a couple days ago. This is for those guys trying to make the practice squad. You're not even trying to figure out with like Sundle in this game, like with not even him out there, like was said by HHT a second ago. You're basically acknowledging the fact that I think that battle is kind of over at that point, unless they just really do love Olotimi and we're not seeing it, right? Mary Lou and Brooke, thank you for subscribing to the channel as well. I really, really, really do appreciate that. We're trying to get over 20,000 subscribers this year and beyond if possible. And so you're helping us get there just a little bit closer. I really, really thank you for that. And appreciate y'all for all the support and you guys for all the new subscribers who have jumped along here this year already so far. It's been tremendous. Tremendous. Yeah, James Stradley, it looks like the Packers are playing a lot of their starters. I know Love's not out there, but you started out with Josh Jacobs as your one running back out there. I would hesitate to guess here that they're probably to Chris Brooks, Emmanuel Wilson. I mean, they're the guys that are going to be getting reps probably in the season there at the running back position. Golden's out there. Romeo Doubs is out there. I know defensively it's the same story. So this is the Packers are choosing to do this, and we're not. And that's you got ones going up against threes in certain positions here. It's going to look a little silly, but you can't have that as a takeaway that's like this is going to be an indictment on the team on that. It's more impressive that you got a guy like you get a pick on the first drive, and you made it pretty damn hard on him going down the field on that. Not like they're running right down your throat. Kind of took an official's call in a 14-play, 96-yard drive for them to still pull it off against your threes. I ain't going to feel too bad about that one. That's fine. I still don't know if I'm feeling that call, though. Just gave him that first down. I don't know about that one. Or was that this game will be funner to watch than the Packers sit their starters? Amen. Yeah, I feel the same way. Like right now, it's like, okay, big brother beating up on little brother energy. It's not like we're getting mano-y-mano. All right, here's the kickoff. It'll drive Seattle back deep into their end zone. They're going to just down it there. That's what you got to do with these new rules. You get that ball at the 35-yard line when you do that. It's just don't turn down free money. If they're going to hand it to you, just take it. All right, out comes Milrow now. Let's see if the Packers just at least can stop running starters out there against Jarrell, Cable Do, and Menages. The Menage. 4:01 here. Ball at the 35-yard line, Seahawks territory, and they're going to start out in shotgun. A little RPO look here. Oh, bubble screen. Marquez Valding-Scantling catches the bubble, and he's going to be torn down to the ground quickly for only a gain of about 1 or 2. Ingingbade, the Packer edge, was able to get a big long arm on him and just pull him down. Second and 9. Another shotgun look here for the Hawks. 2 tight ends. Handoff inside. Gain of 2 yards, 3 yards. Definitely a little bit of an adjustment here from Kubiak, it seems like, in the play calling Brandon style here with Milroe out here versus what we had seen out with Darnold and Locke in the other earlier games. A little bit more shotgun basis here. You're into a 3rd and 7, though, now. 3 wide. Packers got just 4 men up around the line of scrimmage. Should have a little bit of time here to throw, should Milroe. Oh, they're creeping. They bring a 5-man blitz quick. Yeah, jeez, they're dialing it up on the kid. And he's sacked and looks like it's a fumble and maybe a touchdown. Yeah, they're going to call it a touchdown. Wow, looked like he might had been down, but I guess not. Again, it looks like Milroe's just confused in what he's seeing on the drop back there. Holds on to it, gets it stripped. Nope, it's a fumble. It's a touchdown. Packers did a good job on that of bringing that 5th man on the blitz really late on the play. They really disguised it well. And it just looked like, I'd love it. I'm going to like to see what I see on the L22 of what he's seeing here prior to the snap. Tough play, man. This is a rook, and this is a kid that's, I've said for a while, is learning and trying to come along. It's going to take him time. David, if you want to post too what it was you said in your donation, I'll read your dono, but I know it messed your dono up on the thing. If you want to repost that through, let me see if I... Rob says, what's that about beating up little brothers? What's up, Rob? Good to see you, brother. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Are they going to overturn this? Looks like maybe they're going to overturn this and say he was down. It looks like it is a fumble, but they're going to say the Packer player was down after the fumble when he picked it up. So they get the ball here on a short field. Tough start here. And yeah, the offensive line looking a little rough. 1st and 10. Malik Willis out of the game. Packers go to their 3rd man in the rotation, Clifford. He throws a bubble screen out wide that's going to go for a nothing gain. 2:25 to go here in the first quarter. Nice job of tackling out there in space by Williams. Not played too bad so far. I might still be with him on that PI call. I don't know if I'm still on board with. I think that was right. 5-man front here from the Hawks. Read option look here. Fumble! Ball on the ground. Kitty. You're driving me crazy. Recovered by the Packers, but not before they lose a couple of yards on the play. Who got that out? Was that Singleton? I think Singleton got a big old paw in there. Just kind of a long punch out. Got him from a little distance there and just knocked it out as the running back was running by. 3rd and 16. Dropping back to throw is Clifford. He's going to throw back out in space here on a bubble screen again, and that play will go for not much, far short of the first down. This will bring the Packers into a little bit of a better position for a field goal attempt here, though. 206, David. Thank you for the $10 donation. 206, David. Appreciate you for that. That's very kind of you, man. Says, Yo, B, here's to another awesome season of streams and great games. Go Hawks. Well, thank you for that. I know that the autocorrect killed you on the thing on the front there, so I kind of tried to correct what I think it was trying to have you say there. And thank you, man. I'm looking forward to it. The field goal attempt is up and through the uprights there. The Packers will take a 10-0 lead with 37 seconds to go in the first quarter. And I thank you for that, man. We're going to have a great year with this. The energy is just really awesome. And despite what's happened in this game so far, I think we're going to have a fun year on this with this team and a lot to A lot to cheer for. Okay. You're driving me crazy. One second, guys. I got to take care of this cat. Come on. Right there. It's a whole cat tree for you. Yes. Goodness gracious. She's a live wire today. All right, kickoff will be a short one this time, fielded at the 6-yard line and brought up from there. Nice return up in space, taken up to the 35-yard line. Seattle will take over. Down 10-0 here. Thank you again to David. Appreciate you for the that $10 donation, and we're going to have some great games this year, man. I think this team's ready. I think it is ready, and hopefully they lock it in. But thank you, man. I appreciate all your support as well, man. Remember, you guys, those that donated, also members of the channel, showing a lot of love to it here to me. I really appreciate you guys for that. Another shotgun look here for Jalen Milroe. Handoff inside to Damian Martinez. Off the RPO kind of look. Oh my God, Cat, you're going to drive me crazy today. It's going to go for a 1-yard gain. So far, Seahawks are not able to get much push at the line of scrimmage with this offensive line, nor are they doing much as far as getting the pass pro to work very well. You got a little bit of push there. And Milroe's kind of living in shotgun here. False start by the offensive line. Cable dude jumped. And that was just as the play clock was winding down. Sloppy football here for your Seattle Seahawks on the road here against the Packers. And Bryce Cable-Dew's had a little bit of an up and down camp as far as his play goes here. Another one of those guys trying to make the roster. These kind of plays can factor and matter into these sort of situations. And that will take us to the end of the first quarter. Mary Headley, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Mary, appreciate you for joining. Brooke, Mary Lou, War, Ben, Yeager. You guys are all, and girls, are all very nice, very, 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 very kind for joining up here with the Hawks Nest. I really do appreciate you for doing that. And thank you again, David, for the tenor, man. Jeffrey Thistle, thanks for the $5 donation. So I wanted to see Jalen with our starting offensive line for a drive at least. For optics alone, he's just going to look silly again. Zero Jalen hype after the preseason. Yeah, you could say that if the Packers were going to bring these guys out like they were, that maybe you'd want to give him at least some of the starters initially to kind of let him be all right with it. I think that part of what you're seeing, Jeffrey, from the offensive line as far as the performance right now from the second, third stringers that are in is probably a little bit of the indicator as to why they have chosen in this situation to not have those guys go and start today on the offensive line, being that they know that they got to rely on these front line guys, that the backups are, it's maybe a little rough if we got to go to these guys. And all the more reason maybe John's going to be looking for offensive linemen here once we get to the end of this training camp preseason cut down day. Seahawks had Dalton Risner in this past week. A lot of people are going, why are you having Dalton Risner in here? Well, I think we're seeing a little bit of why you had Dalton Risner in here. They don't feel necessarily great about where the offensive line is at. It was one of those concerns coming into training camp with this team, and that you hoped it was going to be better and it could be improved, and it might just. But there is still, I think, some question marks at the very least when it comes to the depth there, Jeffrey. But I agree with you. Jalen's not being given exactly the greatest of situation here in how he's being set up for this day so far. Interesting to see the shotgun heavy looks as well, because you are running the offense a little different with him out there versus Locke or Sam Darnold being a little bit more under center. And I think that this probably speaks to a little bit of the lack of maybe confidence in Jalen to be able to execute that offense. They're trying to keep things a little more simplified with the shotgun looks here. I'm not too sure on that. to be honest with you, Jeffrey. But you capture it correctly there. Got to get this thing turned around. We got 2 yards of total offense in the first quarter. R. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Jalen Milroe is Jamarcus 2.0. I think he'll be better than that. I think he will definitely be better than that. It's not a big bar to clear, though. Yeah, I will say that. But at least the one thing he's got, Sanchez, that Jamarcus didn't have was the work ethic. And it's going to take a while. But that's the thing a lot of guys don't necessarily have. He drops back to pass here in shotgun. Quick throw here over the middle for a short completion to Marquez Valdez-Scantling. They'll gain about 6 on the play. Get back some of that penalty yardage on the false start on second down. This will bring up yet another 3rd and long. The Packers have dialed up heat both of the 2 times that you've been in this situation, in these moments. Let's see if they're going to do that again here. As Packers are definitely playing this game-like situations a little bit across the board. 4-man front for the Packers. Jalen, shotgun, 3 wide. And they're just going to hand it off inside into Damian Martinez. A nice carry for him. He's going to gain himself 8 yards, but you needed 9. That's going to be a little bit short of the first down. Let's see if Mike chooses to kick this one or if he decides to see if he can go for it. Let's see how these guys do in short yardage. And they're going to go for it. I like it. Let's go, Mike. Who cares, right? Who cares? It's preseason. Let's go. Let's see what you guys got. Can you move a man when they don't want to be moved? Can you move a man when they're anticipating the run? Oh, they're going to do the thing where they call a timeout here, aren't they? Players are kind of standing around. A little bit of a delay here for some reason. I don't know if we got a timeout or what the cause is for the time here. Read option keeper to Milroe from Kubiak here. You guys feeling that? Yeah, Mike Skinner's got it. Milroe quarterback sneak. Something Milroe running related, right? What is going on? A lot of time, just players sort of standing around, just talking. Nothing's really happening here. I don't know if they're having some issue. The clock's broken. Yeah, that might be it. The 25-second play clock's not rolling, so that might be what is the cause of this. So we'll see Sanchez. I think at least his work ethic will give him some inroads to this a bit. Versus Jamarcus, who by all accounts, there's the whole story about Jamarcus with being sent game film to watch, and I think they sent him a blank tape to see if he watched it, and they asked him if he had watched him. He's like, oh yeah, I watched it, totally watched it. All right, we got a keeper here for Milroe, and that will go for a successful tush push. Man, he got himself 2 or 3 yards there. They're saying that there's a fumble on the play. The Packers are. Did Milroe fumble again? He doesn't have the ball coming up out of the pile. Packer has the ball. It will be a Packer. Okay. So it's a Packer ball. Goodness gracious. You had the first down and lost it in there somewhere, did Milroe. Yeah. Looks like it's out before the knee hits. Rough start for our guy here. Rough start for our guy. David, thank you for another $5 donation. He says, was excited to see Milroe, but we are not doing him any favors with this line play. Really hoping we get this figured out week 1. Laughing out loud. Yeah, I think, and I'm hoping the starters are much better than what you're trotting out here right now. And it's more than just the starters, of course, too, because you have Sundell that you're not out there. I don't think I see Haynes out there, who I think you'd have out ahead of a guy like Cable do. I think there's some positions here where you're also to the third unit on this and third unit quick. So it's not the play. The line play is not helping out particularly well so far here. I mean, false starts. You saw Milroe dealing with that in the first couple times he's out there before. Guy's got a hole in the ball though. The ball security is a part of playing the quarterback position. That's 2 fumbles in a quarter and 2 minutes. Hold on to the ball, young man. Hold on to the ball. Yeah, I agree, Sanchez. He's got to hold on to the ball there. I'm not letting him off on that. That's the part you come back to him here and you're like, okay, you get caught by the blitz a couple times. That's going to happen. But you got to be aware of pressure coming around you when you're sitting off your first look and the pressure is coming around your back. You got to be aware of getting your hands, keeping your hands on the ball. You're going to have a defender banging around. You got to have that internal clock going. It's one of the places with Milroe that goes back to college with him is that the internal clock and the pocket sense and awareness there is not always the greatest. And he can sometimes take it for granted he's got blocking that he doesn't really have and time that he doesn't really have. And that's where you've got to play with a certain amount of that time frame. But one thing with Milroe on this is that I'm being very consistent in talking about this. I'm hopeful for the kid, but what I've said over and over again with the kid is despite some of the nice early returns that we've had from him is that this thing will take time. It's not going to arrive there overnight, and people want it a little bit in the feeling of him for this thing to come together instantly. And if it doesn't come together instantly, then he either sucks and we just got to give up on that, or this one's going to really take people to give it that time to see if it can come to be, and that's going to be the tough part of this one because I think there'll be a lot of push on it. But yeah, it's hopefully, David, the line looks a little bit better on that one come week 1. I think it will be looking a lot better when you got your Cross and your Lucases and your Zabels out there, one of your top 2 centers out there. I think you're going to see a lot more improvement, especially considering that the Packers started out there basically defensive starters. Another short field here for the Green Bay Packers on the 47-yard line. Offense not doing them any favors here so far in this game. Handoff up the middle, and it'll be a gain of 7 or 8 yards there. Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, off topic, but John Schneider nailed the Wilson trade. There's a non-zero likelihood he gets cut or doesn't stay the starter. The quarterback cliff is no joke. Very much Jackson Dart pushing, to your point, Wilson hard out there in New York. And he's already, heir apparent. Back under center here is Clifford, 2nd and 2. 12 personnel look. He's going to check the play at the line of scrimmage. Seahawks bringing a 3-4 look on the counter to the other side. Another run up inside. Another nice run there for about 4 or 5 yards. Good, hard, strong run. Again, Seattle's got guys like O'Toole out there and Campbell on this defensive line right now, just worth considering. First and 10. Fly sweep out wide. This will be a nice carry. Caught the Seahawks off guard there, and that'll be a 10 or 11-yard gain. But John Schneider absolutely nailed the Wilson trade. It's why it will be an all-timer, is because these trades are not just about the assets you get back. It's what you have avoided in this situation. With Wilson, it was the avoiding of the massive contract that he was wanting to be signed if you were going to keep him. It's the money you save off that deal and what you do with that money. It's the draft picks. It's finding the right compensation for a guy, as you say, right about to kind of hit that cliff. And John timed it very well there. First down and 10. Ball on center here. Underneath center's Clifford. Running back will bounce it outside, bounce it back inside, go take it for another 9-yard gain. Packers have the Seahawks defense here a little bit on skates on this drive. Coming in with that gap, kind of a counter gap there. And it worked well. 11:27 to go in the second quarter. Packers up 10-0. They're going to have a 2nd and 1 here. 3 wide. all to one side of the field, the far side. Shotgun look here for Clifford. This is a run all day. Yeah, it's a run up the middle. And you see that thing coming from a mile away. Gain of about 2 or 3 yards. Brought down by Thomas. Oh my gosh, cat. Tyreek Smith is a little bit gimpy coming on up on the play. Okay. First and goal from the 6-yard line for the Packers. Another timeout for the Green Bay Packers, not liking what they're seeing. LaFleur's just locked in today, man. He's treating this game like the conference championship. I don't know if he's mad about something. I guess it's not Clifford. Are they to their fourth? Yeah, so they're their fourth quarterback now. Taylor Elgersma. Taylor Elgersma. That's not a real name. No, that's not real. First and goal here from the 6 under center is Taylor. Handoff. Nice job by the Hawks there. Looks like that was, I think, Singleton there maybe. Yeah, Singleton's playing a really strong game. Had a punch-out fumble there earlier and was in the backfield on that play making a tackle. Big old defensive tackle, undrafted rookie free agent. 10 minutes to go in the second quarter. Second and goal now. Shotgun, 2 wide to the far side of the field. 2 tight ends, another handoff back inside. They're just trying to bully ball this one as the Packers. Seattle's having no part of it. Just a gain of about 2. That'll bring you to third and goal now. Come on, Seahawks D. Keep him to a field goal here. Packers have run 28 plays offensively to the Seattle Seahawks' 10 plays so far in this football game. Third and goal. Taylor's going to go back under center here. 2 wide, 2 tight end. Play action pass. Oh, he's got a man. Wide open. Boy, he had 2 guys both ways wide open on the play for a touchdown. They run a little mesh concept, and both points of the mesh were open coming out of that. I mean, he could have gone either way, and both of them are wide open by 2 or 3 yards. Drag routes, crossing routes today have been problematic in the passing game. And yeah, 17, for whatever reason, acted like he was going to get pickup help there as the guy was going across the field. And then, well, like Callaghan is the guy in coverage there. He's not making the roster. So, whew. Sanchez, back to your point on the Wilson trade. It will be an all-timer for those reasons I mentioned. But it's also the understanding I think that he had within it that we were seeing at the time and talking about here on the channel, and that is that these quarterbacks, because there's been the Bradys and the Peyton Mannings that have come through, and Aaron Rodgers to a little bit of a lesser degree, these guys that have found really firm footing from the quarterback position later into their 30s, and that they performed at a high level at that age, that's made all these other teams get sort of tricked into the thought process that this is the new standard. This is the new normal. All of these quarterbacks that were good in their 20s will be maybe even better in their 30s and still maybe even really good in their late 30s. And I think what we're going to find is that those guys were more fewer and far between, and that guys do hit that cliff, and that you're much more likely to run into the Drew Brees cliff, the Phillip Rivers cliff, that spot where it's just like the guy just seems to almost like lose a huge part of his skill set overnight. And you got to be careful with that, especially when you're talking about throwing around the kind of money that, that we're looking to throw around. But that's also the tough part too, Sanchez, because then you have also the Stafford deals, because a lot of the Stafford success will drive a lot of this as well, where that's one that it worked. And you had a guy that could have theoretically been going right to that cliff when the Rams made that trade, and that back fell apart then at the time of the trade 3 years ago. And then they look silly right now. Back holds up for 3 years. They go get themselves a Super Bowl. Oh, it worked out. It's the tough game you got to play as a GM in this league, and when to take that risk, when not to take that risk, and knowing at the end of the day with it's probably a coin flip, whether it'll work out or not. In those kind of elder quarterbacks that may or may not have a little bit of gas left in the tank. Well said there, Sanchez. Totally agree. He knocked that one into the upper deck. Siggy Hansen. Thank you, Siggy, for subscribing to the channel and all the new subscribers today. Really appreciate you on that, helping us get a little bit closer to our goal of 20,000 subscribers this year. I really appreciate you for doing that. And do please hit that like button if you get a chance to here today, folks. I would really appreciate it. Joshua Carlisle, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I meant Haynes, not Bradford. I didn't see where you had I'll have to look for it here. Joshua, if you can post in the comments. I'm not sure what you mean on Haynes, not Bradford. If you can elaborate. Thank you for the $2 donation. Jeffrey, thank you for the $2 donation as well. Says, sign the Rizzler. Can't hurt. He's got some good size to him, Jeffrey. All right. Ball at the 35-yard line after the fair catch, and he's loose. Jacardi Wright's out of the open, and Jacardi Wright's down the sideline. 30, 20, 15, 10. Drug down at the 3-yard line. Shot out of a cannon. Jacardi Wright. Boom. Seahawks come right back at it here. Jacardi Wright just hit that hole on fire. He was tasting end zone in the backfield. He said, is that end zone? I need to give me some of that end zone. Seahawks quickly down onto the 4-yard line into Packer territory in a blink. Jalen under center. Back to Jacardia. Get that hot hand to hand the ball. And penetration in the backfield quickly by a Packer. They'll drag him down for a yard or two loss there. Packers saw that play coming from a mile away. Yeah, Michael Jarrell really had his hands, not Jarrell, yeah, Jarrell really had his hands fall. That's probably why we feel like Jarrell sometimes he's better to the left side than the right. I don't know if he's as comfortable over there on the right side. He got his hands on him, and that guy just quickly dispersed him. Of course, he was also on that right side when you busted the big runoff on the prior play, so maybe I need to shut up. Shotgun look here for Milroe. This is going to be a quarterback run the whole way, and he's going to be cut down in the backfield, and this will make this 3rd and goal. Man, just can't get out to the block. God, how did he whiff that? How do you miss that block? Jalen is shotgun, 3 wide. Drops back to throw. Climbs up in the pocket. He's going to run this one, and he's got some daylight, and Jalen's in for a touchdown. Jalen said, I'll do it myself. We got a flag. Holding on, Seattle. What? What? Man, that was horse. No, that was dumb. That was dumb. That was a bad call. There was nobody holding on the play. That was the most phantom hold crap I've seen. Ball is completed down to Bobo on a nice just rope by Jalen Milroe, but they will still be short of the end zone here by about 3 yards. We'll see if Mike's feeling froggy. What was the hold? Thank you, King. Yeah, you guys didn't see. You aren't seeing it either in the chat. There was no hold there. There was no hold. That was such a clean play, blocked all the way around on the line there. And another one of those like late flags of like once Milroe was in the end zone, here comes the flag. 4th and goal. Milroe drops back to throw, and he just dirts that thing. What the hell happened there? I think it got knocked down. What a stupid call. The hold was absolutely, they showed the replay. They had an all 22 leg shot from behind. Nobody was holding. Wipes a touchdown off the board. That ball's knocked down at the line of scrimmage. I hope it's not this year with the officials like that. You know what I mean? We already had the fade ball in this game down on the side. I know it's a preseason, but it's like, dude, come on. Let's not start this. Let's not start this already. Not now. Not now. Joshua, let me see if I got your deal there. Thank you for the donation there, Joshua. I wasn't sure what you mean on the Haynes thing. A little time here again. Earlier on the line was referencing that. Okay, you had a $5 on the line. Sorry, we've had a few donos here. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it might have gotten lost in the shuffle. The one on your thing on the offensive line there, Joshua. I've just got one $5 from you earlier, which was the what up. Can't wait to rock another season. I don't have one that has any reference on the donos here in my track that I can see that I might have missed on. So sorry if it got lost in the shuffle. We're gonna have a lot of donos this year, a lot of action going on, especially during the live stream shows. Sometimes it's hard to always catch every single one because I'm doing the not the live stream, but the play-by-plays. So I'm just trying to bounce back and forth, but I'm sorry, brother. I just don't see where it was mentioned in there. Again, if you can just put it in so if we have the folks like this, where if you have yourself autocorrect and it does something like that in the thing, or a donation gets lost on my scroll, so I've got to kind of pick it out. What I'll do then is just post what you were going to say back in the chat. I'll look for your name. I'll bring it back out. I'll reference it there, but it's hard to kind of hunt and peck and find where this dono was to that, where this comments to this. So if you can do that for me, Joshua, I'd appreciate it. And then I'll be able to read it at that point and know what you were trying to ask on that. I thank you for the donation with it. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate you for that, man, and all of the support today. I wasn't a big Willis fan when he came out of college. He needed a lot of time to develop. He looks more polished and confident. This is the route that J Mill needs to take. So just be patient, Hawk fans. Very, very well put. In a lot of ways, I think these guys do have some echoes of their game in that way. I mean, they're kind of similar size. They've got the similar way that they can kind of move a little bit. Even down to, I think that they're more faster than they are quicker players at times, Mark, right? Like I'd say even to that. But that was the case with Willis, in that you were going to take him. You were going to have to wait some time for him to develop as well. He had a long way to go. 1st and 10 here. Packers underneath center. Dropping back to pass here. A little bit of pressure finally. Flushes him out of the quarterback out of the pocket, and he's going to throw this away. There we go. Packers have had some time to kind of work at times and able to force a little bit of the action there. Second down and 10. Packers on the 4-yard line. It's kind of the nice part about going for when you go down there is you put them on that long, long field. If you don't get it. Got a bubble screen out wide. Nice job of attacking it out there by Williams. He's done a good job today, that outside cornerback. He's been feisty, competitive, on it. He's been impressive in this game. 3rd down and 9. Let's see if the defense can get Packer offense off the field quickly with a little 3 and out. Get the ball back over the offense with some time to work here and 3 timeouts. 3rd down and 9. Dropping back to throw. Deep drop here at that. Comes back underneath here. Seahawks have it all covered up deep. Tries to hit the underneath throw and see if he can go and yak it up and get the first down. He cannot. Israel Abakanda stops short there for a 4th and 3. And a nice job by the Hawks defense today. Well, not today, but on that drive. Been a bit of a mixed bag today, I would say. And again, too, sorry, Joshua, on the Carlisle on the thing there where something got lost there on your donation front there with it. Oh, there we go. Oh, you put your other one in there. All right. Thank you for another $5. Sorry, I wasn't meaning you had to put another $5. I was just going to look for you in the comments, your username on that. So you didn't have to drop another $5, brother. I appreciate it. Punt here by Waylon. He'll knock this very deep. My goodness. The Titanic kick here for him, taking Bobo back deep. Bobo takes it up to the 36-yard line on a very deep kick. Joshua, thank you for the $5 donation. And sorry for the one that got lost there in the sauce on your other dono there. This is attempt number 2. Don't get the point of putting Milroe behind that line. Surely Olu, Haynes, etc. would be a better strategy. I don't mind paying you twice. Oh, well, thank you, Josh. I appreciate you doing that. And 1 second, I'm going to get back onto your comment here as they're going to go right here to the Hawks on this one. So 2 wide. Play action pass here for Milroe. Drops back to throw. He's looking down the football field. He's got his man Marquez Valding-Scantling with a first down. Nice big play down the field. The biggest throw and catch for the Seahawks all day so far. Nicely done. Let Milroe drop, and you love it off the play action too. Play action off a center. I like to see a little bit less of the shotgun stuff here. I'm going to pair this up with Joshua. Your thoughts on this a little bit? Being that, I would have liked to have maybe seen a little bit more of the offensive line starters out there, getting them some more reps. Would like to see a little bit more of this under center stuff with Milroe at times too. Actually executing the offense at hand, so to speak. Same kind of look. 2 wide here. Oh my God. Offensive line. You know the snap count. Yeah. Jarrell's having a bit of a tough one here today so far. Come on, Mike. Golly. I'll say this too with the Joshua. It's like the concern and I had throughout this offseason, and I still do have coming into this year, is this offensive line and the just fact they don't put enough quite talent out there every year. And it's like we're running these kind of guys out at times. You're like, dude, we can't get a little bit more competent. 1st and 15. Milroe drops back to throw. Slings it over the middle. Off target. Trying to hit Lang. 2nd and 15. So I would have liked to have seen the same thing, Joshua, in that you give him a little bit more steadiness, get him back under center a little bit rather than have him do the shotgun thing they were living at the start on this. Kind of weird that they didn't. And as you've said, and as a couple other folks have said in the chat on this today with it as well, that you're not really setting him up for the success at that point. It's putting him in a bit of a bind here where you overcome this. And this is supposed to be kind of that one long start we want him to have a real good look of things and where he's at. It's hard to make that determination when the parts around you are just, kind of failing through. A little bit of a delayed screen here. Another just kind of sloppy looking play. And this is going to bring up 3rd and 13. I'd like to have seen him kind of cheat. It's a called screen. Kubiak's not been in his bag on the play calling either. But Joshua, I agree with you, man. I think you and there's been a few folks too as well, in addition to us on this, and would like to seen that. Makes it a little bit harder in the evaluation point with Milroe in this game because of that. 3rd down and 13. 2 minutes and 31 seconds to go here in the second quarter. Seahawks down 17-0. What is going on? Man, LaFleur is going to use all of his timeouts today. I got to say, man, LaFleur's like, his energy on the sideline is like, this is the conference title game right now. Mike's over there laughing and at ease, and LaFleur's just, he seems like he's got his butt cheek squeezed this whole game. Stay off the coke, dude. Mark Sanchez again with a really good thought on this, and I think I want to just put this and just say this one more time in regards to those people looking at Milroe here and that maybe like, oh, geez, now this is just, he's not going to this or he's not going to. As Mark says, I wasn't a big fan of Malik Willis when he came out of college. He needed a lot of time to develop. Now with the Packers, we saw last year as well, in addition to Mark's comment about today, 3rd and 13, blitz look here from the Packers. Seahawks are going to run it up the middle here with Damian Martinez. Martinez will be cut down after a nice run, but not before he's going to be a little short of the first down. Good call there by the Hawks, catching the Packers on a blitz. They've got a nice little wham block there on the pulling guard. 4th and 2, they're going to go for it here. Maybe a timeout. Maybe a timeout to set this up right. Everything's disjointed. Call a timeout. They finally do. It's like, Mike, just like you could just feel the thing's not there, Mike. Get the timeout going. They're all lined up. Offensive players looking back at Jalen. Jalen's trying to time it out. You got 3. You're perfectly fine. It's a 4th down play you're trying to go for. Let's get it shut down. Mark, to your point, Willis does look more polished and confident with this Packer team. He has come far since his days of starting there out the tight ends when they gave him up for Will Levis. And this is going to be the approach with Jalen Milroe. And I've been consistent about this since the day we drafted this guy to right now. I haven't wavered on this for a moment. I haven't wavered on this when people have said, well, now are you willing to admit this about Jalen? Well, now are you willing to say that he should be in the quarterback competition battle? Saying no. It's a 2-year process. He's not a finished product right now. And I think we all as fans, I include myself on this, are bad about sometimes forgetting that these are kids. And that we want to just, for whatever reason, think of them as what they are when they walk in the league rather than thinking, what happens when you give a guy time professionally to get better at something? What happens when you give him multiple years to do that? What do you get from that player then? There can be some really great returns from it. And Jalen's got a lot of talent. We just got to give him that time and allow for that patience, as hard as it is to do, as much as there's that natural pull there to say, well, I want to see what he did now. Sink or swim. Can you fly? Let's throw you off the top of the building and see if the wings will take. No. Let's let him build up the wing strength. You got to build that wing strength up. Thank you, though, Mark. I appreciate it. And Joshua Carlisle, also very well said on your part in regards to the offensive line today. And all the much more, too, because people will kind of be ripping on Milroe with that a bit on the back of, he played horrible. It was like, well, you had your 3rd and 4th stringers out there a bit. Doesn't explain it all, like the fumbles, and to Sanchez's point below, that's on him with those fumbles. You got to be better on those situations. You can't have the turnovers. Big part of this offense and working this offense is the management of the turnovers, the plus to minus ratio, the limiting interceptions, the limiting fumbles. And see if it comes forward on that. But thank you, Mark. Appreciate the donation. Alex Wade, thank you for the $2 donation. It says the Lambo special. There we go. Not too special today. It's feeling kind of unspecial. Furlack has been a member of the Hawks Nest for a very long period of time, 41 months. A Hawks Nest member here. Thank you for that, Furlack. Really appreciate that long-time support. Says, what's up, Brando? How's it kicking? It's kicking well here on our side of it, but it has been a little bit of rough going as far as a football game goes here for our Hawks. Offensively, they've been just trying to kind of search and find themselves a bit. Defensively, it's not been awful defensively, but it's just, it's been a bit of a struggle today, I guess, overall. 4th and 2, shotgun look here for Milroe. 4 wide, drops back to throw, get away, use those legs. Oh, no. He'll be stopped short, tried to use his legs there late. Packers converge down on him, nowhere to go. Another 4th down stop by the Packers, second one for them in this quarter. 1 minute and 53 seconds to go in the second quarter. Seahawks down 17-0. Tough stop there. Just couldn't find anybody, felt some pressure coming, left the pocket, and too many Packers were standing around there. Bubble screen here, thrown a little too high and complete on the play. So we're getting through it for a lack. A little bit of struggle today. Corey, appreciate the $5. Your thoughts on the NFL adding another regular season game? I think it's bad for a lot of reasons, including players having much shorter careers, etc. I'm not in favor of it either, Corey. Quite frankly, I wasn't really even in favor of the extra game that they added a couple of years ago. I'll get to it here in just a sec here. Second down and 10, shotgun look here. Dropping back to throw. He's going with the 9 route over the top. Safety help is there. Nicely done. I think that's Jarek Reed out there helping out on the other side. Almost able to make a play on the ball. Helping out his corner there, though, on the 9 route. And Williams, again, in good tight coverage over there. Callaghan, actually, in coverage over there. What was that? I don't think that was Reed. It's 23. It's 23. Third down and 10. 1:45 to go here in the second quarter. Shotgun look, 4 wide, dropping back to throw. No pressure. He's only got a short little completion he can make on the play here. That'll bring up 4th down. Seahawks, no doubt, will call timeout here to give Jalen a chance. Nice play. Patrick O'Connell has played a very strong game from the middle linebacker position for your Seattle Seahawks. Came up, made the play in space. And a good job by the Seahawks here. They're covering up deep on this play. You have the one kind of 9 route where you had tight coverage on it. They were able to complete. But then aside from that, you've been able to cover up deep and then rally short when the Packers have tried to throw that way in this game. They're 9 of 15 are the Packers for 69 yards in this game. Granted, you do have 2 touchdowns passes, but you also do have an interception from your Seahawks in this one too, in addition to that. 4th and 7. Seahawks will still have 2 timeouts after calling that. I guess they didn't take one earlier. Packer punter boomed the last one. This one's a little bit shorter, driving up. Oh, no. We've got a collision. Boy, this game's just been a rough one from all the way around. We got a collision and an injury. 33 for the Seahawks. So 2 Seahawks players are down on the football field. Bobo's one of them. Bobo coming up to catch the ball. He's fair catching the ball and then just gets crunched. Seahawks player was blocking on the play. Super short punt. This game has been a mess. Complete mess. Both players are seriously injured. Neither are getting up off the field. I think it's Williams is the cornerback. I think he's got, it looks like they're doing the ACL test on his knee on one side. Bobo, I can't even see what's going on with him right now. Bobo's hurt really bad, and Bobo hit with his neck, turned sideways at just the worst of angles. So you got a short punt. Punt returner is running up to go and field the punt. Bobo doesn't do this very often, right? And so he's trying to learn how to do this. He comes rallying up late on the play to try to make this short catch on the punt. And you've got a Seahawks blocker being blocked slowly into the pathway of right where Bobo's going to then make the punt return. And then you have this horrific collision there as Bobo, just as he makes the catch, runs right on into that guy. And they've got Bobo still on the ground. You've got, Packer medical staff standing around, players down on a knee. It doesn't look good at all. And why Bobo's back there returning punts, I don't know. Oh my gosh, dude. We were only through a half of this game, and it's like Freddy Krueger's nightmare here. I mean, you got everywhere else across the board on this football team. You've got freaking lawyers, doctors, and freaking accountants out here on the field right here through your whole rest of your game, but you're going to bring out one of your receivers you're relying on this year for being a pretty key blocker in the run game. Like, this is I'm really getting the point with Harbaugh on this, where I'm just at a spot where I don't get what's going the F on with him. Like, does he understand anything with punt returners or getting how to find one and what he's looking for in one? And, well, we only got ones. Our only other backup to go to is Bobo. That's your best answer here 2 years in? I still do not understand why the team didn't just say, bring back Jalen Durden, who was fine last year, and thankfully Bobo's up on his feet, thank God. God, I hope he's okay. Jay's really working me this, you know? Like, this is one with Jay where you're like, what are we doing, Jay? What are we doing there, Jay? Our wide receiver room is one of our thinnest positions on the team. We've got a guy in Cooper Kupp with an injury history that could go down at any time. Like, why is he out in the third preseason game with a bunch of guys that are four stringers who aren't going to be on the roster? I know Bobo's not like an elemental receiver here, but like, what's the win here? What are we doing here? Oh, so the Packers have the ball, so I guess it was a fumble on the play. Well, this gets better. Oh, goodness. Oh, 2nd and 7. The quarterback will scramble out, and he'll go get a first down to the 8-yard line. We do have an actual flag on the Packers. Wow. All right, I'm over the Harbaugh thing, but goodness. Holding on the Packers, 2nd down and long. 1:02 to go here in the second quarter. Seahawks down 17-0. Yeah, Corey, I don't think I'm in favor of the longer seasons. I think you mentioned about the careers being shorter. I think the other thing I tend to believe with this as well is just that you have a lot of sports, or there's hockey, baseball, basketball, where there's too many games. 162 games in baseball is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And you get to the places in the season where you're like, man, this season's really long. 2nd and 18 for the Packers. I'll have to kind of get to the donos here as we get past the action here. It's kind of going hot and heavy. Dropping back to throw. A little bit of pressure. He's hit on the throw. Ball will be incomplete. Packers looking for flags. Looks like Jarek Reed was down there making another solid play in coverage. This will bring up 3rd and 18. Almost a very late hit there. Looked like Sharif hit the quarterback just a tiny bit late, but he got away with it. And yeah, good play there by Jarek Reed. Their feet just kind of, Hardman, the receiver, was looking for a PI there, but their legs just got a little bit tangled up on the play. It'll happen. 3rd and 18. 58 seconds to go in this football game, or a second quarter. 4 wide here for the Packers. Looks like a false start by the Packers. Yep, they're going to get hit with it there. Rightfully so. Yeah, Mike Skinner, I'm not looking to necessarily get rid of special teams. Big part of being top 3 in the league, too, has to do with your punter and kicker on that. It wasn't as much of being top 3 because how well you kicked, and, you know, it's just that there's things in here that are just a little bit with him that are, it's been off here with him off the start. It hasn't been smooth sailing. And there's been a variety of points with that with Harbaugh. And even start this preseason, we're seeing the same thing where the special teams unit starts to look like something that's going to have a factor within it that may hold us back at times, especially on the kick and punt return defense. And we'll see how it goes regular season wise. But it took him 80% of the year to get to the fact that they could finally figure out D. Williams wasn't the guy last year when pretty much everyone could see from game one. There are some signs here outside of just taking one base stat with Jay on that from last year and going, well, this one stat says there's some concerns here. There's some legitimate concerns here with him. And I think he's got a lot to prove. This is not a guy with a pedigree of being a pro special teams coordinator. He was a college coordinator you brought up to the pro ranks. And you did this very same thing with an offensive coordinator last year, and it wasn't a smashing success with it. So I'm hopeful with Jay long-term, not calling for 75, but he's kind of working the last nerve with watching some of this team play on the special teams. It's kind of like every week it's something a little bit with him. Fourth and 20 here for the Packers. They're going to try a very long field goal attempt. Boy, if you get a miss here, you're at least going to have a little bit of field position. Kick is up, and it is through. 20-0. So, Corey, yeah, I just feel like in those other sports, you reach a sort of a malaise point of the seasons where you're just like, man, I still have in baseball 60, 70 games left to go before we're going to figure out who's going to be the, do you really need all of those games to determine it? Could you figure out in baseball at like 125 games who is the one that, is the best in the league that given year? I think you kind of can. I think that's kind of good enough, especially with all of the playoff games you play on top of that. And I think the NFL is kind of in danger of having that same thing happen where some of the cool parts of the NFL, I feel like this with college football too in the past and how it's been. And I don't mind the college football playoffs as well because I think that's just a cool aspect in what they're doing there. But that you don't want to get to that point where there's a saturation and just things going on forever when it could be, I think, determined just a hairpin quicker. And it's not being driven by the fact that they want to give the fans more. It's driven, in fact, by money. They want to make more money. You add an extra game, it increases this much every year and what you're able to bring in revenue-wise. I think there's a lot of different reasons why it doesn't make a lot of sense to do it. And it's really just kind of the one thing kind of making it happen, right, Corey? It's just sort of the one issue driving that being the almighty dollar. Kickoff here goes into the back of the end zone where it'll be down. The Seahawks will have 48 seconds and one timeout here in this second quarter. Long second quarter here. And Jalen Milroe will come back out onto the football field. Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you for that, Sanchez. Says, who sneaks through to the practice squad? Wright or Martinez? I think that you're probably only going to carry 3 running backs, in my opinion. So I will say that I think both Jarcadia Wright and Damian Martinez end up on the practice squad, that you keep 2 running backs there because you're only keeping 3 running backs on the active. Milroe dropping back to pass out of shotgun here. He sets up and he's going to heave it deep. He's got a man open deep and he slightly overthrows him. White was running with a couple steps deep down the seams and Milroe had him. Milroe just let the big gun fire a little too loudly. Just didn't give him a chance with White there. It's a little bit with Jalen in that the deep balls with him will tend to come in on that trajectory that's got a little bit of that flatlineness to it. It's coming out with a lot of velocity, but he's not really layering it over the top. And when you make those throws, you can usually kind of layer it and give that guy then the opportunity to, you don't have to be as perfect on the throw versus when you kind of throw it with some of that heat. A little quick completion here to Damian Martinez is going to go for a gain of about 5 or 6. Clock will continue to run. 31 seconds to go in the second quarter. Third down now for your Seahawks. Jalen's trying to call some plays here and move things around. You don't have time here, young man. Let's go. You got to make a play down the field now. Not a short pass. Pressure. He gets around it. Able to scoot around the other side. Looking, and nowhere to go. Fourth down. Tough day continues here for your Seattle Seahawks offense. And Jalen looks just a little bit like the game's going real fast for him right now. Cable he's had a very rough half, allowed some instantaneous pressure, which blew this play up really at the origin point of it. You had way too quick a pressure from him as he's continued to have a bit of a rough training camp and a bit of a rough preseason action as well. So 4th and 4, Seahawks are going to punt this away with 14 seconds to go, and that'll close us up on this half, which has been a tough half. So I think they're going to go with the 2 running backs to the practice squad. I think they're going to think in both of the 2 cases, Sanchez with those 2 players, that there's not going to be necessarily anybody that's going to scoop them up and bring them onto their active roster. I think you just always feel like with running back 2, even if that happens, that you can go out there and find somebody if you needed to. I think that's the way they're going to go. And they did carry the 3 running backs last year. That's how they kind of tried it out in their approach. Ethan Tech World, thank you for the $2 donation. What do you think Damian Martinez's future is? Hard to say. Hard to say a little bit, I would say. I don't think that he's in alignment to be some future starter or that he's going to be the new Chris Carson, which we had kind of hoped when we drafted him as far as a best case scenario goes, that's what you'd get out of him, is a guy that could kind of replicate what Chris did. I think we haven't seen that in the preseason. You feel he can break some tackles here and there, but he is not what I would call a pure tackle breaker at the pro level. And he's not super explosive. He's not super fast. He's a guy that had to kind of be able to win with power a bit more in the way that he gets off of tackles. Has got to be able to kind of, shuck some of those tackles just in a way that other running backs can't to get his money, so to speak, to be able to be effective as a running back. And I see him at times here as a back, just kind of too often the first tackler's bringing him down. And with Damian, I don't think that can be as much of his game if he's a guy that's going to ascend to becoming a starter outside of really, getting himself extended outside of kind of that role player kind of position in the way that he would seem to, allocate. And it's part of why I think he goes to more of the practice squad at this point. So I'm not out on him. I don't think that there's not a chance he could get better in a year from now and just in the program and as a practice squad guy. But I think right now he's not exactly blowing me away here in the action we've seen of him in the preseason. Not been bad. There's been some good runs in there too. I think he's running strong. And just that tackle breaking element was the part I was really going to kind of watch for, especially as a guy that could maybe fit to a role being kind of a short yardage back for your Seahawks, something you kind of need a little bit. But I don't know if I see that. Jeffrey, thank you for the $2 donation. Appreciate you for that, Jeffrey. Marquez Valding-Scandling, 3rd or 4th string. My opinion is I think that if healthy, Torrey Horton is going to ascend to the 3rd string role, and then Marquez becomes the 4th. I think. I was a little bit on the fence with whether or not he was going to make the roster, but certainly now with Bobo's injury, even if it's just a concussion, you're probably keeping him on for a couple weeks there. Bear for 1 second. I'll be right back. Oh boy, that was a rough half. Yikes. We'll see on Damian there, Ethan, but yeah, I'm a little lighter on him right now versus maybe where we thought at the draft. And Jeffrey, so I'll go 4th string on this on Scandling. I think part of that's just how Torrey's going to push the situation. And some of it also depends on the ankle health of Horton, that he's actually okay. CD Woods, thank you for the $5. Appreciate you for that. Says, yeah, tell me you got your butt kicked at joint practice without telling me you got your butt kicked at joint practice. maybe an indicator of it. I heard differing reports on that and trying to get to it seemed like if it was a Seahawks person that was representing, it was that they won the day. If it was a Packer representative, they won the day. Hard to say on that one. It seemed like there was some definite give and take on that. But yeah, this is not the best of efforts across the board. Sloppy play. The fumbles, Milroe and where he's at, and just looking a little bit over his head. It's a bit rough today. I mean, it's definitely aided though too to me, CD Woods, on just you've got so many guys in this game that are not even guys that are going to be on the practice squad that are playing significant snaps here. Bubba Thomas, Anthony Campbell, Keydrain Callaghan. Yeah, that's a real name that's playing out on this field today. Connor O'Toole, Demarion Williams, Tyler Hall, Anthony Campbell. These guys are getting significant snaps on this field. They're not a part of this team. They're not a part of the future. They're not, they're literally guys you're given, a lot of run to in this game to give, them an opportunity to still probably remain in the league after you do cut them with it. And there's, I know the Packers have some of that going on too, but the Packers led with this with much more of their starters and guys at the front side of this a little bit there to that degree of things. But Packers got a good roster too, CD, and they're a good test, and it's a good spot to see, where you stand. But Seattle definitely chose from their track to rest a lot more guys today. Not saying it's the end-all be-all reason for why you got your butt whooped in that first half. You got your butt whooped, but it is a factor, worth kind of keeping in mind too. Jeffrey Thistle, and thank you, CD. Appreciate the $5. Jeffrey, thank you for another $10 donation. The whole conversation on Jalen is why optics matter. Not letting him get dumpstered behind our fourth-string line and running backs matter. Tell me they have zero respect for the idea of him starting maybe ever. Maybe there is a bit of an indicator to lean in on this, Jeffrey, like you're kind of speaking to, where you're kind of building a guy's psyche and you're building confidence up and you're trying to bring him along. And this is not just some wayward start here from Jalen Milroe. By the plan in place, this very well maybe is hopefully the only start he's going to get for a whole nother year. And until he gets the opportunity to get back in another preseason game. And so all the more reason it's, vital to get him quality reps and quality action and a chance to really, learn from this experience and come back to this film over the next year. And, I did this and I could have done that coming back over this. And if you have kind of some of the backups out there so much across the board and you have so much kind of ineptitude across the board on the line playing what's going on, makes it harder. And, we'll see on that long term with where, the staff goes with this. I think that it does come down to, as many people said, and as I still say, that where he was drafted, the assessment of him on game day, for as much as it kind of pissed off a lot of Hawk fans because they wanted to just hear that we got this unearthed diamond in the third round who's going to be the next Russell Wilson. That's the combination people were making is super talented. No, we did this with Russell once, so he's the new Russ. And I could get where people were thinking with that, and I love the excitement, but it's not really fair on Jalen, and it's not really where he was at as a quarterback in his career. And he's a guy that has ability, has talent, but it's raw. It's going to take some time to get there. It will. That's for sure. But we'll see on that, Jeffrey. I think you definitely, in this game, especially knowing, Mike had to have known from LaFleur that he was probably going to run out some of these starters. You'd think you'd at least want to counter it to the other side. Otherwise, it's like, what chance do you have? We've got their number ones across the board defensively, and we're in a lot of places running out our threes on that offensive line. That's not going to work. That's going to be bad. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. He says Jay Harbaugh needs to be fired mid-game. I'm not impressed by the guy with what he's done. I'm just not. Got the Giants game last year where they noticed something on tape to the point that they were able to exploit it to block the kick that would have helped us to be able to keep that game and potentially win that game. And let's remember on that game, that block kick, that blown spot, that thing that they had noticed on tape with Jay Harbaugh that they were able to exploit, that loss of that game was what kept you out of the playoffs. You don't think it matters, it matters. And I'm that's on top of all of the snafus you had with D. Williams and running with D. Williams another week and running with D. Williams another week. I don't think that's Mike McDonald saying, let's keep running with D. Williams. I think that's Jay Harbaugh going, he'll get it right, coach. He'll figure it out here eventually. He'll eventually start catching the ball. He needs to get comfortable. He's just a rookie. Just got to give him time. You wait all through that time when it was deadly obvious. It's not that hard to see when you can look at a punt returner who's not comfortable catching punts. it sort of stands out. You're kind of out there in the middle of the field, and if you're doing that move, right? As opposed to the guy who's confident where it goes, and they're right into it, right? And you can see with D all last year with it. So, I'm not to the point calling for fire, but I'm at a point saying, look, this is getting old where every week I'm looking at your special teams unit going this, that, and the other a little bit. But thank you, Sanchez. Delevi. I got to say it like Italian. Delevi. Thank you for the $5 donation. He says, please be okay, Bobo. Also, fire that Nepo baby Harbaugh into the sun. I'm sharing you guys' anger at this one. I'm trying not to jump too hard on him, but like, dude, bro, not my Bobo. Anything but that, Jay. Breakout Williams, not my Bobo. Please. No. Yeah, I hope Bobo's all right. And it's good to see him stand up. How many times have we seen the guy go into the bottom of the field and you got the players on their knee and people are praying and signing themselves and they bring a priest out on the field and they go off the field in the stretcher and you're like, we've all been there, we've seen it a couple times on a football field and just so very scary. So hopefully we get some reports that Bobo's okay, that I say merely a concussion, that maybe it's just merely a concussion. But Harbaugh's going to start feeling the heat from the fan base on this one. I'm not the only one to take notice of this. Others have been watching this too on this going, what's going on here? What's going on here? And again, remembering that when you had Izzo in here before, the prior special teams coach, you had that thing performing as one of the best in the NFL all the way around. Not just needing to lean on a great kicker and a great punter, but the whole special teams unit was very, very good in a really solid place. So I can get it on this one. Samuel Carlson, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, this is why you don't make nepotism hires. Amen. It's not usually a good hire in any kind of field that you're going to bring it into. And I was willing with Jay in a lot of ways to give him the benefit of the doubt on this one. And we'll just watch this year. We're not going with a different special teams coach next week or into week one. Like there's a definite relationship between these two guys. They like each other. I'm sure that if you ask McDonald, he'd say he's a key part of this staff. But it gets very hard when you look at a guy's track record as to what allowed this guy to earn the job and to not go to the nepotism aspect. Because like I said with this, he's never been a pro special teams head coach or special teams coach. He was a college special teams coach. And he didn't have that Michigan special teams with all of that 5-star talent and the 4-star talent you have sitting on the bench that's only there to go out and play special teams. He had that special teams unit playing kind of about middle of the road in college football. It wasn't like they were the excellent part of that program and what he had them doing. So, had he really done enough to earn the promotion to come here, or was Mike doing kind of a solid for the Harbaugh brothers on this one a bit? And I'm trying to not think of it as the nepotism thing, and that's not that. But again, year and a couple games into this, I'm like, it's hard to fight those suspicions a little bit, Samuel, to your point. Nolan, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you for that, Nolan. Seahawks sideline looking like they just want to head to the plane at half. I can't blame them, man. This is dirty. This is disgusting. This is not the standard you're trying to set. And it is your backups. It's the third preseason game. Third preseason games are a little wonky for this very reason. But, it's probably been a long week for them. It was probably a rough practice last couple days ago on that side of it. And, that was a tough half all the way around. You have some moments of glimmers of some stuff going on here and there, but overall, Nolan, it was pretty rough. Sloppy play and giving up points, and Milroe having a hard time out there getting it done. Not a lot of good to pack away from that first half. You kind of go Jarcadia right, busts off the 61-yarder, and you go, that part was good. And you got a 27-yarder to Marquez Valdes-Scantling, and you go, that was pretty good. And then you got the Tayakata interception, and you're kind of, that's about what you got coming off that first half. That's a bit rough there. Thank you, though, Nolan. It's good to see you in the house, brother. Michael Hyde, thank you for the $5. Says, yo, Brandon, on a break at work. How is the game going? Who's playing well? Who's not playing well? Thanks, as always, for the awesome coverage. Go Hawks. Well, sorry, a little late on the acknowledge on the dono. We got a little backed up on the dono there, Michael. We've got As I said there before, got a Jarkada Rat busted a 61-yarder off where he looked explosive and just hit the hole and went. Tayakata has a catch of the year kind of possibility with the play that he made out early in the first quarter on a deep overthrow by Malik Willis. Scandling's got a big catch. That's kind of just about it. You don't have any sacks in the first half. You've not created much pressure. Running the ball from the Packers' standpoint, 22 attempts for them, 93 yards. Seahawks will return the ball out here to begin the second half. So, they haven't run the ball great, but, they almost found 100 yards on the ground that first half. They controlled the ball. They moved it on long drives. They got multiple turnovers from you. 3 turnovers in that first half from your Seattle Seahawks. Not a lot of good to pull from here, Michael. Really not in that first half. And hopefully Jalen can maybe bounce back here in the second half and just find a little bit of rhythm and kind of start to look a little bit closer here to functional in his play. Low snap here on first down. Not a good harbinger. Throw out to the flat. He'll hit the running back. Nice job breaking the tackle there by Damian Martinez on the first guy that had him in space quickly after the catch. Able to keep his feet, get down for a nice 9-yard gain there on the play. That's the thing I was talking about Damian that I want to see with him. What you showed off in college a lot was being able to, you get that you're catching the ball in space, you're breaking out the line of scrimmage, you've got a one-on-one opportunity, that first tackler hits you, you break through that tackle. Like that was something that was kind of common. Another odd, wonky-ass snap that causes Jalen Milroe to be a little bit late from under center, which throws the whole timing of the pitch play off to Damian Martinez. It'll be a negative 1 or 2 yard play. What's going on with the center position and snapping? This has now become a problem for the modern players in the NFL here. Sloppiness kind of continues here in the second half. 3rd and 3. Come on, guys. Come on. 0 for 6 today on third downs of the Seattle Seahawks. Pistol look formation for Milroe. Handoff. Nope, he's going to keep it. He's trying to move into space, and he will go and get the first down. Nice block down there by Lang. Able to seal his guy to give Milroe a chance to be able to extend that run for a first down. Yeah, Megan, good on you not to get up at 4 a.m. on this one. You chose wisely. You chose wisely. First down and 10 for the Hawks. Their first third down conversion of the game. We got a read option give to Damian Martinez, a little outside zone look to it, and he's going to go nowhere. 2nd and 10. So, Michael, I wish I had better reports for you on the first half, but no points. Just got your first third down conversion of the game. It's been a little tough going. David, thank you for the $2 donation. Bobo's spot is safe. He should be done for today. Yeah, he's not going to get out there again today. And if he's healthy, he's making the roster. No doubt about that. I don't think they're cutting him and he'd go into IR or something if it's something that's where he's really dinged up. Jalen drops back to throw here, goes through a couple of reads, comes back to wide underneath, and corner was all over it. Packers covering that very tightly. But yeah, his spot's definitely safe, David. I agree with you there. He's not going nowhere. Thank you for the donation. 12:35 and to go in the third quarter. Seahawks down 20-0. Ball in the 40-yard line in Seahawks territory, 3 wide to the far side of the field. Milroe in shotgun. Dropping back to pass. Get out of the pocket. Ah, yeah. Scramble to nowhere. Looked like Milroe had a chance to break the pocket and maybe try to go run for it, and then he kind of backed off of the stick, pulled himself back into behind the line of scrimmage a little bit. Tough to convert 3rd and 10s. But, yeah. Brian Kennicott, thank you for celebrating almost 2 years as a Hawks Nest member. Evaluating Milroe behind the 4th string offensive line is akin to putting Schwinn tires on a Ferrari and then complaining it doesn't handle well in the corners. Yeah, this isn't going to be a point of a game, I think, Brian, to say that this should be an evaluation point necessarily for Milroe. I think there's definitely some spots in this game that you can point on with Milroe where he didn't necessarily aid the things going on around him. I don't know if we can just say everything on this game's with Milroe of it's this guy and that guy. I mean, it gets hard to differentiate, which is kind of your point on that a little bit, versus being able to differentiate if you have functioning parts out there around him. But he needs the time. He needs the time. I think this confirms that a little bit to a degree on it, at least on that. But yeah, they definitely didn't put a lot of great parts out in front of him for him to find success today. And I think that even if it looked a little bit better today, I don't know if it's going to be far off of this, given the parameters you're talking about him dealing with, or as you put it, putting Schwinn tires on a Ferrari. Hard to do that, especially as Brian, the Packers are throwing their starters out there to begin things and just kind of setting that tone. Catalyst is on the Fire J Harbaugh train. He drops a $2 donation and says, Fire, period, J, period, Harbaugh, period. I say, get him out. Harbaugh might have to have his head on a swivel coming back to SeaTac here tonight. Might be having to look for the pitchforks and the torches. The townsfolk they are unhappy. They are unhappy. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $5. Appreciate you. Says, maybe we get to see our full practice squad in the second half. Really commit to the bit here, since Circus is in town. Yeah. Might as well own it. Might as well just drape yourself in this blanket at this point, huh? And, to your point, they are. It is now to Cody White, and we're going to get Anthony Tyus and Nick Callerup and Marshall Lang. And these are guys on the offense you're going to see, and these are guys that are not even practice squad guys now that we're going to get through a lot of this second half. But might as well at this point, right, Jeffrey? Can't get any worse. Appreciate you, man, for all your support today. You as well, Sanchez, with another $2 donation. Says, imagine being a wide receiver trying to make the team. Be pretty tough, especially if you're a guy like White in this case, to your point on the Sanchez, like the last play that Milroe was scrambling out, it looked like White was opened underneath if Milroe had looked at him on the progression of the reads, or you got him running down that deep route down the seam there. Might have been a couple snaps earlier where Milroe just overthrew him on the seam throw by a good 2 or 3 yards, not giving him a chance there. It's got to be rough at this point as you're trying to kind of crack through at this time of game. And Derek Young as well, you have to share in their frustration where the offense just isn't functional right now and how it's working. And you're trying to earn your job. You're trying to earn that practice squad spot. And hopefully you've done enough at this point. As that player, you don't have to rely on this particular game to be that way. We've got a run here on 1st and 10 for the Packers. It'll be a gain of 2 or 3 yards to the outside. 11:37 to go here in the third quarter. Phoebe Moore Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Jake Bobo is also a top 5 run blocker in the sport. For the wide receiver position, you can make an argument he is, or at the very least a top 10. And that's why I say, even though he's not necessarily a guy that you're looking at as being your 1, your 2, your 3 wide receiver, that you want this guy healthy for the season because he does have a very important role he's going to serve, especially considering running the ball is going to be so bloody important for you this upcoming season. And if we lose him now for 4 games, a half a year, and he goes on IR, you don't have a guy that just ascends into that spot and you don't miss a beat now for that particular role. And I think that's where a lot of our frustration comes on this, is it's not that we're all just Boboites and it's Mo Bobo, I love Bobo, Mo Bobo. It's not that. It's more of he's got a role that serves on this team that's very important. And it makes it tough that injury is going to be a very serious one, Phoebe. Hopefully it's not. But well said. 3rd down and 3 here for the Packers after a couple of short runs, dropping back to throw out a shotgun here. He's going to get over to his third read. A lot of time here for the Packers quarterbacks in this game. Not very much pressure able to be created by your Seahawks defense either. I think you might have like 1 quarterback hit here. Yeah. Quite literally, you have 1 quarterback hit in this game for the Packers on 17 dropbacks. Haven't given up a lot of yards in the air. 10 of 17, 74 yards for a 4.4 average. Very low yards per attempt on that side of it. But they have been able to get some conversions on 3rd down. And really partly because you're just not getting much pressure there on those 3rd downs. Just he went through 3 reads there. Under center here, 1st and 10. Handoff. Off tackle run. This has been kind of the standard for the Packers today. I think they've run that thing about 9 or 10 times. Megan, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate you for that. It's good to see you in the house too. I don't want to say I told you so about Milroe, and yes, it's preseason, but I kind of did. And by the way, what happened to Bobo? Yeah, I think Milroe's, some of this has been tough on Milroe too, Megan, where the play around him has not been great. And it's going to be hard to parse this because I think there'll be a big, strong part of the fan contingent will be like, well, that's Milroe. See, there you go. And you'll have the fan base that more pro or Milroe that'll say, well, what is he supposed to do? Because with the sporting cast and, maybe the truth, we get a little pressure. Let's go. Second down drop back here. And I think that's Ivy. I think Ivy might just be putting some stamps here on a potentially making a team. As got one guy having a pretty good game here. I've seen him flash a couple times. That's Ivy, I think. Can't quite get the for sure. Yeah, Ivy. There we go. Just fighting strong there on the play, using his power and strength and winning with the leverage and getting inside. 3rd down and 8. Dropping back to throw. More pressure now. Wide open. Ball's a little bit errant there. Nice big hit. Stops the running back on the catch in his tracks. And that'll bring you down to 4th down. Good pressure there from Connor O'Toole. And Hall's had Anthony Bell's had a pretty good game out there today. He came in, laid a nice little stick in space there to just kind of bring the momentum of the receiver to a stop. Get the ball back over to the Seahawks offense. So I think that the truth on the Milroe experience today is going to land somewhere in between on that, Megan, in my opinion of that. But hasn't been a great day for anybody on a Seahawks standpoint of things. Another bad punt return here. Jeez, what a mess. What a mess there. Bobo, speaking of bad punt returns, Megan, it was a short punt. Bobo tried to come up, and he was your punt returner on the play. God only knows why. And he's trying to come up on a very short punt to field it. A blocker for the Seahawks is trying to block in front of him, and he's being pushed backwards. So at one point, you got a guy going backwards, Bobo going forwards. There's a nasty collision between the two. Both men go down for an extended amount of time. Don't know anything about the injuries on either, but it looked really bad on Bobo as his neck head was right in on the collision point. So it could be anything from a concussion down to neck, down to spinal. It's spinal, as Mike Tyson would say. So hard to say on that one, but it looked really bad. It was a tough look when it went down. It went, oh, good. Caden H, thank you for the $2 donation. Caden, no matter what, we always crap the bed versus the Packers. I don't like playing this team. To your point on that, Caden, I don't like them as a matchup. I don't like them when Julian Love's in there. I don't like they're annoyingly good, and we just don't seem to match up, well with them in general in recent years. And last year, for instance, you had a lot on the line in that game, and I mean, they really gave it to you. They really they gave it to you. Now they didn't race you like they are in this game, but it was just they definitely won the game. They won on both sides of the ball, and it got worse as the game went along. So hopefully, if we have to play them down the line this season, we don't play them in the regular season, but if we have to play them down the line, hopefully it can be more of an improvement over what we've seen recently against them. They're a good team too, and definitely a team that could be a dark horse kind of team in that Super Bowl contention thing from the NFC, in a wide open NFC. Packers don't get a lot of credit. There's even teams in the division like the Lions or the Vikings that'll get more claim to fame on that potential, but they're right there with those other 3 teams. They definitely are. Sanchez, thank you for another $5, man. I appreciate all your support today. You are awesome, brother, but you've been that way for a long time on the channel in that regard. Says John Schneider, Clint, we're going to draft Milroe. Clint Kubiak, sweet. I've always wanted to run the Wildcat. Yeah, kind of strange in a game of some of the oddity in what you're doing with Milroe in this game, with having him run out there with 3rd and 4th stringers in this game to start against a Packers starting unit, is that you also countered that with your game plan being that there was a heavy amount of shotgun usage on the first, I think, 3 drives of this game. A lot of we're going to do the RPO kind of look to it. First, having him more under center like we've seen with Locke and Darnold, executing essentially the Kubiak offense. Straight drop back from center here by Milroe. He's going to throw this up into no man's land. I think he's kind of drowning right now a little bit. Clint's not play calling. I'm sorry, Catalyst. Why wouldn't you have Clint play calling in this? Well, I don't like that they're not having him play call then. That's kind of silly. But sorry I missed that, Catalyst. I hadn't heard that they were having somebody else play call for. I know Mike does that with the defense. I didn't know they do that on the offense. Hey, this is a difficult watch, Hawks Nest. I know, man. I don't blame you. It's already the third preseason game, which is rough, but it's getting made rougher here because it's. I think Milroe's head swimming a little bit right now. Drops back on 3rd and 8. He passes, throws it very wide, looking for Tyron Bowden. Not even catchable at that point to the sideline. I don't think Bowden had much separation either. Hawks offense will leave the field. And the rough day does continue. Thank you again, Sanchez, for the $5, man. That was the Wildcat thing to start was kind of strange. I thought you'd do a little bit more, get some runs, play action, give him some easy throws, rolling out with a drag across the field. Been a lot of kind of high-level request throws from him in this game in certain spots, too, where you're trying to have him really. Doesn't help you've been behind the sticks, too, and that's part of that thing where it's just not as simple as it's just all him with the bat. It's the combination of everything. Punt will go to the 44-yard line in the Packer territory. Will be fair caught there by Shepard. 6:42 to go in the third quarter. Poncho Honcho, thanks for the $2 donation. He joins the calls on Harbaugh, saying, Jay Harbaugh is just happy to be here. Very well, could feel a little bit like the case here today, doesn't it? It feels a little bit like the case with him here in the special teams, and hopefully he's got it locked in for the regular season. My goodness, you got a ways to go based on what we're seeing here in the preseason so far. Oh my goodness, am I nervous about this unit here? Way nervous. Martin Lawrence, thanks for the $5 donation, Martin. I'm just a little worried that all we've done with this game is set up Milroe for failure, sap his confidence, and encourage a negative fan reaction to him. I think you're touching on something many others on the contributors below have said kind of the same thing. And I think that when so many of you guys are saying this, I think you're probably onto something with this. And that I think we're all feeling a little bit of that frustration within this. And that, look, I'm one of those people that is heartily along with all of the rest of the folks and saying, who get to say, well, my evaluation of Milroe was this. And there's something within this performance that confirms that. And I get where they're coming from and saying that. But at the same point in time, to your point, to many of the other points below this on the donation front of this is not the way you want to set a quarterback up who's a rookie, who's raw, into his first start and going through 4 quarters. This is not the way you would, I think, ideally like to do it in the way that Kubiak's gone about his business, and whether he's calling the plays or whether this is the plan that they put into place. It's just been a strange kind of game. And, it kind of is getting worse as we go along, which is just, I think the frustration starts to mount and you start to feel like everything's just really hard from a Milroe standpoint. And it's part of what I touched on, which was so cool about Kubiak last week, was the plays that you make easy for the quarterback. Where have been the easy throws for Milroe today? Where's been the play action rollouts back across the formation and there's a wide open guy out here in space? We've not seen you give him any of that today. I've seen a lot of shotgun, a lot of RPO looks, a lot of stuff where you're trying to kind of build the offensive attack seemingly a little bit to the quarterback who is that mobile Newton type, And I don't know if that's the best way to do this either, Martin. I'm not sure. I trust the coaching staff on this, but you do feel like, man, is this the right way to roll him on this and setting up the confidence and getting the tape out right that he can actually build on? I don't know what he's going to learn from this tape. I don't know if there's going to be a lot to be able to take from so far in what we've seen. 1st and 10 for the Packers here. They're going to go under center with 2 tight ends. Chicken Chaser, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Chicken Chaser. Welcome aboard, and I appreciate you doing that. Got a handoff here inside, bounced outside with a little bit of room here. 20-yard play, 22-yard gain there on the run. We do have a flag on the play, though. I appreciate you, Jason, Chicken Chaser, for doing that. Really do. If you guys can for me, please hit that like button. It's a big, big deal. Helps me out a ton by you doing it. I really do as well. Really appreciate it. You can hit that for me. And as well, maybe get subbed up like Chicken Chaser has. As we're trying to get to 20,000 subscribers this year. You can help me get there right now by doing so, and I would really appreciate it. And thank you again, Martin, Poncho, Sanchez, Caden. Thank you for all your donations and support today. I really do appreciate it. Hawkline Heritage. Is Kubiak even calling plays, though? I mean, maybe not. It definitely looks weirdly different from the first two games. So Catalyst might be onto something with that, where I maybe that's what that would be an explanation for it, because it's been a little bit odd. We get a 10-yard holding penalty on 1st and 10, which will take it back 10 yards for a 1st and 20. We got pressure here being mounted and finally drawn down to the ground. We do have some flags here. Jamie Sharif got the sack. Looks like it's going to be a hold on the Packers, so this play would be declined as the Seahawks will take the sack. And Jamie Sharif, really good job there. Looks like he was off the ball blitzing. This is how he's going to make the team. And good on Jamie, because this is a good soldier to move to off-ball linebacker. A guy that was your edge last year, had a good preseason off the edge. He can give you some edge play out there. But the more you can do, the more you give yourself a chance to lock down a roster spot. And he comes there on the blitz. He's able, if you think about it, an edge guy blitzing up the middle, and you get a running back who's picking you up and as a blitzer, you're going to whoop that guy's butt. And that's what he just did on that play. 2nd and 30. Nice play out in space there. Linebacker makes the tackle for a short gain of about a yard or two. But Jamie Sharif, in my opinion, makes this ball club as both an off-ball linebacker, and he can be a sub-edge player coming off that edge at times too. I think he does. Mike has said he's their best off-ball blitzer, and you saw why on that play. 5:23 to go here in the third quarter. Seahawks down 20-0. Shotgun look for the Packers here, 3rd and 28. Pressure. Quarterback breaks it. He's got all day to look around. He's going to flip this up over the top on an errant throw. Good job by defensively here. The Seahawks team showing some heart. Able to get a stop there and back that Packer team up. Get the ball back, Jalen and company, see if we can do something. Chris says, great play-by-play. Thanks from Sarasota. Well, I appreciate that, Chris. Shout out to you out in Sarasota. Hopefully a beautiful day down there, but thank you for checking out the stream. I appreciate all of you guys for watching the stream with me today, especially a 20-0 game. I know not the most exciting. Sunny day in Seattle. You could be anywhere, but you're here. I know we're a little dour on the game, but I really do appreciate all the folks who checking out the stream today, watching and doing all that. You guys are very kind for doing so and checking it out in that way. I appreciate it. Big punt today. Packer punters had a hell of a day today. He sends this one deep. Seahawks punt returner dances around a little bit, not able to get a lot back. That's a hell of a flip the field kind of punt there from the Packers. 4:57 to go in the third quarter. Seahawks will take back over here. See if we go to a commercial break. They will. That's right, Mike. Game's not over yet, man. One touchdown drive, a quick one, and we're right back in this thing. Rampansy says Andrew Janoko, the quarterback coach, is calling the offense for Seattle per Greg Bell. So Catalyst was right. Catalyst was right. There we go. Shout out to you, Catalyst. So, okay. Makes a little more sense why it's not looking as good. Clint's going to be walking in the office after this game and being like, that's why they call me the big dog. And that's why you're the quarterback's coach. I've been talking so much mess. Thank you for breaking my future quarterback, Andrew. I really appreciate you destroying the psyche of my heir apparent QB, Andrew. Oh, we got a little package from a little package here from somebody. One of the listeners sent something in. We'll have to open that thing up after the stream, huh? See what somebody sent me. My man Eric Send something cool. Oh, hope it's not drugs. I don't want to be opening that up on the stream. Sea-Lord says, good shout out on the play call and observation. Thank you, Sea-Lord. Appreciate it. I'm always trying to get better at this. I sometimes get my emotions and it knocks me off track on the play-by-play. I'm not good about controlling the emotions. But I appreciate that. Always trying to improve here. Yeah, Adam, I might have to wait to open this sucker up after stream on that note. Might be some goodies in there. Davis says, a lot of questions for Seattle with the different offense. Yeah, I think it's also just with you're deep in your backups, and Milroe's a guy that he's got to have his time. You got to give this guy the time. I'm not completely like godsmacked by the fact Milroe hasn't looked as good as he did in the first two games in this game, and there's some reasons for it that go outside of him, but it's also just a little bit of also the confirmation the guy's going to need some time. Handoff inside here. We got Dave Tyus with a nice run there. Good 4 or 5 yard run there by him. Dancing through traffic and fighting through some hand tackles there. Arm tackles. Shotgun here for Milroe. Another read option keeper here. Good job bouncing around by him. He's going to get himself about a gain of 2 or 3 yards. Just tough going for the Hawk offense today, man. The Packer defense has played this very well. They've been very solid today. Disciplined. They're tackling well. You're not getting out of anything. They get their hands on you, and it's, Emerald Days, is George Holani injured? No. I mean, it's just you embrace today from start to finish that you're going deep into the depth chart from the beginnings. And that was just the way that Mike approached this. I think a big part of this is the fact you had the practice 2 days ago. A 3rd and 1 here. Jalen's going to try to keep it, and he does keep it. Hold on to the ball, please now, Jalen. Hold on to the ball, please now, Jalen. Please hold on to the ball. He does so. 1st and 10. There we go. Second, 3rd down conversion of the game for your Seahawks here. I think I got that right. Now there's your second one. You're 2 of 10 today on 3rd down conversions. But it is a conversion. Let's go. Here we go. 3:08 to go in 3rd quarter. 20-0. The comeback starts now. Milroe checks the play up at the line of scrimmage. He's under center. Tight end goes in motion. Pitch play wide here. He's going to take this and get this field to Tyus. Seattle's just trying to run this clock and get up out of Green Bay. Got to get up at that Green Bay there. And no Milroe fumble. See, he's already improving, says Shadowbot. That's all right. There we go. I'll tell you this, he looks good. If he can hold on the ball, he's done about 3 tush pushes in preseason, and Milroe's done a good job on those. And you are going to use him in those packages this year. That's undoubted. 2nd and 8, play action pass. Just nowhere to go with the football. Finally, finds his tight end in the flat on a little 1 yard route. I don't even know if you got a yard gain on it, though. Packers are not really honoring much of the play action game of the Seahawks. I just don't think you've run the ball effectively enough to where they're really worried about that. They're sliding into the coverage pretty quickly post snap, even on those play action plays where, then just shotgun, low snap for Milroe. He's going to throw this little late over the middle for Ricky White. Well played by the cornerback of the Packers, able to knock the ball away in there. Low snap again from the couple of those in the game here from the center position too as well. You're on a 3rd and 8. You've got already a tough conversion there. You need the snap right. Should he have caught that? Give me another angle there with Ricky. Telecast gave a kind of jacked up angle there. Couldn't tell
it was actually potentially an okay throw or if the Packer player made a play on it. Another punt for your Seattle Seahawks here. Ball at the 11, fielded there and brought up. Nice job on the coverage there. Looks like Connor O'Toole able to make the play. 1:30 to go in the third quarter. Seahawks down 20-0. We got, thank you, mods, sending out the person there. Martin Lawrence, thank you for the $5 donation, Martin. He says, as an international Irish Seahawks fan, being a member of the Hawks Nest community really makes me feel a part of the Hawks fan base. Oh, well, I really appreciate that, Martin, and I would want that to be the case. I feel like with the Seattle Seahawks team, this is not just a, Seattle, it's not just Pacific Northwest, it's not just a regional thing. Football has gotten national or worldwide now, and people have become fans all across. And that it's one of the cool things about what I get to do is that maybe in a part way, not just me, but everybody that does these kind of content creating things gets to be a bit of that bridge, Martin, that would never have used to have existed 20, 30 years ago. Inside handoff here, taken down quickly at the line of scrimmage. About a yard gain. But absolutely, it's what makes this go to, Martin, is this community. And it's got so much variance and so many people from so many places all across the world. But it's you guys there in the chat, and that just, it's like a community. I'd like to think of it like a family, and what we've got here and what we've developed through the years here at the Hawks Nest. And you absolutely are a key part of it here, Martin. No doubt about that, man. Happy to have our international members. 2nd and 9. Another handoff inside here. Ivy's in there trying to corral him there. Running back sort of able to drag him for an extra yard or 2 or 3. And this will bring us down to a 3rd and 3 with 39 seconds to go here in the third quarter. But appreciate all of your support to the channel too, Martin, as well, being a member of the channel and everything you guys do for it. Really, 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 really appreciated. You guys have been tremendous as ever today on the support to the channel. Mungles, thank you for the $2 donation. Jalen's rushing touchdown would have looked good right now. Yeah. It's another one of the parts of this game that's been frustrating is you've had a couple of key calls in this game. Not that it's been like overly horribly officiated. Inside handoff on 3rd and 3. Yeah, let's go. Nice stop by the defense, playing tough. Looked like the back had a little bit of an inroad there where he had a yard or 2 he could have popped through there if the defense didn't bring the real stoutness there at that key moment of the play. 2 guys came down and rallied and were able to really rip him backwards there and not allow him the forward momentum there to get the first down. Good job by the defense. Going to force the Packers team to punt. And yeah, you got a lot of parts of this game that are frustrating and the outlook of it. And that's another one of it where you've got the fade ball down there on Williams early in this game, and it doesn't look like he makes a particularly bad play on the ball. The ball's kind of underthrown as a fade ball there. The officials throw a real late flag and kind of bail him out. That brings the Packers, I think, to a 3rd or 4th down on that play if they don't call that there. And then you have Jalen on the scramble where he gets the touchdown. Looks good. I don't see anybody holding on the play. Kind of a phantom holding call there that wipes 7 points off the board. And you're right, this game looks a lot different if you got that 7 up there versus the way that situation played out, which is essentially you got no points out of that. Well said, Mungles. Yeah, I agree with you there. Mike says, Hawks Nest, 14 of the 20 points scored on us have been off turnovers. In theory, this defense has only given up 6 points by themselves. Our depth is solid. Yeah, I agree with you there, Mike. Yeah, and that's well said on your part. Well spotted. And, this has been a good defensive performance overall. Yeah, you got to give him, dude, it's 100%. Give him a ton of credit here. You're rocking Key Drain Callaghan, Anthony Bell, Tyler Hall, Anthony Campbell, Tyreek Smith, Bubba Thomas, Derek Jackson, J.R. Singleton, Connor O'Toole. These are the names that you're trotting out here through really most of this game. So yeah, you got to give them a tip of the hat. You look at this Packer offense today through 3 quarters, 12 of 20 throwing the ball for a mere 69 yards. We're not going to be talking about a lot of this with the pass defense because we're going to be concentrating on Milroe with the 9-18 for 73 yards. But you've held them down there, and then you look at them running the ball, being the Packers playing from ahead, smashing you, running downhill, running more than they're passing. Can they wear your defense out a little bit? Well, 28 carries for 113 yards, averaging really only 4 yards per carry, with the longest on their day being a 14-yard gain. So you've done a good job defensively. You got an interception in this game. You've had some stops to give the offense a chance. Yeah, if we're looking for some positivity, Mike, I think that's a good spot, kind of concentrated on. And it is the depth doing it, to your point. That's who's getting this done. Nice return here by the Seahawks. And he leaps over the top on the return. White. What a nice little hurdle there at the end of it. Got a good return anyway. There you go, Jay. Okay, Jay Harbaugh. I see you. A little crack of daylight from you. Nice return by White. Got up the sideline and then leaped at the end there. I didn't know my man had those hops. Didn't know he had that in his bag. But the start of the comeback is now. Ball on the 48-yard line for the Hawks. Come on, let Jalen sling it. Don't just run this ball out. Let's get him something good to work off of here. All start, Seahawks. Golly. Richmond with the false start. A heavily penalized game for either team. That's only the 8th penalty. But you've had at least 3 of those have been pre-snap offensive penalties. You stick Jalen into a 1st and 15 out the gate. Come on. Dropping back to throw, another low snap by Menages. Good throw by Jalen. They're going to call it a conversion there to White. I don't know if he got his foot down. It looked like he might have had a foot out of bounds, but they're giving Cody White they're giving him the nod. That's the best throw of the day by far by Jalen. Just a 25-yard rope on the move, and he did get his feet down. Sweet work on the sideline there by Cody White. 25-yard gain on the play, letting it rip by Jalen Milroe. Nice job. Yeah, just let it rip here, Jalen. Don't play fearful. Just let it rip. Handoff inside to Jarcadia Wright. Jarcadia Wright will bounce off one tackler, fall forward for a gain of about 3 or 4 yards. Packers and Seahawks defensive linemen rolling around after the play. Yeah, I agree, Bravos. That throw on the run by Milroe is his best throw of these preseason games there to Cody White. Those are the high-level throws he's got in his bag. And that's the kind of throws that, not every quarterback in this sport can make that throw on the run with the kind of velocity he put with it. 2nd and 8. We're going to read option keeper here by Milroe. Milroe's got to get up the football field, and he turns on the Jets for a first down. Milroe able to capture the corner. Great block out there. There was one keynote block that had to get laid, and you saw earlier in this game there was a run Jalen had where the block didn't get laid. You allowed the man to get freed up, and it just kind of destroyed the play. Here, Ricky White gets a good block, and then 49, I think that's Lang, is able to get a nice seal block there. Allow Milroe to take an inside path there, and then you get a little bit of the booster button from Jalen there to get the first down. Best drive of the day for the Seattle Seahawks. 1st and 10. White goes in motion. They're going to get a little fly sweep to Ricky White. White with a nice little spin in space, but the defender is able to corral him and wrangle him down for a gain of 2. Second and 8 here. 12:24 to go in this football game. First fly sweep I think we've seen from the Seahawks this whole preseason. Milroe in shotgun, trips to the far side of the field. Drops back to throw. Lets it rip. He's got a man open, Ricky White. Ricky White's in for the touchdown. Seahawks, let's go. Jalen found his man fast. Ricky White already with a 25-yard reception on this drive. Ricky really jump-starting that whole thing. Milroe gets some good pass protection. Just puts in a nice laser beam throw into White. White does a good job of catching. You get a ball like that for White. It's coming in on the line. And as a receiver, you can catch yourself sometimes in between there. Or you try to jump up and then body catch it because it's coming in with velocity. White turns his hands over there and catches the velocity out in front, showing off some of his strong hands. And a very good throw by Milroe to fit that into a tighter window there. As Milroe shows off some good play on that drive. Good to see the kid get some steady footing here. Something to build off of. Let's go. But that's tough. If you've ever been there and you're playing catch with somebody, everyone's been there, where the ball's coming in and you have your catches where you're going to catch it kind of down here where it's low, and you know when you're going to catch it up here when it's high. And when it's coming with that velocity and it's that in-between spot, you see receivers a lot of times when they don't trust their hands in the NFL, they'll do that jump kind of move where they're just trying to, they know that it's coming in with force and they don't want it to bounce off, but they know they can't trust their hands. White trusted his hands there. Good throw, though, as well by Jalen. Very good throw there by Jalen as well. Let's go. Some signs of life from your Seattle Seahawks offense. Love to see it. Yeah, what a way to stay locked in. Yeah, Jalen, stay with it. You had a rough day. Who cares? Keep at it here. We're putting in work. We're building here. We're building. And Milroe, just on the back of that drive alone, makes his day look a lot better. 11 to 20, 93 yards, 11 to 20, 116 yards. Looks a little bit better. And Mungles captures it right here with a $2 donation, saying Jalen was money that drive. He was money. Absolutely money on that drive. You get the flash in there too here, which is what we want to see today. Going to get some of the rough edges in 4 quarters of Milroe because there's rough edges there, but there's some good side to it as well too. And there's some things we can build upon with this as well, especially taking into account that whatever you thought of Milroe's day, if you thought it to the darker side of things, that there's reasons for it to be that way. Pre-snap penalties, the sloppiness, the 3rd and 4th stringers starting right from the jump. The fact we're now knowing that Kubiak wasn't actually calling the game. Kubiak is a grade A play caller. You're not going to the B squad quarterback coach and you're going to get the same A level of play calling. It's just not going to happen. So, yeah, good to see. Man, that was good to see from Milroe. That got me stoked for him. Nolan, thank you for the $5 donation, Nolan. Says, nice of Bryce Coots to shout you out. Congrats to him and his Hawks Eye channel. Well, yes, too, folks, please do. We got Bryce Coots of Hawks Zone, had him on earlier this week, and he's going to be breaking and branching off a little bit from the Hawks Zone channel, running his own kind of thing out there. It's going to be called the Hawks Eye channel. It's live right now on YouTube. You can go over there and get subbed up to his channel and help him out as he's kind of starting back from scratch again on this one, and that's a tough road when you're initially breaking back out from the beginning again, so if we can show him some love over there, get subbed up over to Bryce Coots, I'd really appreciate you guys doing that. We're going to have him back here on the channel. I'm going to be working with Bryce on the Seahawks Syndicate, which will be coming at you on Wednesday. And once a month, we'll be doing that show. But congratulations to him. I think he's doing the right thing with where he's kind of moving with that. And his channel will no doubt do some great stuff. Absolutely out there with Bryce. Thank you, Nolan. Appreciate it. Bryce is good. He knows his stuff, man. All right, let's see if the defense can build a little on this momentum. They look solid the last drive. Let's see if they can start to tighten this vice down maybe a little bit on this Packer offense and give this our offense and our team a chance in this one. 1st down and 10. Packers come out under center here. 3 wide look. Check the play at the line of scrimmage. Seahawks stacking the box just a little bit, anticipating a run. Wild play there by the corner who shot the outside leverage. He just ran into the backfield and fell into his knees, just trying to like torpedo himself in there. It was kind of effective. It sort of rerouted the ball carrier. It looked kind of dumb, but kind of made it work. See, Lord of Bravos, Cody White with what he's done there might be able to do enough to kind of solidify a little bit of himself in that practice squad. He's probably one of those guys with Ricky White who's kind of duking it out there. Another stack box here from the Seahawks on 2nd and 8. A lot of guys dancing in around the line of scrimmage. They bring some heat. They drop to 4, running some games. Then they get him, bring him down to the ground for a sack. Nicely done. Seahawks showing 6 up at the line of scrimmage. That's sort of a Mike McDonald special you get there, where he'll show you the stack box, but he ends up dropping it back, and you'll end up getting the pure 4 one way or another. It's not going to be the pure 4 of just the 4 down linemen. You're going to get the 4 coming from different directions and spaces, but you then only end up with 4. You end up with all of those guys then in 7 dropping back into coverage. So the quarterback's dropping back thinking, oh, I'm going to my hot. Oh, no, it's only a front 4 that's coming at me. Oh, I'm confused about where I'm going to go. And then he takes all that extra time, and eventually you're able to get the pressure to him. 3rd down and 17. Seahawks just bringing the front 4 here purely. He's got some time to throw. Throws it back out to kind of just his 4th read on the play. A little short throw that'll be far short of the first down. Taken out of bounds there. 4th and 12 here. The Packers are going to have to punt. Nice job by the defense. If you're going to have a rough game, if you're going to have a game where you're going to have it kind of taken to you through a large part of the game, at the very least, maybe the thing you'd like to see is that you can pull a little bit of the rope back by the end of the game, that you can bring a little bit of some of the momentum back and at least make it interesting here as this game winds down. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Bobo torn ACL is what I'm hearing. Ooh, I'll have to look that up after the game. We got another punt return here for Cody White. White dancing around back there. He'll be drugged down after another decent return of a couple of yards. So according to the Bobo thing that I just Google searched, Seahawks receiver did not tear his ACL. Okay, so I think Megan's seeing the Hawk. I'm not sure. We'll have to see. We'll just have to wait on that information. He was walking off the field, which would be weird if it was an ACL. Yikes. Oh, I hope not. Yeah, and it could be, too, that the confusion comes into play. The other guy, what was it, Hall, who was on the play? I think we had 2 guys that went down on that play. So it could be the other guy definitely had the knee injury. But again, yeah, Rampazzi, I think it's that maybe there's some confusion on this because the other guy got his ACL look like potentially torn, We'll have to just wait and see. We'll hear the reports fairly soon after the game, I'm sure, on this one way or the other. Yeah, sometimes to your point, Bravos, you can walk on an ACL. I've seen guys be able to do it. I mean, hell, Phillip Rivers played a whole game on a torn ACL once in a playoff game. 1st and 10 for the Seattle Seahawks. Ball on the 31-yard line, their own territory. Under center is Jalen Milroe. He's going to hand this off to Damian Martinez. Damian Martinez is going to take a defensive tackle on his back and give him a ride, give him a piggyback for a 4-yard gain there. Nice hard run there by Damian Martinez. Second down and 5. 9:08 to go here in the fourth quarter. Back under center is Milroe here again. Play action pass. Drop him back to throw. He's got some time. Breaks pocket here and throws it late there. Kind of wasn't sure what he wanted to do with the ball in that one, and almost was very close to making a bit of a mistake there late in that play. Let's bring up 3rd and 5. Packer defender had that ball in his hands. Very close to being intercepted. Third down and 5. Milroe and shotgun. Packers showing a blitz. Have a plan. He's going deep over the top on a 9 route. And Tyron Bowden can't quite hold on to it. Looked like it was a pretty well thrown ball in the 9. Broden just couldn't bring it in. Packer player got his arm hooked with Broden. I don't know why they don't. Why aren't you calling that if that arm gets hooked? Maybe they're going to say Broden initiated the contact. I guess the arm's just fully hooked up, so he can't get the other arm up to make the catch. He has to try to make a haphazard, one-handed effort at it. Oof, another nice return by the Packers. Punt return unit up to the 45-yard line. There is going to be a flag on the play. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donations. His tackling has been great by everyone. Agreed. It's been very impressive on the tackling front of things in this game. All around, Packers and Seahawks. Guys are not getting away. First defenders getting that guy on the ground. And it will be a holding penalty there on the Packers, which will neutralize that big return. And we'll go to commercial here. This is maybe the refs thought Packers cornerback was Broden's escort to the prom. Hey, he fully hooked that arm, and you see the back angle where the official's looking right at the play, and you can see the arm being hooked on Broden there. Person says the clown Packers announcers are like, yeah, holding their arm was a good play. Yeah, it's like you're not allowed to do that. You don't allow the receiver's arm to come up and make the catch. That should be probably a penalty. But as Corey says, the refs are in midseason form for the Hawks. Nailed it, Corey. Nailed it. 100%. There's been a couple of frustrating ones today. There's been a few that have just been like, that adds to the bunch. Keeping in mind, folks, 10 years we've been the second most penalized team in the National Football League for a 10-year period. And then last year, Mike McDonald, and you can say, well, that's Coach Carroll. That's the way Coach Carroll ran the system. That's the way, right? But then last year under McDonald, you were also one of the most highly penalized teams in the NFL once again. Kind of be nice if one year we got to be, if all that stuff is random, if all that stuff is like, well, maybe this year you're number 1, but then next year it'll regression to the mean and you'll be 21st. You'll be 18th. Be nice to have one of those regression to the mean kind of penalty seasons, wouldn't it? I could go for that. I could go for being like 16th in penalties this year. JD says, Boa tore his ACL. We're not sure. I'm not hearing any reports. I did a Google search here a second ago, but I don't see anything coming up necessarily. I think it's such an early point, too, to tell on this. Like, I'm not getting a lot of matches back on that side, so I don't know where people are necessarily hearing. I don't know where Megan necessarily heard it from on that. I think it looked more concussion when it happened. So the ACL thing doesn't make sense because it did just look more like neck concussion. Joseph Jones, I hope I don't have to hear these announcers in the regular season. Listening to Mike Robb's Homer announcing or any former player doesn't bother me, but these announcers are horrible. There's some crews out there that are not the greatest as far as their preseason crews go. And I agree that Mike Robb and Mike Benner are pretty good with it. But yeah, the Homer side of it's pretty crazy, especially like that play, like he's holding his arm. It's like, great play. 8:42 here. Back quarterback under center here for a 1st and 10. Pitch play. Out wide. Packers haven't run this very much today. $8:14 to go, 2nd and 3. Seahawks down 27 in this football game. Packers just trying to run this clock out, get this thing to the regular season. Jeffrey says, longest game of my life. 3-4 look here from the Seahawks. Jared Ivey makes a nice play there. Scrapes down the line of scrimmage. Looked like I think that was another pitch play out there wide, and he was able to go and corral him up. Ivy turned in another solid effort today. Got injured early on in this game, has been able to get back out on the football field. He's got 6 tackles in this game. One of those guys fighting for a roster spot. Absolutely, he's done enough to earn practice squad situation. It's really about, have you done enough to maybe overtake a guy like Mike Morris on this roster as that power edge? And maybe so. 3rd down and 1 for the Packers. They're going to try to roll this pocket out to the left. He's under pressure. He's going to try to roll this back to the right, finds his man there, and he's able to go get the first down. Great job by the quarterback there, navigating the pocket back and forth, and then finding the running back late, keeping his eyes up. It's a hell of a play by the quarterback there for the Packers, and that might have just closed the door of any potential comeback here for your Seattle Seahawks. Your boy Alex Zabel did not play in this game. None of your offensive line starters were out there in this game. None of your offensive receivers are out in this game. You went backups, and a lot of times you were the 3rd, 4th stringers even from the start, depending on the position in this game. Hand off inside for a short gain. Clock will continue to run. Yeah, New Blacks. One part that's a cool part of this here, as you look at the score, you might think that the defense has given up a share of yardage, but in actuality, the defense has been very stout today. Especially, same thing as the offense, running 3rd and 4th stringers out there. Only now did the Packers just cross 200 total yards of offense here with 6 minutes to go in the 4th quarter. So the defensive effort has been very strong today. 2nd and 6, handoff inside, and he is going to be taken down. Connor O'Toole makes a nice play there, and this will bring up another 3rd down. Check us aside, we didn't see much A.J. Barner in the preseason. Nope, didn't see much of him at all. I think the team feels really good about where he's at, and that there's those players you don't feel like you need to see as much from, that you know what you got from them. And in tandem with that, they probably wanted to get a little bit more of a closer look at Arroyo and what he was going to be able to bring. 3rd and 3. Packers under center here, play action pass, looking hit to the flat, doesn't go to the flat, under pressure. Oh my goodness, another play just like that last 3rd down. The Packer quarterback looks like he's completely about to be sacked. Guy's got his hand on him, and he just sort of throws a half flick ball, not even a throw, just like throws the half flick ball to the running back who was in there helping in pass protection. Running back's able to go take the 3 yards for a first. When it rains, it pours. I mean, the running back gets up off of his knees after laying the block on the very guy who's got his hands now on the quarterback. And the quarterback just happens to haphazardly find him. Right place, right time. Boy, when it's not your day, it's not your day, huh? Hand off inside here. And this is going to really roll the rest of this thing out. Yeah, New Blacks. Packers basically did nothing on offense after their starters went out. So it's certainly the scoreboard's not an indicator that your defense didn't do their job today. As somebody else said, it's basically like kind of, 2 touchdowns are sort of on the offense a little bit in this one for putting them on such a short field. 2nd down and 7. Good play there. Short run. Packers just not doing much on the ground today. They've run the ball a lot. 36 carries on the ground today, but only 139 yards. After that carry, they're actually going to be under 4 yards a carry. Yeah, let's make sure we're being respectful in the chat, please. We're all good. We're hearing reports on different things. People are breaking different stories and trying to know what's going on. So Ivy with another strong play there, but a good run by the Packers. This will bring up fourth down as a 3rd and long. They tried to run it and it'll go to 4th anyway. They might just go for this just to run this down. Good stuff there. And again, Ivy in on the play. He had to have gotten the tackle on that one, right? Yeah, Ivy now 8 tackles in this football game. Packers are going to go for it. Play action pass, try to find their man in space. Jared Ivy there making a hell of a play. He didn't get the sack, but he's responsible for it. He got his hands quickly on the quarterback. He was able to just hold him up. The quarterback was able to just be slippery and just get just barely outside of his grip. But Jared Ivy, a real bright spot in this game. He found that play. He figured out where it was going. I think they had him lined up on the inside there, like a 3-tech. And he causes the sack there on the 4th down stop. Nicely done. Nicely done. Let's go. How about Ivy here? 8 tackles, pressures. He's going to have another game where he's probably going to be very well rated here by PFF too. Loving it. Handoff. Seahawks are just going to try to wind this clock out now too. Hey, how you doing, Red Rum? Yeah, if Ivy's doing what he can to make this roster, everything in his control, I'll tell you that. Dropping back to pass here is Milroe. He'll throw it and complete on short pass to Ricky White. Knocked out of bounds for a gain of about 4 or 5. Grant Hazard, Brando, the different reports making me crazy. I need to punch a wall here. This agony of this game. I get it. It's been a long one today. It's not been that long of a game, but it's felt like a 5-6 hour one, I think, a little bit. 3rd down and 6 here. 2:12 to go. Milroe dropping back to pass. He's under pressure. Slides out of the pressure around the pocket. He's going to run this ball out of bounds. Still a little bit of a lack of plan with Milroe when he gets pressure around him. There's still a little bit of in this game, you feel from him these in moments of, he gets the one read, there's pressure. Now it's pretty quick pressure on that part, I'll give it that, but he's still kind of developing the answers for pressure. When to run, when to break the pocket, how to break the pocket. What should have been my pre-snap read for where I was thinking I should have gone versus where I should have gone. Typical stuff you'd expect from a guy as a rookie quarterback like he is. 4th and 6, 7, they're going for it. Game time, baby. Blitz from the Packers. Got to get rid of the ball. Does so. Gets Cody White. Cody White on his feet, and Cody White's up the football field to the 20-yard line. First down, Seahawks. Beautiful throw there by Milroe. He had some pressure in his face, moving slightly to his left. Not an easy throw for a quarterback to make, but he was able to just kind of get that thing fitted in there nicely. And that'll be the 2-minute warning there. Slarty Bogarty says, I thought Ivy was a lock to make the cut. Why is he in the game still? I don't know if he's walking into this was a lock to make the cut. I think the team has a lot of appreciation for Mike Morris. Some of this is dependent upon how many edges you're going to keep. And if the intention's that you keep 5, you're going to keep 6. I've got us currently probably keeping, I think you're at least keeping 4, but I don't think I can see us keeping 6. I think 5 is the number where you're probably going to end up lining in at on that side of it. So I'm not sure. I think the team wanted to, maybe they still felt like you need to give him a little bit more. Maybe in Ivy's case, you're thinking this is going to be, when you do play him, he's not going to get a lot of snaps this year, so you don't have a need to necessarily keep him as fresh because he's only going to have to come in for a certain set snaps throughout the year if everything works the way you're hoping it will work. That'd be my guess. I got to think he's going to make the roster, though. He's been very impressive. He's just kind of putting an exclamation point on already what's been a very solid training camp preseason performance. King says, I have a feeling that when we look back at the All-22, none of these players except Cody White is going to look competent. Well, yeah, I think Tyron Bowden's not necessarily had the greatest of games. Ricky White's not necessarily had the greatest of games, to your point on that. But like you said, the All-22 will tell the whole story a little bit. That'll give us a little bit of an in-look into what's going on. Pack Fan Iowa, thank you for jumping in the chat. Congratulations, you guys today played a pretty good game. Pretty good game. Sanchez, thanks for the $2 donation. Can we designate Milroe to the PUP list? You'd have to invent the injury for that one. Even for the tush pushes alone, they'll have him active, Sanchez. He'll be our best tush pusher. He's the tush push master. Nobody pushes tushes like Jalen Milroe, or nobody's tush gets pushed. Okay. Let's see if the Hawks got a little more fight left in him here. Jalen in shotgun. 3 wide. Drop. Oh, fumble. Ball will be picked up and run back down there. That will be that. I don't know if that's a bad snap. They kind of look like Milroe just got to catch that snap and hit him right in the chest. Just straight fumble the snap. Tyler says if they would have given Jalen that touchdown earlier, this thing would have been completely different. Agreed. And it was on a phantom holding call that thing got wiped out, to your point. Yeah, I think that's on Millie. Like Sean Johnson says there, man, I think you got to catch that snap. There's been some bad snaps today. There's been some low snaps today that have not been easy on him at all. But that one, that's right there in your chest. You got to catch that. And it's the biggest part of the day today. And as Kevin Klein says, 3 fumbles, no excuses. I mean, it's the biggest part of the day here with Jalen Milroe that you come back to is on the teaching tape of, look, you have supporting parts that are failing. You have an offensive line with 3rd and 4th stringers. You got some tough calls from the officials. You got some pre-snap penalties. You got some things that aren't working in your favor all across the board in certain ways. Kubiak's not calling the game for you, but you've got to take care of the football. Turnovers you can control, especially, are ones that are going to make coaches get maddened. And you got the tush push run there where you've got the first down, 2 hands on the ball, get down. It's almost like he's trying to extend it 4 or 5 yards on the play and it gets torn out. You got him not sensing the pressure coming around the edge, which was a bit of an issue going back with him on college at times, where he just can't seem to sense when the pressure's there. You have those quarterbacks that can just almost feel it like breath. Madden, you say he can feel his breath on the back of his neck. He's so close. And then you got those quarterbacks that innately can just feel that versus the ones that sometimes are a little bit tone deaf to it and don't always feel it right. Packers are just going to run this clock out, by the way, sit down on it and call it a day. Seahawks aren't going to try to pull their timeouts. So, that's the place for me on this game with Milroe where you go, that's the part where I'm not a fan of what you had there. Go down with that. And there at the end, especially, these are all 3 turnovers that you really, in my opinion, kind of have controlled. Some good stuff here to take away, too, from Milroe in this game, but that's one where you do go to going, man, can't have those. If we got to have you out there starting in any kind of game, you got to play a clean game. Maybe you can't be effective at times. Maybe the offense stilts at times. Maybe you're going to show those rookie moments at times, but you can't have the turnovers. One of those things you got to give props to a guy like Russell Wilson when he came in and started for you out the gate in 2012 is he had a very key understanding of that, of I got to play clean football. I can't come out here and be not a turnover machine, just can't allow for the 3-4 turnovers over the course of the game and think we're going to win the game. It's not going to fly. Simogen, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, what the F? So many players went across that line. Not sure on which play you're talking about. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the 2 and appreciate you, Simogen, for the $2 donation on that. Man, we're getting some spam spots today here. Jeffrey, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, well, that happened. I'm going to go take a nap now. I can't blame you for that. Definitely ready for nap time is kind of the way that thing rolls after a game like that. Yeah, I might have to join you on that one too. It's like, okay, I'm going to just go ahead and we're going to flush that one if we can. Okay, is that going to be all right with everybody? Seahawks fall 27-27 here in this game, and not a lot of great stuff to unpack here. Made a little bit of an effort there into that second half to make this at least a little bit somewhat interesting, but that was just a rough game all the way around on that one. No two ways about it, huh? Hard to slice it any other way than that. It really is. HHG, thank you for the $2 donation. 1, 1, and 1. Perfectly balanced, I guess. Well, there you go. We got to get a lot of alignment here in this preseason period. A lot of parallel there, and one tie, one win, one loss. There we go. So what to take away from it? Hard to say. We take a lot of ways that we can measure this stick up against what we're going to get as a Seahawks team come regular season, because of the fact you just in a lot of these games played so many backups and so many guys that were so deep into the depth chart. You feel a variety of different levels of confidence when it comes to the depth at a variety of the positions. Some you feel really good at, some you're really worried about, like offensive line. And so it's a mixed bag there a little bit. But you don't have a lot of tales that you know of your starters. You don't have a lot of tales of what you know what Darnold's going to be as a quarterback exactly. It's all this stuff is going to be very much a question mark right up until as we get to this first game of the season. Outdoors for Life, thank you for $2 donation. And he says, I've been telling everyone this kid needs time, laughing out loud. Yeah, I've been saying the same thing, and I don't know if I've always been winning. You and I are winning, getting a winning this battle, and that we're making a lot of headway with people. I think folks are just ardently in the spot that they're in. And I call it that there's a little bit of the Russell Wilson cross-pollination of what happened with him sort of affecting the Milroe side of it for those that wanted to see him ascend very quickly. Oh, we'll have our next Russell Wilson. It's only a matter of time, baby. All that talent he's got, he's going to figure it out. He's a hard worker. Oh, look, he's fixed his mechanics this offseason. It's all been fixed. And then there's this drive of these people to get him out there. And you can see in the fan base in this way, that very same thing that exists for those franchises that draft those raw quarterbacks who they themselves can't help and can't just stop themselves from forcing that guy out into the field as fast as humanly possible, rather than doing what's best for the player, what's best for the team in the long term, what's most likely to get that player to reaching the upside in their game. And that it is just a natural human inclination. It's not a failure of human spirit, but an inclination that exists in sort of the soul of the fan, the soul of the team, that you get that young quarterback and that your imagination of their future is so bright and so hopeful that you just want to get him out there and get you go. And it's been one that for me, it's been one of those learning experiences in watching quarterback and studying quarterbacks and studying those that are drafted and studying those that have success and looking at, what is a recipe for success versus a recipe for failure. And Jalen Milroe fits into a very exact box in this way. There is a future that exists for Jalen Milroe to be successful. There's a future with Jalen Milroe to go out there and be one of the better quarterbacks in the sport. But if he's going to get to that spot, it's going to take the time to get there. And in this world where everything's got to happen fast and nobody's got an attention span, this is one you got to walk in saying, give it the 2 years. If you went back to the Indianapolis Colts right now and they had just drafted Anthony Richardson and you said to them, okay, you've drafted him. Can't do nothing about that here and now. If you take this approach, which we know you took in this alt universe, where you almost just about started him immediately, where you had him running a bunch of RPO concepts like we tried to run with Jalen today to give him some footing, right? We did the same thing with Jalen today, where it wasn't Kubiak's offense. You started out with a lot of shotgun, a lot of read option stuff, because you're trying to fit into what Jalen was comfortable doing, which is what the Colts tried to do with Richardson. So you go to them at that point and you show them the future. You say, look at this device we have. Look at the ball here. You can see the future of Richardson. You're going to try to start him immediately. Should be seeding. Now, do you want to take that same approach, or do you guys want to maybe just embrace taking 2 years with Richardson and letting him sit? And then after 2 years of truly sitting and learning and getting better, then you go and see if he's going to be able to tap into that great talent he has. And that's not what they did, but that's what they would do in retrospect. It absolutely is what they would do, especially if you forced him to have to sit with the pick and you're like, yeah, you can't pivot off the pick. You selected him. He's yours. So which path do you want to take? Throw him into the deep end or let him start in the shallows? Let him learn to kick his feet. Let him learn to doggy paddle. And then eventually you put him out into the deep end. But well said on your part, Outdoor for Life. This is what you have to do with this approach with this kid. And the cool part about it doesn't mean you have to wait 2 years to see him, because the team's going to bring him out for certain packages. You're getting him out for the tush push. You're going to get him out there at times down there in red zone situations. So you'll still get a little bit of a wet in your beak. And if you have this great outlook for Milroe and this great, thing, but it's also a bit too Outdoor for Life, where my reticence came in on draft day. And I've quite frankly been knocked around by a lot of this fan base for my evaluation of Milroe. There was nothing personal within it. There was nothing that I wanted to not see the kid be successful. It was nothing but a cold, calculated outlook on a player for a certain kind of player type that struggled at times to reach that point of success, because it's a lot of work. You'd ideally like to get your quarterback a little bit more closer to their finished product state once they reach the NFL and have to do less guesswork in this respect. But the guesswork works both ways. The guesswork can be, well, we guessed that it was going to be great and it didn't. And the guesswork can be, well, we saw these traits and talent that was there and he was able to realize it eventually. It can go literally both ways. There's much more of a likelihood of it going one way versus the other, given the track record of these kind of quarterbacks. But it's just that's just the way that this rolls with the QB position. And when you have this kind of player in this way, so we got to give him the time, And if you give him that, you're going to give him much more increased chances for that success versus just trying to run him out there and go, So same place, Outdoors for Life. I'm the same place. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, did we set up Milroe for failure today? Yeah, I think you in certain respects did in a certain way. Yeah. You knew walking into this, I'm sure McDonald and LaFleur talked enough to know that they're coming out there with their starters in this game through a first couple of series, defensively speaking. You're not only coming out there with not your starters, you're coming out there with third and fourth stringers. You didn't have Jalen Sundle or Oluwatimi out there from the start. You were starting Menages out there, that center, from the get-go against starting NFL players on the other side of it. And then you don't have Kubiak calling the game. You got none of your good receivers out. It wasn't the greatest situation to place them in today, in my opinion. You kind of put them up. I don't know if it's set up for failure, but I don't think you necessarily set them up for success on the back of that. And the way you put him out there with some of the read option stuff to begin and him and shotgun to begin, I would have liked to have seen some more of the under center, some more kind of scripted up easy throws for Milroe in this game, especially early on, as he's nervous and he's trying to get this game starting out right and to get him a little bit of some good vibes and energy kind of rolling along. So I don't know if it's full on failure, but it's not success necessarily in how you put him out there for what you had him do today. Alan says, agreed, Brandon, got to give Milroe time. Got to give him time. Even for a guy like me that was reticent on draft day for this success to be realized in Milroe, the upside's there. I've never denied that. His wheels, his arm, you saw the arm talent in a couple of throws today, rolling to his right, hitting a 25-yard just seed to Cody White, getting that tight throw back into Cody White on the touchdown there, fitting it into a tight window. He's got the velocity on those throws he can make. It's just, there's these all supplemental secondary skills for the position that Milroe's got to pick up and master. And then that's going to take him some time to get there on that. Gunny says, who do you think pushed for Milroe during the draft, John or Mike? Man, that's a really good question because we don't have a lot of information about that one way or the other, Gunny. So it's really is a blind guess on that. I think that what it was for the team was that John wants to draft a quarterback every year. He said that, and that he hasn't had that alignment of a guy that fits right to where he wants to pick the guy in the right place that he feels comfortable drafting said player. Like if he has a guy he likes, I think from John's perspective, Gunny, he would look at it like those guys end up getting taken higher than I would like to take. I think in Milroe's case, he looked at him as a guy with the upside that was there as raw as it was, that the appropriate place to take him would have been in that third round, especially at the spot in the third round where you ended up picking him at. And so I think it's as much would be a little bit of John driving this, but I also think that Mike McDonald has talked about and acknowledged what a running quarterback can do to you and how hard that makes the game on the defense where you get everything right and you cover it up right and you get pressure on the quarterback and then they go and they scramble and find you a first down or a touchdown like we saw Malik Willis do on one of those Packer drives. And so then you have a little bit of, I think that's where maybe it's not one guy driving the other. Like maybe it's John's initial idea of like, hey, now's about the time for us to start taking a quarterback. And then Mike's thinking of like, yeah, I've been with Lamar. I've seen the effect of that. Yeah, we could use that guy even if and then there's the part where you can hedge this, Gunny, where, you can say with Milroe when you take him is that even if we don't have a ton of confidence, either of us, that he gets that upside 2 years down the line, we're going to get usage out of him in that sub-package role, which will at least make him more than worth that late third round pick that we give up for him. The first downs will be able to create a tush pushes, a red zone option down there, bring him in for the trick plays that you can here and there to kind of work him in. I think that'll be enough to maybe offset a little bit of the risk that was there in the hope of him realizing that thing long term. King says Milroe should have definitely been getting reps with better talent, but I don't see how you put those guys in when they've proved themselves as being good enough to not play in the preseason. It's a pickle. And it's not aided by the fact, King Bomber, that Packers are starting out their starters. You'd like to have a little bit of a match for match there. Like, why don't we both agree to play this like a typical third preseason game? We just had a pretty hard practice 2 days ago, Mike LaFleur. No, I want to roll with my star. Let's go. Slarty Bagardi says, maybe Milroe simply has not shown competence in practice with the offense the other quarterbacks are running. Could be. Certainly would explain why you went to something a little more different with this. Quinn says, I honestly think a lot of the staff liked more Milroe. I do too. That's where I say it's kind of maybe a combination deal there. I haven't heard any update Red Rum on Bobo yet, but I'm sure we'll get somebody in the chat here which will give us an update with him shortly. Eric Knupp says, why is it stupid to let the quarterback coach call a preseason game? Well, I think that with Milroe, I'm trying to create the conditions, in my opinion, for what he's going to do if he ever comes into a game and run the play calls that he'll run when he's in the game. When it comes to, like, for instance, let's do the flip side of this, Eric. When you have Mike McDonald and Dirty flipping back and forth as far as who calls plays, or Dirty might call a preseason game, that makes sense because you can see the long-term plan up here is to eventually have Mike McDonald be able to offload the play calling duties to a guy he can completely trust to do it. So Mike can be just a head coach. Kubiak's not got a similar situation set up. There's not going to be a situation where you're going to call upon the quarterback's coach to call plays in a game. So it's kind of a useless thing to do this. It doesn't make a lot of sense, especially if the guy you're going to have play calling the game is going to go so different and counter to the way that Kubiak calls the game. And maybe some of this was set up to do what Jalen does comfortably, and maybe that Kubiak had input in on that. But I don't really see what the upside is or why it's important for have a quarterback coach call the plays in that way. If anything, for a guy like Kubiak, who's new to the ball club, Eric, who's new to this team, I want him calling every single play out the jump. He's not 5 years into this and he just knows every bit of the personnel and what they can, it's like, I want him rolling here. He's kind of new. So, I'm not much in favor of it. I don't see what the benefit is to doing it on that one myself. Josie says, I think Mike sees some Lamar in him. I do too. Yeah. New Blacks, I'll get on Milroe more next offseason and preseason. This year is a freebie for him. I thought the actual throwing and reading of the field was competent at least. there's some good throws in there. There's some reading. There's some multiple reads he's going through on there. There's some decent stuff in there too. Thomas says, yeah, Milroe didn't play well at all, but most good offensive coordinator talent gets Milroe or any talent moving around, giving him quick reads. It was a failure today, regardless of the fumbles, etc. Yeah, agreed. How many easy throws did you really give him in there throughout the course of this game? Especially, look at just last week. How many did we have in last week's game? 9, 10 throws between your two, especially guys you had at the front starting quarterback position and Darnold and Locke. Yeah. Gunny, agreed. Thanks for the answer, Brandon. Appreciate you, Gunny. Thank you, man. Lazy Television, thank you for subbing up to the channel. I appreciate you doing that, Lazy Television. If you do get a chance today, folks, if you can do me that favor, I know I ask it a lot, but if you do get a chance and can hit that like button, maybe get subbed on up like our guy Lazy Television has, I'd really appreciate it. Helps the channel out tremendously, and I really, really do appreciate it. As well as please hit that like button if you get a chance. Monsoon. Milroe had some flashes. He did. He had some good throws in there. And he had some tough supporting cast around him today. Ken, got to acknowledge that as well. Quinn, I hope if we lose Kubiak after just a year, they aim for an OC who has already failed as a head coach so they can actually stick around. Yeah, I think that is your goal. I think when you're looking at OCs and who you want to hire is that, find the guy that is the Steve Spagnuolo equivalent of the offensive coordinators in the league. And I think that this is part of where I get a lot of confidence from the Seattle Seahawks organization and getting a lot of things right and understanding the right way to go in a lot of different avenues. And that is that before they went and got Grubb, they wanted to get Arthur Smith. What's Arthur Smith? Exactly that thing you're talking about, Quinn. A guy who's probably in over his head if he's going to be a head coach, but a guy that's going to be a very good, probably OC. I know last year with Russell Wilson wasn't a great success with Arthur Smith there, and I don't think they're necessarily setting Arthur up great with Aaron Rodgers either to run his offense. But I think Arthur Smith is a very competent, capable OC. And that Seattle was looking to target that guy like you talk about. That's that kind of guy. And I agree with you. That's who you'd be kind of trying to look at to find if you can. They don't always exist out there. They're not always like 7 or 8 of them just sitting out there on the vine for you to go out there and pluck. But that is kind of the ideal, I think, if you do end up losing a guy like Kubiak, to try to target someone like that, because they're much more likely to maybe hang out and stay around a little bit longer. Matthew Phillips says, calm your tits, guys. Milroe has time. This was just a crucible game for him. Amen, man.
The Prime Minister of Sweden visited Washington today, and my tiny little nipples went to France.
I gotta do that for the titty reference, Matthew. Gotta give him time, man. It was a crucible game for him. Not a lot of conditions set up for his success on the road. 3rd, 4th string offensive line. It was an easy environment out there for him in that way. Amen. Newlax, would people prefer Dylan Gabriel or Shedeur? No, I don't think so. I hope not. Josh, Packers quarterbacks combined for 70 yards on 23 attempts. Did a good job stopping the pass today. You really did. And even the big completion they made with Matthew Golden was a contested catch situation where Nehemiah Pritchett was in good position, almost got his hands on the ball. So very, very good job by the defense today. They more than held up their end of the bargain on that side of it for sure. For sure. Tyler Smith, that first round pick struggles as well. Just need to pump for. Yes, sir. Ging Bomber agreed, Brandon. I'm curious if our starters dominated the Packers starters in practice, so they put their starters out while McDonald was more confident on our starters to have them sit. Hadn't thought of it like that up until this point, but I think there's some logic behind that, King. Very well could be something to that. It's kind of odd for LaFleur to be having his starters playing like that just a couple days after you had such a strident practice, such an intense practice. It kind of makes much more sense. McDonald would have gone to this preseason game and much more of how you typically treat the 3rd preseason games, that you would be like, all right, Hayes in the barn, we put in the work. Let's toss out the 3rd and 4th stringers and call this preseason a day. Matthew says, Green Bay wanted a flashy, meaningless win. And beat on Milroe with their starters. Yes, they did. And Gunny, Megan's trying on the spam stuff with the NFL games. They change their username every time they come in and they spam it. There's literally no way to stop it outside of my Megan mod just kind of sending them off. So she'll try on that, but it's tough because they keep hammering it with these bots. Thomas says, I think Milroe will learn from this and will get the taste to improve. It was like the quarterback coach didn't have a plan with Milroe. Yeah. That's where we come back to like the play calling difference. And do you want that difference with a game like this that's so very important? Remembering with Milroe that he doesn't have 5 preseason games to start. This is part of my issue with this in this game. You do this is that you had started him late into the third quarter in both of the first 2 preseason games. And now you're getting the one final full preseason game. He doesn't kind of get all of the good, at least decent functional parts around him to allow him to play at his best. And then you kind of call a weird game from an offensive coordinator standpoint with that. I agree. King Bomber letting Dirty call plays should improve his experience and his opportunities for a future head coaching role and potentially give us compensatory picks. That's true. And again, makes sense on this word. I know Michael's intention is to eventually have his DC calling the plays so he can be a head coach and take on the duties that you need to have as a head coach and all that requires throughout the course of a game. Eric Knupp says, I think Milroe did fine for what he had to work with. I'd agree. Wasn't complete failure. I think that the turnover aspect is a part that's worthy of being a little bit of a valid criticism and one that's at the top of the list of things I want to see from improvement from him when we move into next preseason games next year. How's the turnovers? How's the fumbles? But yeah, it wasn't some awful bad performance either. Shadowbot says, yeah, it's weird. We let the quarterback coach call plays. Yeah, I don't know. And it just doesn't, I'm not like pissed about it. Just it is a little bit weird. Curtis Ratcher. If our offense does good, Kubiak could leave for a head coaching job. Need to train the replacement. I would say this on that then, in my opinion, with that, Curtis, is that you've gone wrong here with recent offensive coordinator hires. You've gone most wrong with recent offensive coordinator hires here in Seattle, grabbing guys that do not have offensive coordinator experience in the NFL. Now you go and you get Kubiak, who's got offensive coordinator experience in the NFL. He goes out there and has a really successful year where he kicks ass and takes names. He goes and gets a head coaching job. Now the answer would be to go back to an offensive coordinator who's never called plays in the NFL before? No, I can't do that, Curtis. That's been the pathway that's led to failure. And giving him a one preseason game and a Packer game where you're playing third and fourth stringers is not going to bring him tremendously along as a play caller, in my opinion, within that. As well as I agree with the previous point on this that was said, Curtis, being that you go off of Kubiak, then you're looking for an Arthur Smith type. You're looking to pivot to a guy who your team's rolling at that point, right? Like that point, Curtis, you're a team that's a Super Bowl contender. You're not going to want to try to trot out an OC who's just learning the ropes as your team is in the midst of being a Super Bowl contender, because that's not a pathway you then getting to the Super Bowl. So there's a lot of reasons why I have a little bit of an issue with this, even if you're trying to set the stage for Andrew Janocko to be your OC if Kubiak moves on. I'd also say that's a little bit far down the train tracks here to be thinking about that a little bit, being that Kubiak's not even called one single play for your Seattle Seahawks yet. So, yeah, I don't want to go down that pathway. We did that with Waldron. We did that with Grubb. And those were epic failures, in my opinion. Pretty epic failures. Neil Barker gives an update on Bobo, says he has a concussion. It's good to hear, Neil. We're hearing some maybe reports there was something with a weird ACL thing. We're like, what's going on here? Thomas says that maybe the offensive coaching staff will learn, but I agree with Brando. Kubiak should have called the play calling today, not a quarterback coach. Yeah. It's just, there's not really a gain here. Neil says post-game interview, coach says just a concussion at this point. Thank God. Scary for a second there, Neil, where you got even the power. It's scary when the opposition goes to the knee. When you get the whole sideline from the opposition going to the knee and everybody's like, got that, like they turn white and then they're just sort of just staring at with the 10,000 yard stare. And you're like, what happened down there? My God. Brian, says, oh, geez, we're already fearing losing Kubiak. One thing at a time, folks. There's no salary cap in OCs. If Kubiak's successful, I'm sure we can match a head coaching salary. Yeah. And the other thing, too, with this is that in looking for the guy that's a valid OC, can you imagine this as well? You have a Super Bowl contending Seattle Seahawks, right? a young roster that's only going to be better a year out from now as it gets into that prime state of things, right? You have an OC who's kicked ass so well at his job enough in that year to go get a head coaching job. You tell me that's not going to be one of the most attractive spots for prime OCs in this sport at that point? If you're a guy with a name, if you're a guy with ability, that you're not going to want to come there because you can see your slip and slide path to becoming a head coach on the back of the personnel you have there and the position that they're set up for success? I think you will. So I think I get people wondering about it a little bit because, you lose an OC and, you got a head coach and the first OC didn't go good. So you're like, well, what if he does another grub OC hire? But I don't think that'll happen again. I think your process is really smart for how you brought in Kubiak. It was an exhaustive one. You'd apply it again if you were doing this again and again, but where the team is at from a state standpoint, what you have as far as the arsenal on your offense and how your offense is set up for success, that's going to draw in the prime candidates if it comes down to that. But it is like he says on this, Brian, with it, we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves with this, as hasn't even called one game yet. TWB, good night, everyone. Can't wait for week one. Much love. Much love to you too, TWB. I want to thank everyone today. You guys are troopers who hung out with me here today throughout this game. It's the third preseason game. It's a summertime in Seattle, and you guys could be anywhere, and you were here hanging out with me. I hope all of you know I really, really appreciate all of the, not just the support, but just chilling, hanging out, the great conversation that always is undertaken here when we go live on game day. Really, really kind of all of you on that way, and I thank you for it. There's another day of just really cool discussion. Hey, Joss, thank you for the $5 donation as well. Joss, for the update as well here on Jake Bobo. It's really appreciated. This is the one spot where you're kind of holding your breath coming out of this game just a little bit. And that is Mike McDonald has this quote in regards to Jake. Thank you for that $5, Joss. It says, Jake Bobo has a concussion. Considering what it looked like, I think we're fortunate. Tyler has a knee. I think structurally, it's okay. So that would be Tyler Hall, who went down. It's the worst of an injury situation where you have two guys go down at once. They're doing the ACL knee test finger move on the knee there on the field. You're like, oh no. And you have Bobo, who looks like he's just been killed. He's dead. He's dead. He's not moving. I can't see him breathing over there. I've got Packer players with this look on their face. I got like shades of Mike Utley in my youthful mind, and how traumatizing that was. That guy that got paralyzed on the field. And that's always sort of sitting in the back of your brain in those moments. But good to hear that it was just a concussion. I mean, hopefully he can get back and strong from it. It looked really bad when it went down. But thank you, Joss, for the update. I really appreciate that. So at least some good news, a little silver lining coming out of this is that Bobo will be all right and hopefully able to bounce back with 2 weeks here to get back to the regular season. If it was a week one game next week, you probably be like, he's probably going to miss it. But this one, he probably is able to hopefully get back for there, Joss. I really thank you, man. Appreciate you. DJ Owen, thank you for the $5 donation as well. We may have lost, but at least we didn't lose to the Browns like the Rams did. Hopefully the rest of the NFC West loses too. Hopefully they do. We got the Niners taking on the Chargers here later on, and then the Cardinals are going to be taking on the Las Vegas Raiders today. So, yep, good to hear. At least maybe the Rams lost there on their final one of the Browns. That's cool to hear. That makes me feel a little bit better. That does. So, yeah, at least we didn't lose the Browns. You lost to a team here in the Packers today that you lost on the road in Lambeau. Lambeau's never an easy place to play in. And a team that's going to be a playoff team. I'm not sure I look at the Browns team and see them having any pathway to getting to the playoffs this year, TJ, to your point on that. So, yeah, you lose, but not all bad. And there's some explanations for the loss today and for how it kind of broke down. And I don't think it's anything as a... Sorry about that, folks. Had a little bit of a cat thing outside. So cats got outside a little bit, and their cat next door and saw them and was freaking out. Oh my goodness. So yeah, DJ, we'll see where the Rams are at too. They've got their question marks as well coming into this season a little bit. We'll see where Stafford's health is at and all that good stuff and how it's going to work out there with him on that side of it. but not all bad. Kratos is, I'd rather not have our offense learn a new scheme every year. I get it, man. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to let go of OCs. You don't. I don't know if you're going to have to be in that pathway of doing it that way. I went running. I lost my breath there. Thought something was going on. You hear your cats like, what the hell was that? Is it okay? Did they almost get you? So it's not the ideal on this, but I don't know that we're going to be necessarily encountering this. And I get the people worrying a little bit about this with the Kubiak thing going, but I do think Kratos a little bit with this is it's getting a bit overstated. Like, he's not called the game yet, and as good as the offense has looked and as hard as it would be to have to replace him on it, I don't think this is this impossible hill to climb if you lose your OC. Again, it comes down to, do you have a smart organization? Do you have an organization that has a really good hiring process that'll be thorough and right and true? And that will, land that right guy and being just trusting that process. Yeah, I think they will. I think too, if you moved away from a Kubiak scheme here, I think you'd probably be looking potentially back to kind of a Shanahan-like scheme if you made that transition. But I think this is one of those worries that we've got to kind of put in the back of the trunk right now, because is it not, it's a valid concern to a degree, but it's also one that there's not been enough to really go off of with this, I think, to let it be something that sort of dominates the flow of our thoughts in regards to the offense in the situation right now. I mean, I was hearing Kratos the same thing talked about with Waldron after the first 10 games of the year that year, where they're like, man, what are we going to do about how are we going to replace Waldron after these first 10 games? And it's just like, well, then it went sideways with it. So you kind of want to cross that bridge once you actually truly do get to it. But I do believe that even if we get to it, this team's going to have answers within it for finding the right guy. It's the exhaustive process that brought you to Mike Macdonald. It's the exhaustive, smart process that brought you to Clint Kubiak. And the reason that you didn't get there with, let's say, Grubb was because you hired Mike Macdonald so late in the process. There wasn't the OCs out there. Kratos, you were trying to get Arthur Smith in there. That's who you wanted to bring in as OC, but he didn't want to wait until Mike Macdonald had that shoe drop to make that decision. And so he jumped onto Pittsburgh a little bit earlier. And likewise, you're not going to have the Waldron situation happen, because a big part of Waldron coming in had to do with that. Not every OC in the NFL wanted to sign up for the Russell Wilson experience. Not every OC in the world wanted to sign up for the Coach Carroll experience, where he was going to have his fingers in the pie of the offense at times, telling them what they're going to do and not do. So that was going to restrict your ability to bring in a real prime offensive coordinator. We're not in the same boat now. If we have to get into that area of hiring a guy, we're going to be in a much better position to be able to hire a real prime candidate to replace him if he's got to be replaced. But again, man, he hasn't even called a single play yet in an active live game that counts for your Seahawks. We got to see where, really Kubiak is. I've got a lot of hopes for him. I think he's going to be a grade A offensive coordinator. I do. But I think too, if he was to leave, it doesn't mean that means we're back to crappy offensive coordinatorville, and that, we're going to be struggling to find anything working with that. Quinn says, is it possible to get an automatic ban on something that posts 4 times in a row? It's not. No, there's no automatic ban modes. It's all manual. And again, they change their usernames, and any big live streams have to kind of deal with it to a degree. Maxwell says, how much weight should I put in this game? I wouldn't put a lot of weight into it. Certainly, I don't think it's any indicator as to the success or failure of this team in the upcoming season. I don't even think it gives you much indicator on whether or not Milroe is going to reach his upside. It does probably give you a bit of a true look into the fact that he's not ready to be at that upside right now, or that he's not close to the upside right now. But outside of that, I think, it's a third preseason game. And these are always ones for just about every team that you're just about flushing all the way through. Partly because you're playing so many third and fourth stringers. Partly because you're playing in these third and fourth stringers, guys that are not only not going to make the roster, they're not going to make the practice squad. They may not be in the NFL again here after a week from now. A lot of these guys that are on this field. I think you'll have a lot of them picked up on other teams, quite frankly. But that to me means you shouldn't take too much away from this as a bottom line. Thomas says, I will say the Seattle's defense looked good with the second and third string. Hey, I think so as well. You didn't allow 100 yards passing in this game between the three Packer quarterbacks. They got gifted kind of the one touchdown they had on the fade ball. They had a couple touchdowns, but one of the touchdowns they got kind of gifted by the officials. They ran the ball 39 times for 136 yards, meaning that the Packers, they ran the ball a lot, but they only averaged 3.5 yards per carry. So your defense did a good job today. That is the one place where I think you can say, hey, felt good about the depth of the defense. For a defense that had the 11 starters returning and 15 guys that had started NFL games last year, you kind of thought, okay, we have pretty good depth behind those guys probably too. I think you've been confirmed of that as well with these preseason games. Slarty Bogarty, Mike McDaniel is all about the personality, but his job might be on the line this year. Yeah, he's definitely it's not looking good out there in Miami right now. Not looking good. Neil Barker, I was watching the game when Darryl Stingley went down. It's scary every time to see someone stay on the ground. You're the same way as me then, Neil. It's like you have that moment as a kid watching that, and it just, your heart drops because you know what that means for those guys, and you know, like, just how devastating it is. There was a Washington Husky that had it happen to him too, and I just, it's the scariest thing. We never had a player that's ever died on the football field, thank God, but, we've had a couple that have, and it happens throughout all in NFL in all levels, right? Going to high school, you get a couple of people every year that have it happen to them, and it just takes that one right hit at the right angle. And that kind of angle that you saw with Bobo there coming in, it's those kind of hits where you're coming in at a high collision spot. You're not paying attention to the collision. Your body's turned awkwardly. Your head's exposed. And we've seen a few of them that have gone like that, Neil. And yeah, it just makes your heart goes out because you just know their family sitting there. It's like the scene from Jerry Maguire where, he goes up and makes the catch and goes down and he's not getting up, and they show in the movie the family there and what they're watching, and they're, and then she's calling the agent and he's on the field and he's like, he's moving his toes. He's going to be okay. And how scary that is to watch that, and how that's going through your mind as a family member of these players every single time, just even to a small degree, even though it's a really small chance of happening, there's still a chance, King's House says, I think Kubiak's also like McDonald. McDonald's a reasonable coach, it seems. Yeah, agreed. I think they're kind of wired in a similar way. Yeah, so I've been open my door a little bit to let my cats out here and there, and because they've been staying in my backyard, which I got fenced in over here. So it's like, but the next door neighbor let their cat out on the other side of the fence, so there was a cat off there where the cats saw each other on either side, and my two cats were ready to take them down. Catalyst says, soon we'll see the roster get slimmed down. Excited to see the final 53. I'm going to be doing a show tomorrow with the final 53-man roster prediction tomorrow evening. So please tune in for that, as I've got my list pretty locked in, I think, especially after this game, as to who I think is going to make the team and who is not. So I'll get you guys that. And we'll be live on Cutdown Dad too. You guys hear the cats? That's how you know it's loud. You guys could hear it. Grandizer, Brando's stream, the only one you get Hawks live stream with a live cat fight. Sign me up. Is he having illegal cat fights? Not cockfighting, it's cat fighting. Eric Knupp says, if the Clint scheme works and he leaves, you go after a guy who coaches similarly. Bingo. That's that thing I was talking about, Eric, is that if you lose him, you're probably going to look and go find another really high-level Shanahan acolyte out there. And the nice thing about the Shanahan system, and the nice thing about adopting the system, is if you have to replace Kubiak, there's quite a lot of guys out there that run this system. So if a Mike McDaniel gets fired, and we may find with Mike McDaniel, somebody was mentioning above, like, we got to go find the guy who's not a head coach, but could be a good OC. Got to find the guy that's not a coach, but he knows he's going to be a good OC, but then you got him for long term. Well, that's the kind of guy I'm talking about. What if Mike we get through a year here, and we get to the end of the year, and Kubiak gets a head coaching job, and McDaniel gets fired, and there's no place where McDaniel's got an opening to be an OC, and we've got our OC job here. I know some 12s would be like, I don't want Mike, but it's not as much of being caught up on the Mike McDaniel thing. It's caught up on that type of guy being available somewhere that you can get as a replacement. And now you're not changing everything whole hog offensively, start to finish in that way. You're able to kind of not miss a beat and go from one like to another like in a lot of ways. Thomas says it's not even week 1. We don't know if Kubiak will be great or terrible. Let's wait and see where we're at week 17. Amen. Amen. Well said. Sealorts is good on Milroe for doing the press conference after a challenging game for him. Yeah, that's the part where when you want to talk about having the most potential points of confidence in Milroe that he can reach the upside, and even for the most that may be reticent to believe that can happen, in that if you're going to have a quarterback that's going to be raw, he's got to be wired so well. He's got to be such a hard worker. He's got to have his head on straight. He's got to understand the challenge that's in front of him, embrace all of that, understand it's going to take time. It's going to be a day-by-day experience, slowly building yourself up to what you will be a couple of years down the line. And Milroe has got all of that in its entirety. There's no question mark about this kid's work ethic and if he's going to put the time and effort to control this within everything that is within his control. There's certain stuff you naturally have or don't have. I do believe that. There's certain things you can naturally push along, and there's certain things that you're naturally just kind of built with. He's built with a lot of natural physical ability, and that can help him overcome maybe some of those things that might not exist there naturally within him even once he's developed down the line. But I think he's wired right to get this into the place where it needs to get to. And it's no small thing, because I think there's a lot of quarterbacks out there. I think if I go and I look at Anthony Richardson and I say, why isn't this guy developed in a couple of years? Part of it's been the approach of the Colts and throwing him out there so fast. Part of it's probably also been with Richardson of not always having the work ethic that's required to overcome so much stuff that you have to overcome in your game. You got all that physical ability, but quarterbacking requires so many different skills to be good at your job. It isn't just the big arm. It isn't just the great legs. It is the processing, the pre-snap awareness, the post-snap awareness, the pocket awareness, when to run, when to not, when to take a risk, when to not, when to layer a throw in versus throwing it in at 100 miles an hour. Or does every throw come out of your hand at 100 miles an hour? It's that and more. It's so much. It's why it is the hardest position to play in all of sports, and why people got to be patient with it, I think. Understanding that. Hardest position in sports. It's not the biggest shocker if a guy doesn't have it mastered day one. It's not an indictment on that guy if he doesn't have it mastered day one. But then you get the guys like Jaden Daniels that walk in this league, bravos, and it's like they skew everything and make everything believable. That's just the norm right there. Callus's why is he in his eyes so massive? Good thing it isn't at night yet. Yeah, that cat had him kind of freaked out. They were ready to brawl out there. She was putting glass on her hands. She was wrapping broken glass around her little kitty paws when I walked out there. Pumpkin was like sharpening her knife up on her whetstone. It was about to get real out there. Gunny says Zena reminds me of the cat from Coraline. Awesome vibes. She's a good girl. She's a real good girl. She's an old girl. Put a little fear in me about a month and a half ago. I thought she was right there then. She's almost 20, this cat. And so she's an old girl. But she'll still fight. She'll get after it. Alizenas keeps staring at me. Yes, she does. Nick has two cool cats. I'm a huge dog guy. I got lucky with both my kitties. I got two really awesome cats. Brian Koski, Kill Bill Volume 1 starts with an awesome cat fight. That poor little 6-year-old girl sees her mama, Black Mamba, with a knife in her heart. So cute. Brian says, yeah, 100% agree. I watched the Stingley get paralyzed with that one hit in real time, and that stuck with me for this long. It did. I mean, that's what the Utley did one with me, and it's like, same thing. You'd kind of been watching football at that point. You're like, it's a sport. It's fun. It's all just da-da-da. And then it gets real in that moment. Like, and even at that time, especially, you just didn't, we've gotten much more of an understanding, I think, in the modern era of what these players put their bodies through. And back then, you think you see pads and you don't think of it, I think, as much. And it wasn't as wide a report about physically how much these guys get broken down. And so you see something like that happen and it feels more out of left field, like that doesn't ever really go. They got the pads, they got the protections, they're protected. Like, no, it's just that one bad hit in that one bad way. And the body is something that can be very vulnerable at times, especially if you hit it at the wrong odd angle. Joss is back in 1905. 20 people died playing football. Teddy Roosevelt stepped in to change the rules. True story. Wow. We go hard in America here with our sports. I'll tell you that, even back 100 years ago. Like, you had nothing on the line. It wasn't like you were like 20 years ago, Joss, like, well, I'm making, for my time, I'm making millions of dollars, It's 1905 and I'm making equivalency of millions of dollars in my, no, you got off the line working on the railroad. And you're going to go jump on a field to go have some fun and put your life on the line. That's the love for the sport, you better love it at that point. Grandizer says Dolphins owner Stephen Ross and GM Chris Greer love Coach McDaniel. He's going nowhere. As a false narrative that he is on the hot seat. One has to really know the Finns and a solid source to know. Yeah, I wouldn't say it too. I was trying to say necessarily I was on the hot seat just to kind of give an example of a way a situation could play out as far as a replacement goes. And I think as much as he may be looked at really kindly there, Grandizer, if he goes out there and has a 3-win season when they're in the midst of paying Tua all of that money, I don't know if that's going to fly, but maybe he's just so solidly put there that he will remain. But the thing that we do know about that, Grandizer, is that if I take most NFL teams and where McDaniel is at in his life cycle process of being a head coach of the Dolphins, maybe that's an outlier situation there, but typically speaking, he comes through another year this year with a 4 or 5 win season. Most quarterbacks most head coaches in that position at that point are going to be looked at as ones that are probably right there on the line as far as it's starting to be looked at as maybe we got to move into a different direction. But I wasn't aware of that. I'm not, to your point, not super intricately aware of what's going on the behind the scenes there at the Dolphins. Brian says it's also a number of reasons why there was a special place in my dark soul for Jack Tatum. I hated that prick. He could have had a couple of other guys, Brian, to your point. That was the one that he got of a guy being that he took his ability to use his legs away from him. But there was a couple of other hits that he had. He was certainly one of those dirty style of players who was more than willing to not just play on that line, but didn't care if he hurt you. I'm sure he probably could care less what he did to Tatum. I forget how that played out later on, if he did like the apology thing or whatever, but he played more than just on the line. And that was the 70s where guys overstepped all the time and it just got out of control. I mean, Jesus, you hear about just the Raiders alone with the one guy who wore a cast on his thumb for years because he could put concrete in the cast and then use it like a club. Rumors of guys like Howie Long having rocks underneath their jerseys. So when you went to try to get your hands on them, you're going in and you're getting your hands on like rocks. I don't know if that one's true, but there's some pretty tasty stories from some of the 70s on those guys and how far they would go. Goodness, they did not care. Little Iggy, any totally hot babes in here? Probably. Martin, the defense did well today. The reason the Packers got their yardage over 100 yards for rushing and passing was they had over 3 to 4 plays of each that were 10 plus yards. Yeah, defense played really well. Very impressive today, the defense. Stoney, so I was right. Tatum never apologized. I was going to say, he's one of those ones like, it was kind of like, hey, you just disabled that guy. Good. What? And he played like that. He was that, I don't care. Like, and I get playing hard, I get playing rough in football, but there's a difference between and like you're out to like injure guys. That you think that's probably an okay part of it. Vegas Hawks Nest. Get how you feel about Bobo hit. Flashes of seeing my brother laid out and hearing if his brain hit the skull a half an inch more, he was dead before he hit the ground. Yeah. You forget about how the body's just soft and gooey at the end of the day. It's got some structural skeletal in there, but it is that, and especially the brain in there. Doesn't take much to rattle the cage. Yeah, Teddy Roosevelt was an effing badass, Brian. That's for sure. Catalyst says Ivy will absolutely get sniped by the Titans if we keep him on the 53. If we don't keep him on the 53. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, he's had a hell of a preseason. And it's going to be hard not to validate keeping him on the roster. I mean, I don't even know how you look at it like Morris has shown you more than him. And when it does come down to it, you're going to keep 5 edges. And that's kind of considering too as well that you may have a Uchenna Nwosu start out on the PUP anyway. So you may have both Mike Morris and Jared Ivey on the active roster when it's all said and done. Yep, a real possibility with how good he's played this preseason. It does get hard on some of those guys where they were undrafted rookie free agents if, the acclaim rises enough at that point for them to get plucked. But if anybody's done enough, he's done enough to reach that spot of things. Eric says Milroe has the work ethic and smarts to improve. That's right there it. And those are things that just can't be taken for granted that every player's got. In fact, a lot of those ultra talented quarterbacks, because they're able to always just lean on their natural ability and don't have to really grow their game, don't always have that work ethic or those smarts that go, like you mentioned, that go in addition to that. And this gives him more than just a small crack, more than just the eye of the needle as far as his chances to get through there and find success. In fact, it's a big driver for him having a lot of hopefulness on this to arrive at that success. Quinn says, what an Ernest Jones punch to the face does to a franchise. Ernest got himself in a nice couple licks there. Space, we lucked out with Bobo. I wonder why they kept him out there for a second punt return. You're not going to keep Steve Sims. Torrey Horton's going to be your number one punt returner. But if Torrey Horton goes down, who's your number two punt returner? Kenneth Walker doesn't do it. Charbonnet doesn't do it. I haven't seen Hololani do it. So I think why you're trying to have him run out there, as much as I didn't like to see it from Harbaugh, and it frustrated the hell out of me, I do, thinking about it, get a little bit of understanding to Harbaugh in this respect of you're trying to have your backup prepared for him. So if in game Torrey goes down, you have a guy back there who you can at least count on to be able to field the punts. So I think that's what they're really trying to do. And I think with Bobo, I think he does field it well. They like that part of it. He's a little bit like, he plays with wild abandon, and that's hard to do at the punt return because you can get smashed like that, like we saw in that play there, where if you're just going to sell out. It's a cool thing to do, but what do they say about the better thing of valor? Discretion is the better blah, blah, blah of valor or something like that. I forget how the quote goes. Addicted to Hawks. Brandon, I thought I heard Zena tell Pumpkin, leave the gun, but take the cannoli. They were out there right nose to nose with the kitty at the fence line. Because the other kitty's right over there. They're ready to go down. They're ready to go at her, so it was a little standoff there. A little standoff. Gunny says, I always think of Gruden repeating the play call to the rookie quarterback on Hard Knocks. Just remembering the names of the plays alone is insane. Yeah, you don't think about a lot of times these quarterbacks, and partly because we can't really hear them and all the stuff they do. You just see them playing the game, but you don't hear getting the cadence down, learning all the plays, mastering the checks, mastering the adjustments, mastering the protections. It's a position that just can't be undersold, where you're on the field and you are controlling the action, and there are 21 other men across from you in various fashions that you have to determine what they're doing and how they're doing it at the same time. It's a lot, and partly why you want to give these guys a little bit more time period to develop. But the NFL's been as bad about this as anybody. I'd like to be able to just say it's like a fan problem. It's that it's somehow fans who don't know the sport who come to these kind of conclusions that these guys have to be good or not right from the jump. And if they're not, then they just suck. But the NFL teams are as guilty of this as ever before too, where they can't help themselves of trying to come to these really fast conclusions. And I think that this is a position that's really separate of the rest of the sport and that's what makes this hard too, is the rest of the sport, it does work that, you are more in sink or swim from the get-go into who you are. And, you either are going to be kind of at least pretty good again initially, or you're just not. But I think with quarterback, it is a bit different, where you got to give those guys a little bit more time. And the more talented the guy, maybe the more time that you then give him. Josie says, Cody White should be our punt returner after today. He had some good punt returns. He did. He looked comfortable doing it too. I think he's going to have a hard time necessarily making the roster as it stands right now, but he did what he could today, both from catching the ball to punt returning. He made some noise out there today to give himself a chance, which is good because he had a kind of a rough preseason game too. I don't know if it was the Chiefs game, but the Raiders game, he had a bit of a rough one. Yeah, Nublex, we'll see if he does miss the playoffs again. And again, if it's a bad year on top of missing the playoffs, might be a bit of a different story when it comes down to that. Bravos, okay, I'm off to watch the full post-game presser. See you all next weekend when we put boots to the Niners. Hey, we'll see you not next weekend, but the weekend after, see, Lord. So we got the one weekend in between where they do the bye thing. But look forward to it, brother. Look forward to a great season with you, man. Boogie Night's over. Megan Hawksnest heading out for now. Ollie's party. See you at the round table. Can't wait to see Jake's reaction to their loss. Me neither. I'm sure he'll have the excuses, but then I'm going to have the excuses too. So bit of both on that. Tony Kaku just got here, but want to guess that Mike Mack didn't want to give any more tape for the Niners to review. I'm going to go with that, Tony. I like that. I haven't touched on that one yet, but I like that that's what he was doing. And to your point, at least a little bit here, Tony, you didn't want to put your starters out there on either side of the ball. You were going to third stringers much sooner than the Packers were. Packers were running some of their first stringers out there across the board. So this was also about two teams that seemed like they were kind of trying to accomplish two different things today. And that McDonald feels like his offenses and his defenses have put their work in, that they're essentially kind of good to go. And they don't need more game action today to get to even more of a better state, that it's solid. And maybe we'll be proven right on that. But that does seem to be the indicator they're kind of telling us on this, a little bit to a little bit of a degree, to your point on that. At least a little bit. Brian Koski, awesome show, Mr. B. You'll have 20K pretty soon. Bye, y'all. Have yourself a good one, Brian. I really appreciate you, man. And thank you as well for reminding me. Please hit that like button if you get a chance here, folks. If you haven't already for me, it does help out the channel. And as he said, we are trying to get to 20,000 subscribers here. We just crossed over, I think, 19.6. So we're inside about 400 away from reaching that mark. You can help us get there today by subbing on up. I really do appreciate it. And thank all the new folks that did jump in and sub up today. As we had quite a few folks I was noticing. It was popping up on the feed quite a bit there. Outdoor for Life, I missed your super chat. I'm sorry, man. My bad. Oh, yes. There we go. Thank you for the $5 donation, Outdoor for Life. It says, I can't wait for the light switch moment for fans when Sam Darnold completely balls out. Call me old-fashioned. I like the quarterback I paid to start games. Well put together on your part. And I've been growing into this place more and more stronger with through training camp, seeing Sam Darnold in person and how he played. I can't understate that when you watched last year, the difference between Darnold and Geno Smith and Sam Howell, that there was such a big difference in their play and what you saw from him. And just you get watching him in person and so close up on the berm, you just get a feel for how comfortable a guy is, how smooth they are. And with Darnold, there's just so much about him that's very smooth and very locked in. And there's things with, I think even with Jalen Milroe today, you can see that he's still thinking through, mechanically still thinking through, pre-snap still thinking through, getting guys in alignment and up to the line of scrimmage in the right place, still kind of thinking that through. And this is that benefit of now you see one quarterback starting his process of maturation, just beginning that journey. And here you've got a quarterback who's been through a couple of continents, who's seen some things. He's been through some wars. He's been through some bad stops. He's been through some conditions where he's not been set up for success, but he's worked hard at every step of the way. And the same thing somebody else said earlier on this about the work ethic and the intelligence you have with both of these two players. And it's just seeing two different guys. And in Darnold, I mentioned this is two different guys on that same path. Because what was Darnold when he walked in here? Everybody that loved Darnold, all of those people that even loved and thought that he should be a top 5 guy, were an acknowledgement that this is still a quarterback that's still working through his mechanics. This is a quarterback that was like a former linebacker that you're moving to quarterback, kind of late in his football process at that. And now he's got to kind of start to learn a lot of these skills a lot of other guys would have had maybe mastered by this point in reaching the NFL. He's got to kind of work through. That's going to take some time. But as we know, the Jets were one of those teams that weren't giving anybody any time. The expectation was you got to get out here and get rolling and make it happen right now. So he's deeper into this journey. He's years down the line. What, year 6, year something like that, 6, 7 here for Darnold. He's in that position to now be able to say, hey, I've refined this stuff. I've mastered a lot of these little tiny skills that are required for this position. And if you get enough of these little tiny skills mastered, now I can really turn myself into a good quarterback. And I just agree with you. I think he is going to surprise so many people and impress so many people in what he's going to do this year for our Seahawks, because there's so many that are still just so stuck on that Sam I see Ghost Darnold, that this thing that happened to him way back at the very start of his career, this soundbite that he gave, that where he's just being honest, as it was said on radio earlier this week, there's a lot of quarterbacks that will talk like that coming to the sideline, sort of a recognition of it's less of like, I'm seeing ghosts, I'm overwhelmed, this is too much for me. It's more of like, lock it in, Sam. You're getting too jumpy on this. You're anticipating what's not there. Don't do that. React to what's actually there. Don't start to anticipate what's not there. And that's more of what he's saying when he's saying, seeing ghosts. He's kind of saying to himself, like, come on, dude, on that. And so it's not really as much of a bad thing the guy's got a broken brain and he just always is going to see Casper the friendly ghost every time he drops back there to pass. Not the case at all. But I agree with you. I think he's going to ball out. I think he's a great fit to this offense. Kubiak knows just what he wants to do with them and how to utilize him best. And it's a great pairing between quarterback coach and quarterback. This is the exact kind of quarterback that works really well with Kubiak. He's got a big arm, can make every throw, just got enough mobility that you can use him on the rollouts and all of that stuff, and he can do it competently, throws well on the run, tough as hell. I think it all will definitely help him out tremendously to, allowing you to have Sam at his best, have Sam able to at least replicate from a performance standpoint what he did with the Vikings last year. Whether that's actually the productivity equivalent, we'll see. But I think I could very much see him with this offense and how you've set it up for you to be able to make that happen this year with him. So I'm on the boat with you on that Outdoor for Life. We might be the only two people rowing this thing, or one of the few people rowing this thing, but it's going to be all that much more satisfying when Sam is able to surprise so many other people. And I just say we just went down this road with a Geno Smith. Just walked down this very same road with him. Another guy that's gone on this very same journey of these three players we talk about. Geno Smith, Sam Darnold, Jalen Milroe. A lot of the similar kind of stuff on point. I think with Geno, it was less about the mechanical stuff that needed to be cleaned up like it is with Sam and with Jalen. And it was more about what he needed to do to grow as a leader and to grow as to be what a quarterback has to be from the neck up a little bit, and how you go about your business and where your work ethic is at and what this is going to take for you to get where you're going. Every guy's different. There is no one size that fits all. But as we saw with those other two guys, and Geno Smith and Sam Darnold, and that you get them years down the line on that path, and if that work ethic is locked in, if they're smart about them, way they're going about it, you can reach that upside. Just got to give it that time. You just got to give it that time. But Sam Darnold will be the man this year. This is your starting quarterback. No one's coming in to overtake his job. There will not be a Drew Lock. There will not be a Jalen Milroe starting games unless there's some injuries across the board. You are riding or dying with Sam Darnold this year, and that is not a bad thing. Be right back. Bear with me 1 second, folks. Ooh. Haunted Pirates, thank you for answering that call and getting subbed up to the channel. I really appreciate you doing that. Very kind of you. Fire Poet, thank you for the $2 dono. Says if Bennett can improve, why can't Sam? Makes sense. Yeah, there's no reason. I'm trying to think of Bennett. Who you mean by Bennett? But yeah, it's Sam, and Sam has improved. Fire, Darnold has gotten better through these years. It wasn't just the Vikings situation. I think you saw an improved player at the Carolina Panthers. I think we got an up close and personal view to this when he came in with the Panthers into our house in a game that mattered, in a game where we had more talent than that Panther team. We were better than that Panther team. And they were able to beat us in our house because he didn't play insanely, but he played smart, good football in the day. He played tough football. He played exactly what I just described to Sam and what he, brings to the table as a player. And that was enough to take us down. And he knows how to play within himself. And that's, again, come back to this offense being such a perfect fit for him, because it's not going to be you put Sam Darnold in an air raid offense, I go, boy, that's not going to be a fit for Sam Darnold. You put Sam Darnold in some high volume offense where he's going to throw 40, 45 times a game, I go, man, that's not really a fit for what I want to have Sam Darnold do at his best. But you give him a balanced offensive attack, you allow him to use his legs and move out and move it out on the run. You give him some of those easier scripted plays in there from how you kind of scheme it up. And all of that stuff can absolutely lead to the best version of Sam Darnold that can be a top 10 quarterback in this sport. Absolutely, he can be a top 10. And if he's a top 10 quarterback and you have a dominant defense and you have a almost sub-dominant running game and you have a good special teams unit, that's a team that can go win a division. That's a team that can go make noise in the playoffs. That's a team that historically in the playoffs has had a lot of success. Grandizer, Brando, for this loss today, hold the 12th now. They're 6 feet from the edge and they're thinking, maybe 6 feet. It's so far gone. Hold them now. I love the remix of that song, dude, that they've done the house music version they've been putting on that. Yeah. There's some funny videos if you get like guys like me, Gen Xers or whatever, that are sitting there in their living room and their wife starts playing the thing and it gets all of them hyped up. Yeah, Fire Poet, I was wondering if he was meaning Stenson Bennett. Maybe Fire Opponents referencing Stenson Bennett and the solid preseason that he's had. And that makes more sense. I get what you did there, Fire Poet, if that was the case. Joseph says, how do you think Marquez Valdez-Scantling did? I would have liked to have seen more deep routes. You targeted him a couple times in this football game. He made a couple of catches, 3 targets, 3 catches, 33 yards. The 27-yarder was nice, getting the biggest play of the day on that side of it. But then the other 2 catches were just short little pop passes. So I'm going to have him making the roster at this point, but I don't think that he's done anything that's been, from my days at camp, from the preseason games, I don't think you've seen a lot off of Scandling that has been super impressive. He says Durden is a guy we can just call midseason. Don't think he has a roster spot for him at the moment. That's true. And maybe we'll need to if it's going to be a rough road again. I think Horton will be fine back there if he can stay healthy. Luke Britt says, I'm hoping Darnold earns a second contract here. Me too. It's in nothing but the best case scenario that Darnold works out for us. Because the one thing you have going on with this roster right now is a possible predicament is that you get down a year or 2 from now, you figure out Milroe's not the guy, you figure out Darnold's not the guy, and now you have this competitive roster that's ready to go win Super Bowls potentially, but doesn't have the quarterback play to be able to get that done. So it's in so much of the best, just it sort of solves everything if we can just have Darnold be good. Shadowbot says, I hope Milroe is ready to go after 2 years and we're off to the races. That's the idea. And this has been a way. This is one that might seem, that's so weird. That's not going to work that way. It's like, it worked that way with Rodgers. You had Patrick Mahomes who sat for a year and then he was ready to go. Jordan Love's done pretty good with it as well out in Green Bay, having that 3 years to kind of sit and prepare himself as well. There's some real benefit to it, I think. Sean Edwards, Hawks Nest reaches 20K by midseason and surges into the playoffs. Let's go. Got to finish strong, Sean. That's right. Not how you start, it's how you finish. Seattle Dub 6 really don't like that they put Bobo out there taking punts last game of the preseason. Not a big fan of it either, Seattle Dub 6. And I'm really fighting to not be too hard on Jay Harbaugh, to not get too bombastic about my criticism of him. But I am kind of waiting to be a bit more impressed by our special teams coach here. I'd like to see just a little bit more, and this is from decision making to who you tried out there. And I was mentioning earlier, it's a little bit like, how you tried out last year. I got bit like hell here. Something bit the damn hell out of me. Where you're rocking D. Williams out there for almost the majority of the season. You should have had Jalen Durden in there by week 2. Catalyst, have a good night, man. Appreciate you and all the great discussion on the chat. Tony says, I'm thinking this offense takes pressure off Darnold because of the focus on the run, which opens up play action. Yep. As well as, Tony, he's one of your better play action quarterbacks, I would say, in the sport, especially from off center, under center. He's very comfortable with turning his back, flipping the back, coming back around, being on time. He's a very much rhythm passer, which works really good for the under center play action stuff too. It's just a really good fit for him. Agreed. Tony says, also a fellow cat man. You know it, brother. You know it. Martin says, I think Milroe can be good. He just needs time, and I think he'll get it at the Seahawks. Also, I wasn't a fan of the pick to begin with, and he's brought me around this preseason. Well said. I think it's, in general terms, about where I am. I mean, we get to the conclusion of this with Milroe. I wasn't the biggest guy on him when we drafted him. I wasn't the guy with a lot of confidence he was going to get to this upside when we drafted him. I've only been encouraged by what I've seen on him from this preseason, and that includes today's performance. It's only taken me more in the direction of how you talk about him here, Martin, than it has pulled me back into my initial thought and outlook of him. Yes, sir. Nacho, hey B, was it work? Could watch the game? Was it third to fourth string battle? Kind of, Nacho. The Packers on the first couple of drives came out with actual starters. So it was at the beginning of this, it was a little bit shades of kind of the Raider game in that first preseason where you came out across the board with minimum second string everywhere. And a lot of places you had third and fourth string on both the defense and the offensive side of the ball. So there was a little bit of that at play. Now, I think as you got into, the third quarter, I think the Packers were now firmly established to their fourth quarterback. They were firmly more established into getting into the depth of their roster, where I don't know if it was as much of the game into the third kind of quarterish area of things. But when it came to, first couple drives and some of the names you're seeing on the back of the jerseys for the Packers versus some of the names you're seeing for the Seahawks, I like to mention like the center, for instance, on this one where, okay, you're not going with your starter. If it's Sundell, then okay, you're with Olatimi out there for a couple of snaps at least, right? A couple of drives at least, right? But no, you're to Minaj as your third center right from the jump in this football game. So there was a little bit of a difference on the pecking order of how you had the Packers playing their frontline guys to your secondary guys, the third guys, the fourth guys. But it also did balance out, I think, as we got into the depths of the game. Eric says, one thing I was taking away from this game, the nose tackle play, we may have found one in Peely. I think we did. I don't know if Peely played in this game, though. I think Peely, and probably an indicator that Peely's making the roster is he's not showing up here on the stat sheet here. So I think they sat him, and probably sat him because he's done the work. He's earned his spot. And especially with Hankins not being, healthy. Megan says, Hawks Nest, been on the Darnold train since USC. Don't forget. No, I don't forget. You're on it. I don't have to tell you. He's coming a long way. Fire Poet did mean Stetson Bennett. All right, I see what you did there, Fire Poet. Grandos are Hawks Nest. Brando, the ghost that Sam Darnold was seeing, they said, was more like the ghost in the movie Ghost that would carry the bad spirits away. Much more creepy and scary. That was a creepy, scary thing. Because that's kind of how you would imagine it if you're getting drugged to hell. That's how it'd be, Shadow creatures coming up out of the ground that grab you and pull you away as you scream. Yeah, definitely. I'd probably be throwing the ball away too if I thought those guys were coming Grandizer, It's Casper the Friendly Ghost. You're like, oh, he's friendly. The black demons of Ghost, and hell no. I'm get the ball out of my hand. Yeah, the Stetson Bennett thing's a different thing, and here's the thing, Grandizer. If the Rams had an option to go between Stetson Bennett and Sam Darnold, I think they go with Sam Darnold. I think if they had the option between Jimmy Garoppolo and Sam Darnold, I think they would pick Sam Darnold. So, yeah, it's nice to see what Bennett's done this preseason and brought his career back from what looked like he was on the edge a couple of years ago with some of the addiction issues he had going on. But I also think if you put Stetson Bennett out there in real live action, I don't know if he's giving you much from the quarterback position. Martin, have a good one, everybody. It's 1 a.m. here, it's 1 a.m. here, so I'm out. Catch you all in the next stream. You have a good one. Appreciate you, Martin, and thank you for all the donations and support today. Traveler and Ryder, thank you for answering the call. And like Haunted Pirates, I really appreciate all of you folks subbing on up to the channel. It's free, but it's really appreciated. We're trying to get over that 20,000 mark this year. You're helping us get there, and I really do thank you for making that happen, Traveler and Ryder. Very much appreciated. Dictated Brandon, be careful about drinking any coffee today. Word on the street is the neighbor cat has someone on the inside at your home. Be careful, Parisian. Oh, no. Paisan. Be careful, Paisan. I might have to just go to the Starbucks then. Just get off site. It's the only way that I can get some safety on this one. I still got a wrap-up video I got to make. Eric says, yeah, Bahana needs to make the practice squad. I do think Bahana is probably your practice squad guy. your sort of nose tackle-ish practice squad guy. Peely does make the roster, in my opinion. I've got your nose tackles as being Jaron Reed, Leonard Williams, Jonathan Hankins, Byron Murphy, and Brandon Peely. But that's going to be just a little bit of a peek into tomorrow's show. We're going to be looking at the roster projection tomorrow, probably about 5 or 6 o'clock, taking a look at who I think is going to make this roster based on what we've seen from this preseason. Oh, Megan, don't worry about it. It's going to, if it happens and they get through, they get through. I got your back on this and let the chat know. We're going to get spammed a lot this year, folks, as we grow bigger and bigger and we get more and more watchers. And we'll have our mods on it as much as possible, but it's going to be a bit of something we have to deal with because YouTube's not dealing with it. Unfortunately, they're letting them through. And it's just causes issues. What are you going to do on that one? What are you going to do? Well, we're probably pretty good here to put just about a button on this one. Let's go ahead and get kind of any last, questions and comments on in here into the chat. Got the post-game video. I want to start to put together a little bit on that one as well. We can do a little more discussion on this, but probably start to put a bit of a button on this one. It sounds like folks are kind of heading out to a bit. We got, like I said, tomorrow we'll be back, 6 o'clock show. Look at doing the roster projections. Got that all in tow. And we'll have a fairly normal schedule going on this week, even with it being kind of a bye week, because we're not getting another game here until 2 weeks from now. So we'll have the shows kind of locked and loaded, MC West Roundtable going and all that good stuff. All that good stuff. Yeah, Eric, I think you're right on this thing with Peely. I was looking for him to be playing today and seeing if he was going to keep flashing. That's kind of a guy that I think it's a little like Torrey Horton at this point. I think Horton's a guy that could have played today if you had him on the roster bubble and you're wondering about him. Like, you just don't have him play. Or you have him play if you're still needing to get some information. But I think with both these two guys, they've done enough work throughout training camp. In Peely's case, Horton's case, they've earned the roster spot. They're on this thing. They've done the work. They've earned it. But I think you got Bahana will definitely be, I think, on the practice squad. I think you're looking practice squad. Tayakata, J.R. Singleton might have done some stuff today to earn himself. That's another undrafted rookie free agent. Had a really good game today. 4 tackles, 2 tackles for loss, quarterback hit. On a day where you only had 4 quarterback hits. That's pretty telling. They probably try to sneak in Tyreek Smith onto the practice squad. Demarion Williams probably gets on the practice squad. I think DeAnthony Bell probably goes to the practice squad. You get some linemen, a couple running backs, receiver or 2. Something like that. Something like that. And Megan, if they go through, it's all good. If the spam guys get through and, people can deal with it. I still catch every chat on it. So if those things get through, it's not the end all. It's not the end of the world. You know what I mean? There's only so much you can do on it. So I'm not super worried about it, to be honest with you. I don't think it's going to cost us any viewership. Robert Jimenez, Christopher Walken record for the Seahawks. Go Hawks. It's going to be a good year. Now, I'm telling you, watch. Everyone, you haven't seen a team like this in years. They're going to push everyone in the UFC, AFC, National Football Conference. It's going to happen today, tomorrow. I don't know. It's happening. Now, this team's going to win, Robert Jimenez, big time this year. 11 wins, maybe 14. I can't decide. I'm loving him so much. I want to say 14 by Super Bowl, but Walken, he gets optimistic, glass half full. That's just how it is. I'm 4.5 hours in. It's tough, Robert. It's tough. But Walken's jacked. He's jacked. We got the division in the bag, no doubt. NFC sucks. So bad. HHEB, give us your first 10 guys making the roster besides the starters. First 10 guys making the roster besides the starters. Well, I got Bobo Drake Young going, Horton going, obviously on the roster. 3 running backs are going to be here. I do have as a surprise kind of guy that I think is going to make the roster that people aren't probably anticipating will make the roster is going to be Brady Russell. I've got Jamie Sharif making it as one of a kind of a surprise off-ball linebacker. I think he makes the roster. I think Jarek Reed and what he can bring to the special team side of it allows him to make the roster even over a guy like Ty Okada. I think he gets kind of even between those guys, and I think even with Okada making the great play he did today, I think the team likes what they get out of Jarek Reed as far as a special teamer goes. And so I would probably go with that one as far as my surprise guys go. I think Jared Ivey also makes the roster. I think Mason Richmond makes the roster over Bryce Cable do. Those would be my 10. I don't think Cody White makes the roster. I think he goes to the practice squad. Eric says nose tackle was my biggest worry on defense this year. I think it still remains that way for me too, Eric. I mean, Hankins hasn't played at all in training camp, and you weren't exactly bringing back, a live wire in him last year in productivity when he gave you from the position. I guess I'm just kind of still going back to hoping that Jaron Reed's going to be the answer there and make this get really simple really quick. But Peely's development is very helpful on this, because I'm really not sure, Eric, that you're going to see a really quality nose tackle out there, even just a guy that's a nose tackle who can be a run stuffer and gives you no pass rush. I don't even know if there's going to be a guy like that available on cut down day. It's just kind of a lean position throughout the league. Laban says Hawks should boost the run defense with more dogs. Well, to your point, it'd be nice to have a nose tackle in there that was kind of this type, just a guy that's just an absolute, kind of monster against the run in there, immovable, can take on double teams, can give your linebackers an ability to really be able to move around free and clear of second level blockers. But unfortunately, right now, that's a bit of a still, to Eric's point on this above, a bit of the concern, a little bit of the question as we go into the regular season about where that position stands. Megan says, B, how long is it Bobo out with the concussion, do you think? I think he'll be out for probably the 2 weeks. He's a tough kid. He's probably going to try to get back there by game one. These can be a little bit odd in that the concussions can last, and if it's a bad one, and this one looked pretty bad, those are ones that can continue to be 3-4 weeks down the line. You're still trying to kind of fight through it a bit. You're getting headaches and stuff. You can't take bright lights. So hard to say exactly because the severity is where it's really driven by, but I would estimate he's back by week one. John Edwards, oh my God, Christopher Walken in the house. Hawks Nest, funnier than the Seahawks podcasters. Belly laughs every time. We're going to win, Sean. I hope you're ready. Win big this year. Everybody says step back. I say step forward. Not at all. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that, man. Thank you, Sean. Love me some Walken, man. He's a little dicey. It gets a little tough 5 hours in, but he's here always. Yeah, it's a bit like a migraine, Megan. That brain's a funny thing. It's hard to predict. Doctors are still figuring it out. You know what I mean? It's a weird one like that. Definitely a little bit of a weird one. I think as this Brian E says above too on this, Megan, it is rare the guys go past that 2 weeks. You tend to have really the difficulty where the guy has the concussion and then getting him through the protocol by the next game. That tends to be the tough hurdle to get over. But if you've got the bye like we have next week and he's going to get that extra week, that can be the thing that gives him the bit more over the top. Carmen says Ricky White's the practice squad. I think Ricky's going to make the practice squad, but I got to be honest with you. Yeah, I think they're going to keep 2 receivers on the practice squad because right now I've got them only keeping 5 receivers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got them keeping 6 receivers on the active roster. So I think you keep 2 receivers, but I think that if it comes down to Ricky White or it comes down to it's going to come down to White one way or the other. It's either Ricky White or it's going to be Cody White. If it comes down to one of those 2 guys, I think Cody probably has done enough to retain the spot on the practice squad. He gives you a little bit more. You feel maybe a little bit more comforted with him on the outside, working in that manner if you have to. We got a dog barking outside. Bear with me 1 second. All right, I think we'll put a button on this at that point here. 4.5 hours in. I think it's a good spot. Robert, thank you for your impression. You're a gentleman and a scholar. Well, thank you, Robert. I appreciate you, brother. Robert, I do have MVS making the active 53-man roster. I was really torn on this one, and I think that if there is potentially a kind of a trade that can be replicated like the Chiefs were able to pull for a Sky Moore, or what you saw with the Devon Vele, and what the Broncos were able to get back for him from the Saints, I think that if the Seahawks are able to get a pull like that back from an MVS, that might be enough for them to jump on that and go, we trust our youngsters around that, and we can get by on that. But if I come down to it, I just think that you have enough solidity with him as a vet here, and you have some other questions in certain spots. I mean, with a guy like Horton, you worry a little bit about the health holding up. You think that he's a guy that can rise up and be that third receiver, but you do wonder about the health. And Bobo, do you have a guy that can consistently win on the outside if you have to have him do that, versus Marquez, who could maybe do that a little bit more consistently? I think that ends up being enough of a winning out factor to make it work, in my opinion. But it is, as Eric says, it's a little bit of a toss-up for me on this. I do think that if the team is keeping 5 wide receivers, Marquez Valdes-Scantling is out. His pathway to making this roster has to be on the back of 6 wide receivers are going to make it. Because he doesn't play special teams. And that's what you're leaning on Derek Young and Bobo to really do this year. With Horton, it's going to be as a punt returner. So I tend to think it is a bit of a coin flip with MVS, but I think he probably ends up making the roster when it's all said and done. It's just too hard not to on that. Luke Britt, go Hawks, man. HHG, we trade MVS to the Niners for a second, and he drops the game winner against us. Well, that'd be awesome. Sign me up. If somebody's out there throwing even a 4th-round pick, I'll take the risk with the receiver core through the rest of the year. That's too tasty of a selection. You're taking advantage at that point of a team that's desperate for wide receiver help. I'll do that all day, And if our wide receiver room gets thin throughout the year, well, I've got an extra 4th-round pick that can package together with another pick to go get a receiver at the trade deadline once one of those teams that thinks they're in it right now is kind of out of it. So there's a way to kind of manage that if it goes that route with it, but I wouldn't worry about it. I wouldn't worry too much about it. Eric, nose tackle is absolutely a premium anymore. And part of the driver is this has been the lighter fronts. If you're going to go to the cover 2 shell, proliferation throughout the league, so many teams living in that way, lighter boxes. Lighter boxes mean those guys that are on the box, those front 7 that are down there. Sometimes it's just a front 6, especially when you're a nickel. That those guys have to be that much more stout in what they do. And that's most especially going to be the case for the guy that's going to be taking on the double teams over and over again. And there's just not too many men that are built 330 pounds who can move laterally on the outside zone game and who can remain immovable when you're trying to hit them with power. Few guys built like that. Very few. Very, very few. I think you guys are very kind. Thank you for you guys in the chat. Eric says, I'm off. Have a good night. Sounds good. Robert says, where would Shaquille Griffith be best placed on defense? It's going to be a bit of a domino effect on this one, Robert. And really the question is not about Shaquille Griffin. The question is about Nick Emawari. Is the team driven to say Nick Emawari is one of our 11 best defensive players on the field, and that therefore we've got to find a way to get him out as a starter by come hell or high water? And then if we're going to get him by hell or high water, then that means he's probably going to be a slot starter. And if he's going to be a slot starter, then you're going to move Witherspoon to the outside. So domino to domino. And if that happens, then Shaquille's on the bench and he's the first guy off the bench as your outside cornerback starter if something happens to one of your main guys. So I would estimate that based off of what we've seen with training camp and how dynamic and impactful Nick Emawari has been from the jump, that is going to be the plan. That maybe when they drafted Emawari initially, Witherspoon was going to play a lot of the slot this year. But then when they saw how good Emawari was, they're like, we just got to get him out there. And so we'll just move Witherspoon to the outside and he can operate off the outside well and he can still be very effective out there. So I think that's going to be a bit of the driver here, and then that's going to make it harder for Shaq to get snaps. But Shaq made a good play in this game. He had a great Packer practice a couple of days ago, made a couple of pass breakups. He's a really solid depth piece to have back there, and you're probably going to call upon your depth at the outside corner position at one point or another. And he's ready to come in there and give you more than functional play. He's going to give you improvement of play there than, probably what you had in Josh Jobe and what you had in Nehemiah Pritchett in the times that you had to throw them out there last year. but not really a pathway for him to technically start even out of nickel-based looks, I would say. Megan says, Mike Mack, Jake has a concussion and is in good spirits. Back week 1 from the presser. There we go. Thank you for the update, Megan. Finishing off with some good news today. Some good news on that front. Love to hear that. Very, very encouraging to hear that on that side of it. You never know with how bad those brain ones can go, and they can sometimes be very severe. I remember the one that back in the day, look up this one, just a brutal hit. Darrell Jackson in Dallas Cowboy Stadium just absolutely gets just obliterated on a play. He's doing they call it, you got the fencing posture after you get concussed, where your arms are doing this and it looks like you're fencing. And he was in the locker room and having psychotic-like episodes in the locker room because he got dinged so hard. You worry about that part. You can have those kind of concussions. So good to hear that he's bouncing back and he's good. Brian Roberts says, Brando, your starting offensive line of the season. We got Charles Cross, Gray Zabel, Jalen Sundell, Anthony Bradford, and Abraham Lucas. And I would say that I would say I've got a 97% confidence rating, Robert, that's going to be your starting offensive line at this point. I think it was close between Olatimi and Sundell, but I think Sundell and what he was doing at that second level blocks in that Chiefs game and what he gives you to do that and how well that fits into this offense and what that offense allows this offense to do in the running game, especially busting out the big runs. I think that's going to prove versus the solid floor kind of a little Olatimi. It's kind of like the little bit of the upside you can have with a Sundell and the potential of what the unknown he could give you versus the quantifiable known of what you have in Olatimi, being a former guy that won Outland Trophy Award in college and best lineman in the country and started all those games in college and gives you a pretty good floor there, but you just end up liking so much more that ability to move in space that Sundell gives you and feel like you can make that work a little bit better, make the offense a little bit more effective with him in there versus Olatimi, especially with how much you're going to run the ball. Brother was half an inch away from death, was brain hit his skull. Gust of 10. Yeah, it's tough, especially young before you have your brain fully developed with the skull around it. That can happen too. It's tough. Six people holding him down in a stretcher. It does make your brain do wild stuff. Remember, people gave hard time for Luke Kuechly a couple of years ago, like crying on the field as he was coming off. And it's like, that's another thing it does to you. It just makes you super emotional. And so brains are weird. Brains are weird. LeBon, what are the top 3 position needs for improvements? What are the top 3 position needs? I think both of your 2 guard plays, your left and your right guard. I would throw it's a good question, actually. Both of the 2 guard positions would probably be my first 2 that I would go to, and then it would be maybe a tie behind that with center and nose tackle. I think with both center and nose tackle, you had at times functional play from those positions last year. At times, those positions held you back in games in a major way. So I'd probably say with those 4, but I'd also say that in the top 3 that there's not a real big list of top 6, for instance. You feel good about the performance of your inside linebackers last year. You feel pretty good about the performance of your cornerback position last year. You feel like you got 2 top 20 safeties, if not a top 6 safety and Julian Love back there. So your safety position's in good shape. You feel good about your bookend tackles, good about the wide receivers, good about the running backs, good about the quarterback position. So it is also not a very long list outside of those 3 I mentioned on that, even though I've got a kind of a tie there for my number 3 spot there. And the way it looks. The way it looks. All right, well, we'll put a button, I think, on this at this point. If you can for me, do please, one last request on this, just hit that lickety-like button. It does help out the channel, helps me grow and show here on algorithm. YouTube then says, oh, I got to push this channel out to other people who are looking for great A Seattle Seahawks content. So you can help me get there by doing that. I really do appreciate it. We had a lot of new subscribers out there today, just a ton of new folks. Traveling Rider 100 Pirates just popped on board, helping us get to that spot. We're trying to get up over 20,000 this year. Hopefully just sprint past that mark if we can. I'm hoping we do that. We're going to have a lot on deck here for you over the next couple of weeks as we lend in. And we're going to have a lot of jam-packed items here for you on the weekly shows we're going to be doing. We're going to come back Monday after Sunday's games. We'll be doing the 12 o'clock show looking at PFF scores every single week. We're going to be then on Tuesday looking to trying to get in our behind enemy line session and also getting the NFC West roundtable done. We come back on Wednesdays, and this Wednesday will be the kicking off of the Seattle Seahawks Syndicate. Me, Bryce Coots, Dan Viennes, and Mookie Alexander of Field Goals will all be collecting together to chop up the Seattle Seahawks team, give up some of our prognostication for the upcoming year. You guys know Thursday is BMB show, and then we're going to be doing the Thursday night streams for members of the channel as well. So a lot jam-packed here throughout this year for you guys. Hopefully you guys do appreciate having all these extra shows. Of course, I've got the Hawks Nest Clips channel rolling along, as well as a separate channel that will just give you clips of these live stream shows there to kind of turn over on that side of it. So this is going to be a really fun year, I think. Your Seattle Seahawks team today, I know this was not a game that gave you a lot of good vibes to finish off the preseason like the rest of the preseason has given us. But at the end of the day, you're running a lot of your third and the fourth stringers. It's the third preseason game. There's not a lot of determinations that you make off the back of this kind of game into the grand scheme of things as how the year will play out. It's a game unto itself. It's players playing on your roster that are not going to be here tomorrow or after the cut down day. And so you don't take as much, I think, away from that. Take away the greater whole of the preseason period. Take away the full participation of OTAs. Take away the fact that we've walked through this whole training camp period through the third preseason game, and the most major injury you've really had has been your third string running back is out for the season. Everything else, Charles Cross back by game one, everything else from a health standpoint in a pretty good place, including having Uchenna Nwosu about to be activated off of the PUP and being back on the active roster here very soon. So a lot of good things here as far as indicators for this upcoming season, that there are no guarantees to a successful year. There's no one knows the way this is going to roll. There's a bit of a luck factor involved, but you have set the conditions up in a rightful place here with the Seattle Seahawks team throughout this offseason, throughout the training camp, throughout the OTAs, throughout these preseason games, to put yourself in that position for success as much as you can, like I've said, that's in your controllable reach. What you control, what you can take care of, the Seattle Seahawks have done so here, including the hard practices, the intense practices that McDonald's conducted. All the more reason it's impressive to get out of this without too many injuries. Sometimes you run those intense practices, sometimes you get your guys beat up, and you start to see too many injuries throughout training camp. It's a fine balance in that way. But Mike McDonald has seemingly struck it. Been a great camp. Kubiak seems like an absolute unbelievable hire. He wasn't calling plays today. I think we felt a little bit of that loss today in the fact he didn't call plays, but he's a grade A offensive coordinator. This team has made a lot of smart decisions over the past couple of years. There's a lot of young talent that's getting ready to burgeon on in. So I hope you're excited for this team. I hope you're jacked for this team. But I can understand, as Kieran said, being a little bit disappointed here in today's game and hoping to see more and wind up seeing a little bit more from Miller that gives you a little bit more confidence in him in the long term, not just to be a starter this year, but the long-term outlook that he can reach that high upside that he does possess. And today's game's not necessarily going to give you that kind of encouragement, but don't throw Jalen out quite yet. Don't toss the baby out with the bathwater. And that when you go through when you go with a guy that's going to take 2 years to get and reach that upside, you're going to have your rough days. You're going to have your ups and downs. It's going to be a process to get there. But the kid's got the work ethic. He's got the smarts. He's got the supporting cast around him to eventually reach that stage if it's possible. So it's a determination for another day if you were. We've got him a lot of work here in this preseason. I think he's taken steps forward from where he's been in Alabama. Now we just got to keep that consistent, constant progress moving forward as we go along. Chris KO says, what happened with Bobo on that return? Bobo came up. It was a short punt. So on the previous couple of punts on the day, Curtis, the Packer punter had boomed him. I mean, he had sent them deep. And on this one, I don't know if the Packer punter got off the side of his foot or he did it on purpose, but he kicked the ball just a little bit short. If he thought he saw Bobo lining too deep and he tried to take advantage of that, Bobo rallies up and tries to catch the short punt. He's sprinting up to catch the short punt. There's a blocker by the Seahawks who's blocking an outside gunner. The gunner's pushing towards Bobo. Bobo's running up fast. The guy's getting pushed towards Bobo. So you have two of your players basically collide where Bobo goes head on right into his blocker because he's looking at the ball. He's not looking at the man. The man's looking at the blocker, not looking at the returner or aware of the returner. And so it's just an awful kind of moment in a preseason game. It looked hellacious at the moment, Curtis. It looked like a situation where potentially you could have a neck problem there, and it was very scary. But it sounds like it's just a concussion. It sounds like Bubba's going to bounce back, and that's a good thing. William says, AB, who's making the corner room? My corner room is not going to be tremendously deep right now. So my cornerback room as it stands right now is going to be Tariq Woolen, Devon Witherspoon, Shaq Griffin, Nehemiah Pritchett, and Josh Jobe. So I have 5 cornerbacks making the team, considering as well with Nick and Mawari, you're getting somewhat of your sixth cornerback on that side of it. Sorry, one sec here. Folks over today here. Grandizer question, SeahawksNest, will you do your 25 projected 50-man roster on live or 20-minute video? 53 of the starters, the backups, those you try to put on IR in practice. It's going to be a live stream show tomorrow, Grandizer. So we'll go live on that. I'm probably not going to do the practice squad. Because that's one where it's like, that's just a constant fluctuating state the practice squad is kind of, I mean, on general terms, I can say who I think will generally be there, but I probably wouldn't hardline it out too much just because it's what your practice squad is today could change within 24 hours. It'll change within 48 hours of when guys are cut, and you might have guys plucked off yours and taken from here. So that one's a little bit of a one that doesn't, lead you anywhere. I don't think you're going to have anybody you're really stashing IR-wise outside of Uchenna through the first 4 weeks, which may allow you to add one extra then edge to the group. But that would be the only position where I think you're doing any kind of IR stashing per se. But yeah, we'll go blow by blow through the 53-man roster that I've got tomorrow, position by position on that as far as my projection goes. And I've got that list already kind of put together. I think that today's performances just kind of more reinforced what I had already kind of put together on my list. And I'll try to explain my process as to why I think this guy and that guy versus this guy and that guy and what the team's thinking might be in on why they go one direction or the other. Got a couple surprises I think I'll have on there for you folks. But yeah, in general terms, we'll be kind of going into the depths of it in that way. 100%. Brian says, I'd rather go 500 in preseason than to win them all and proceed to lay an egg in the regular season. Yeah, amen. I almost kind of, to your point on that as well, Brian, feel like if you go undefeated, there's a little bit of that feeling of like, I don't know if this all carries through exactly in the same way. Champy's got the cards win the division. Best of luck to y'all this year, Champy. Shout out about the pass rush. We have one of the best D-lines in the league. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. William, hey, B, do you think Ivy's making the roster or not? I do. He's already had 2 strong preseason games. I think he was one of your highest rated defensive players in the Raiders game. He might be your highest rated defensive player in this game as well. 8 tackles. He was used outside. They've used him in as a 3-tech inside. He's been a monster in the run game, and it's just hard to keep him blocked. He was also responsible for one of your sacks in this game that Alfonso Tupola got the sack, but he got the sack because Ivy was able to come in there and he got the sack because Ivy came in there and got his hands on the quarterback, had him basically held down. The quarterback just kind of slipped out of his grip, and then Alonzo was able to go get them and make the play. But he's absolutely, if a player's done enough, I feel like he's done enough. And in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Ivy's overtaken Mike Morris on the pecking order. They both might make the roster, but I think Ivy's probably done enough to probably overtake him in that way. Sean Edwards, great summary, Brandon. One of your strong suits. Thank you, Sean. I appreciate that, man. Grandizer, Brando's weekly hot takes, spicy. You know it, man. The muff pun, the muff man. Glad we don't have the muff man here anymore. Robert, I'm hoping they utilize Byron Murphy on the defensive line better this season. Me too. Jaron transitions into the 1 tech. Byron gets the 3 tech snaps, and we're all good. I think that's the way they're going to go. Laban says, hey, Brandon, would you, my cat's got to crawl and everything. Would you add Jadeveon Clowney to the roster? Kind of, some of this depends upon where Uchenna's health is at, Laban. If Uchenna's going to take 5-6 weeks to get right, if Uchenna's injury is one that they're worried about, like, well, we hope he's going to be healthy, but who knows? And one of the things with this Laban is a little bit like an Abraham Lucas situation with the Uchenna Nwosu situation, where we don't really know what this injury entails. What's going on with the injury? What surgery did you have? Where is the leg at? So if Uchenna's not healthy, I would probably be on board with bringing Clowney in at this point. If Uchenna's already going to miss 4-6 games this season, I'm probably on board with bringing Clowney in at this point. He's going to be dirt cheap. He's not going to cost you draft pick compensation to trade for him. I think that it's a pretty much kind of no-brainer as to why you wouldn't do this. He's also a pure fit for this defense. So putting up Clowney on one side and then sticking DeMarcus Lawrence up on the other side and being like, go crazy, sounds good to me. And again, I think the cost here makes this so easy where it's like, he's going to make $4 or $5 million on a 1-year deal. It's not a multi-year deal. It's a 1 year. You've got freaking $3 million in cap space you're sitting on right now. I can't see how it doesn't, make a lot of sense to kind of push this button. Carmen, I'm glad Ivy wasn't injured on that play too. Great point. And he got injured early in that game. Kind of speaks to the guy's toughness that he came back out there and gave you 8 tackles in the game after he sustained that injury. And that's very impressive on his part. Carmen, thoughts on Risner? Did you already discuss this, Pete? No, not too much, actually. I think that what you saw today, Carmen, was a lot of a representation as to why they were bringing in Dalton Risner this week. I think the team understands and they're very aware of the fact that the backup guard situation right now is precarious, to say the least. And you hope maybe Cable do transitioning into guard off tackle from college work a little bit better immediately. It hasn't. You'd hope Haynes would come back into year 2 and I think be a little bit better than he has. I think you're looking at your front 2 guys and you're going, we like those guys. But even a guy like Sato Lamea, you're worrying about him and his pass protection and whether that can hold up if you've got to have him go out there and start. So I think that this is as much about you finding solidity in your backups and knowing that if Zabel goes down, you can go to Dalton and that you can still be functional from the position, which I think right now there's some question about whether you'll be functional from that position if you lose Zabel. I think there's some big time question about that. And the offensive line, unfortunately, as we walk into the season, has not had all the fears satiated and has not everything's been cleaned up and we're good to go. It still does have its share of question marks on this line, including center, where we just got to hope the new scheme's going to make it look better. Hope the youngsters come forward a little bit more stronger. Hope Abraham Lucas can be healthy for a full season. Hopefully. Kieran says, do we actually know who was calling the plays today? Based on the reports from Greg Bell, Seattle Seahawks reporter, he was saying that Andrew Janoko, the quarterback's coach, was the one that was actually calling the plays today, not Glenn Kubiak. So Risner's a guy, Carmen, played his best stuff with the Broncos when he first came in on the scene with them, seemed to get somewhat progressively worse as a player with the Broncos after that point, went to the Vikings last year. In his performance with the Vikings last year, part of what pushed them to go out there and look for replacements kind of all across the board outside of their tackles on that Vikings roster this past year. So, he's a guy that Carmen gives you he's going to give you a 57 PFF score. I say 65 is your average grade. He's going to give you like that 57 PFF score. Whereas what you're going to probably see from a Sato Lamea or Christian Haynes, if they come out there right guard, they're probably giving you like a 45 PFF score on the grade, a 48 PFF score. So it's a very kind of marginal difference, but there is a difference there in what you're getting from just functional play from the position a little bit at that point. My cats are getting jumpy here. I think we're gonna wrap this one up. Hey, BD, how is Pritchett? Pritchett did good today. I didn't see him get injured, William. He was there tight on a play to Matthew Golden on a 9 route down the sideline. He was right there to make a play. Almost got the ball jostled loose. Somehow or another, you saw Pritchett, Matthew Golden was able to kind of just reel the ball in. But I don't think that I saw him get injured. No. He just didn't play a lot. You went to your backup cornerbacks really quickly. Partly, again, because when you're seeing them do this, William, you see a Peely not play today. A couple of these guys that you don't see play, that's an indicator that they're making the roster. If these guys were more on the edge of not making the roster, you're going to give them more snaps. You're going to have them out there rolling more often. You're going to do a lot of that stuff. You didn't do that with a couple of particular guys. Those are guys that are indicators not of them being injured, but that they've done the work in training camp. They've earned the roster spot. The team wants to keep them healthy for the first game of the year. They don't need more, 15, 20 more snaps on them defensively to make that determination, which is honestly what you kind of hope from a coaching staff, is that by the time you get to the third preseason game, you're not needing every inch of that last third preseason game to get every last play, that you've made enough of with all the snaps throughout training camp and OTAs, that determination that we're good to go. This guy's right. We're going to be fine. So I don't think there was injury, but he did play bad today. It was a good throw by Malik Willis, and Matthew Gold made a nice play on it, but he was in pretty good coverage. He was tight. It was just kind of a bang, bang kind of play. Bang, bang. Okay, well, I'm hungry. I'm going to go get something to eat here. I really thank you guys for a tremendous show. I think it speaks a lot about this community, how great the discourse can be when things are not going well. And it's a preseason game, but it was an ugly preseason game, down 20-0 through a lot of it. But I feel like the discourse here was still really in a good place today. And I hope we can just keep that on up here throughout the course of the season, every game. But you guys usually, almost always, every single time, to a man, to a woman, do that. I really appreciate that. It is what makes this place go. It's the discussion, it's the community, it's the fact that we can turn over every different topic and we can stay out of the emotionality of the situation and just trying to stay in that pocket if we can. It's hard to do, but you guys definitely accomplished that. I want to give a big shout out to you, my audience today. You're here on a Saturday, end of the summer. You got about a week left of sunshine, but you're here hanging out with me here on the Hawks Nest, taking in this third preseason game with third and fourth stringers out there. A testament to how much you support this channel, how much you got my back, that you're in here hanging with me throughout this now almost 5 hours into this stream. So I really thank you guys for that tremendous support. You guys subscribe, you donate, you're members, you're patrons. You're with me every step of the way. You're helping right now as a channel to make the NFC West Roundtable the biggest roundtable show on their network, and we were one of the latest ones to start it off. So it speaks to how you guys are with me every step of the way and what we're doing here. I really, from the bottom of my heart, thank you guys for all of that. In addition to the tremendous amount of donations and support you guys pumped through the stream today. You guys are just amazing. I was missing donos right and left. We were getting so many of them today. And I think you guys are just absolutely just unbelievable in that, in what you do here for this channel. And it is very, very much appreciated in every way. You guys let me do what I get to do here, which is chase my dream and do the thing that I get to do left. There's nothing better in the world to be able to do play-by-play with you guys on my hip, going through this every step of the way, all of us experiencing our emotions of these games together. I absolutely love it. And I look forward to what's going to be hopefully one hell of a year for our Seattle Seahawks. And I think they're going to make some noise this year. I think we got ourselves a good team. Don't get caught up on today. Get caught up on training camp. Get caught up on what they built here up until this point. This team's getting ready to do some special things. We're right there on the precipice. So get ready to ride. Get ready to rock and roll. Don't be thinking about 2026. Think about 2025. Right now, and you get yourself jacked up for this team. You get yourself jacked up for the potential of it. Don't get caught up in Sam Darnold seeing ghosts. Don't get caught up in whether Clint Kubiak's going to need to take a year to get this right. We're clicking in, we're locking in, and this team is going to make some noise. You better believe it. I'll be back in less than 24 hours here, talking to you guys about roster projections and the way that this is going to look for your Seattle Seahawks here once we get to cut down day. Please do join me for that. I know you're down a little bit low. I know the Jalen Milroyites out there going, I thought it was going to look better. Why did they have the OC? Why did they have the quarterback coach calling the game? Oh, God, we were down 20-0 against the Packers. Did we even show up in the first half? Feel a little lowly, but brighten those spirits up. Because 2 weeks from now, you're going to go out there and hammer the 49ers, a Niner team that's limping into that first game. Sam Darnold's going to look very impressive. Clint Kubiak is going to be a godsend, and you're going to be dreaming big for this 2025 season. You're going to be having Super Bowls in your eyes, you know? They say like kids before Christmas when they're sleeping in their bed, you know, how the poem goes and all that. So get ready for that. Prepare yourself for that. Don't be thinking about next year. Don't be getting caught too much on the Mariners. One eye on the Mariners, one eye on the Seahawks, you know, one eye each way. But we're going to do something this year. I can feel it. This team feels right. It feels good. And it feels like it's about time right now for everything to just ignite. Doesn't mean we're going to dominate, but it does mean I think we're going to be a good team. And we're going to be more than just doing the one step forward, one step back thing, 2 steps forward, 2 steps back thing. It's going to be progression this year, and you're going to feel that this year. So get hyped. I'm not doing it falsely. I wouldn't do that to you guys. And get yourself ready for a great year. I thank you for watching. I thank you for the support. I thank you for subscribing. I thank you for hitting that like button. Beyond all else, though, I hope you don't forget. I hope you don't dare forget, even after a tough final preseason loss. Go Hawks.